Chapter 529. Demigod Rank. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Since ancient times, the Spalier world had given birth to 5 peak-level god-level powerhouses. Everyone in the Spalier world knew about this. The people of the Spalier world also knew that many years ago, an unknown disaster had befallen these 5 god-level powerhouses. Since then, no more god-level powerhouses had appeared in the Spalier world. In today's Spalier world, only the demigod rank powerhouses, or in other words, powerhouses above level 90, could truly stand at the pinnacle of the Spalier world. And in the Spalier world, there were only 5 such powerhouses. The entire Spalier world surface area was so vast that it made people speechless. And the number of humans living in the Spalier world could be counted in the hundreds of millions. With such a terrifying number of people, there were only 5 demigods. One could only imagine how easily the demigod rank made people feel as if they were in a dream, but now, the Thunder King was saying that a demigod had been born in the Behemoth Forest. If the Thunder King, a level 9 powerhouse closest to the demigod rank, hadn't said this, perhaps even Wu Yen and the others who came from other worlds and didn't have as much respect for the demigod rank as they did for the Spalier world, they probably wouldn't have believed it so easily. You don't have to be so shocked. Didn't I just say it? This is only a guess. Apart from you, only us old fellows from the council know about this. The majority of people still don't know. The Thunder King sighed softly. No matter what, it's only something recorded in a book. Whether it's true or not still needs to be investigated. Is that so? Wu Yen looked in the direction of the Behemoth Forest, his gaze becoming incomparably sharp. It's just a guess. Is there a need for a level 9 powerhouse to investigate? That's because you still don't know what a demigod rank magical beast, also known as a beast king, represents. When he mentioned the demigod rank, the Thunder King's tone became a little illusory. If the demigod rank was only a legend to others, then to the Thunder King, it was a dream. Do you know why the birth of a beast king caused the magical beasts in the Behemoth Forest to abandon their former enmity and gather together to fight against foreign enemies, and even chase the living people of the Behemoth Forest out of the Behemoth Forest? Wu Yan's beast kings in the Spalier world king's eyes, and they all shook their heads in unison. The Thunder King demigod rank. And demigod rank in the beast king. The reason why demigod-level magical beasts are called beast kings is because demigod-level magical beasts are no less intelligent than humans. They can think and have their own ideas. At the same time, they have the ability to make all magical beasts obey them. The magical beasts will gather when a beast king is born and chase away foreign enemies together. This is the beast king's command. The Thunder King recalled the description of the Beast King that the 3 emperors of the 3 empires had about the Beast King during the council's meeting and said slowly. According to the records, when a peak level 9 magical beast successfully advances to become a demigod Beast King, it will begin to transform its body, making its body more suitable for displaying the strength of a demigod and more suitable for growth. During this period of time, the Beast King's strength will drop to an unprecedented low. In fact, it will be much weaker than before it advanced to the next level. Although it will not be completely defenseless, it will reach the point where even a level 9 powerhouse would be able to kill it. The Beast King has the ability to make magical beasts obey their commands. After advancing to the next level, due to the transformation of its body, its strength will drop even further. Shoko Misaki's eyes trembled when she heard this. She had a rough idea of what was going on. Could it be that the reason the magical beasts gathered together to chase away foreign enemies in the Behemoth Forest was to protect the Beast King? Exactly. The Thunder King's voice was as loud as thunder. The current situation in the Behemoth Forest is exactly the same as what is recorded in the books. That is why we thought of the Beast King. As you all know, the Council of Silveria World Institute is made up of the 12 most powerful factions in the world. When they realized that the Beast King might have been born, the 3 chairmen of the council, who are also the emperors of the 3 empires, immediately called for a meeting and explained the situation to us. That's how I came to the giant beast's forest with my team. That's right, I'm the one who brought you here. Thunder King's gaze shot towards the giant beast's forest like lightning. It was as if he could see through the forest's countless trees and reach the center. My main mission this time is to enter the giant beast's forest. The moment I discover a beast king, I will kill it. What? Everyone turned pale with fright. Fei Fei even shouted, "Oh chief, you can't do this. It's too dangerous. You may be powerful, but there are definitely level 9 magical beasts in the depths of the behemoth forest. If you go alone, you may be in trouble. Even so, we cannot afford to fail in killing the Beast King." The Thunder King waved his hand and raised his voice. It wasn't hard to hear the determination in his voice. "Oh chief!" Fei Fei panicked. She took 2 steps forward and grabbed the Thunder King's sleeve. Her face was red from her agitation. It was easy to imagine how she was feeling. "Grandpa Thunder King?" Wu Yan's gaze swept over the Thunder King's aged face. "Why must you kill the Beast King?" Hearing Wu Yan's question, the Thunder King's dignified face crumbled. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You don't know this, but the most frightening thing about the Beast King is not its demigod strength, but its ability to command magical beasts." The Thunder King looked around at everyone. After hesitating for a moment, he explained. "The behemoth forest is a paradise for magical beasts. Magical beasts are everywhere in the forest. Not only are there many of them, but their reproductive abilities are also very strong. This is also why the behemoth forest, a natural treasure trove, is still full of vitality even after so many years of exploitation by humans. Due to the law of the jungle in the behemoth forest is a world where the strong preys on the weak. Therefore, low-level magical beasts are constantly hunted down in the behemoth forest, while high-level magical beasts are rarely hunted down. As a result, there are likely to be more level 9 magical beasts in the behemoth forest than humans. However, under such circumstances, there has never been any mention of a demigod or higher magical beast. The Thunder King sighed. That's because a long time ago, the demigod-level beast kings and even the divine-level beast gods of the giant beast's forest were all killed by the strongest humans. Hearing this, Wu Yan frowned. "Why must we kill the demigod or higher magical beasts?" "It's because of the behemoth forest," the Thunder King said. "The behemoth forest is a treasure trove that we humans cannot do without. Without it, the strength of humans and even other aspects will drop to a frightening level. The resources in the behemoth forest are very important to us humans. However, the Beast King's existence can command all the magical beasts. Because it has intelligence comparable to humans, the Beast King will not be willing to let its own kind become prey for other races. Therefore, once the Beast King is born, it can gather all the magical beasts to resist humans and completely take over the behemoth forest. When that time comes, it will not be as easy for humans to exploit the resources in the behemoth forest. Therefore, the Beast King's existence is a different kind of threat." The Thunder King's words caused everyone present to descend into silence. No one knew what else to say. Chapter 530. Night, outside the behemoth forest. At this moment, a wooden fence had been erected in front of the supply town. Around the wooden fence, groups of knights were patrolling. It was obvious that they were patrolling to prevent the flow of people from entering the behemoth forest. After all, the current behemoth forest was no longer suitable for people to enter. It was still necessary to take some protective measures. Not far away, there was another place surrounded by wooden fences. Tents were set up one after another inside. Similarly, groups of knights were patrolling the area. That was a place for the majority of the troops, as well as the people here, to rest. It was night. Within a tent, Wu Yan was lying on a blanket. His hands were behind his head as he looked at the ceiling of the tent. He did not move for a long time. In his mind, he was recalling the words of the Thunder King today. Actually, Wu Yan felt a little helpless in his heart. He really did not expect that he would encounter such a situation right after returning from the world of the date battle. Originally, he had thought that the abnormality of the magical beasts this time was merely a trivial matter. Before he came, he had not paid much attention to it. After he came, before he met the Thunder King, he also did not pay much attention to this matter. But who would have thought that in the end, the trivial matter he had thought of at the beginning had actually involved him to such an extent? The appearance of a rank 9 expert, the birth of a demigod rank magical beast king. This series of events had already escalated to the point where he had no choice but to place it in his heart. If possible, Wu Yan doesn't want to get involved in this matter anymore. He's just a tier 8, he's still miles away from tier 9, he's still miles away from that so-called demigod tier. Now that he's involved in something that's so far away from these two terms, he's about to flip the table. He was still in high spirits over the fact that he got the Red Jade bloodline ability. He was even more excited over the fact that he got Flandrechan's Red Jade. Who would have thought that he would be able to enter tier 9 for a short period of time? Who would have thought that he would be able to do whatever he wanted once he entered Flandrechan's Red Jade mode? How could he not flip the table when he thought that he could do whatever he wanted once he entered Flandrechan's Red Jade mode? How could he not flip the table when he thought he could do whatever he wanted? If the development of this matter is as Lei Wang said, the birth of a beast king, then this matter is out of his control. That's why Wu Yan didn't want to get involved in this matter. It's fine if it's him. No matter what, he can use the heaven-defying items in the system to escape. However, he still has the girls around him. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Shokuha Misaki, Flandrechan, Astria, Kinoda Sai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, Misaka sisters. Other than Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino, the most important people in Wu Yan's life are all around him. Even if he has the system's items as his trump card, he won't be able to take care of all of them. If something happens to any of them, Wu Yan will definitely go crazy. Even if he can use the summoning points to revive the girls, it's not an excuse for Wu Yan to let this happen. That's why Wu Yan didn't want to get involved. However, at the same time, Fei Fei was still here. Although he had only met the Thunder King once or twice, their relationship was quite close. Furthermore, the Thunder King was Lulu's grandfather. Could he just watch them stay here and not do anything? That night, Wu Yan's mind was filled with all sorts of worries. This is because the matter with the Beast King is only a guess. Only the Thunder King came to the meeting this time. Before the situation in the giant beast's forest is clear, the Thunder King doesn't dare to act rashly. The giant beast's forest's 9th rank magical beasts are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, but if 3 or 4 of them appear, the Thunder King would be surrounded and beaten to death. If one of them is higher ranked than the Thunder King, then one would be enough. Thus, the Thunder King didn't have any plans to act for the time being and stayed in the tent like everyone else, waiting for the decision to be made. During the day, Lei Wang said that the Ailu Empire's royal family, first family Lori family, second family Saito family, and third family Ladin family will each send out an elite team to investigate the situation in the Behemoth Forest. Tomorrow, Wu Yan and the rest will decide whether they want to go to the Behemoth Forest or not. Wu Yan bitterly smiled, cursing in his mind. Tomorrow, the elite team that will go to the Behemoth Forest will be led by Fei Fei, the Lori family's leader. If Fei Fei is going, how can he and the rest stay here and watch? He might be able to harden his heart and not get involved, giving Fei Fei something to save her life. But if Fei Fei agrees, he agrees. But what about Chuju? What about Mikoto? Will they agree? The answer, of course, is no. Grandpa Lei Wang, you really are heartless. Wu Yan gritted his teeth. Aren't you afraid of burying Fei Fei, the pearl of the Lori family, in the Behemoth Forest? These words had just sounded when the Thunder King's familiar voice rang out in the tent. No, it's the opposite, I'm very afraid. The sudden voice made Wu Yan's heart skip a beat, causing him to jump up from the blanket. When he recognized the owner of the voice, Wu Yan grumbled. Grandpa Lei Wang, eavesdropping is not a good habit. No, I've just arrived and I've already heard what you said. That's why I answered you in passing. Following the voice, a breeze blew into Wu Yan's tent and stopped in front of Wu Yan. When the breeze dissipated, Lei Wang's figure appeared. As expected of a 9th stage powerhouse, seeing the way Lei Wang made his entrance, Wu Yan, who didn't sense any intruders, couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he looked at Lei Wang in awe. Little guy, it seems like you can't sleep either. Lei Wang chuckled and walked over to Wu Yan. He sat on the blanket facing Wu Yan. You can't sleep either, can you? Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and he grinned. Grandpa Lei, you must have something to tell me for calling me this late at night, right? Lei Wang nodded and looked at Wu Yan. I did have something to tell you, and it has something to do with what you just said. Something to do with what I just said. Wu Yan muttered. Is it about Feifei? That's right. Lei Wang raised his head and sighed. Perhaps you don't understand why I sent Feifei into the behemoth forest when the mission is so dangerous and important, right? Lei Wang didn't wait for Wu Yan's reply and asked. Do you know who will be the leader of the scouting party sent by the imperial family tomorrow? Wu Yan tilted his head in confusion. Then he thought of something and he blurted out. Don't tell me it's Sylph? Congratulations, you got it right. Lei Wang's expression was bitter. You've seen Sylph's strength with your own eyes. She's more than enough to be the leader of the scouting party. That's why the imperial family sent Sylph, but there's a problem. Sylph is a junior. If the imperial family sends a junior to lead the scouting party, the other factions will be weaker than the imperial family. That's why the Lori family isn't the only one. I'm afraid the other two families will send their juniors to lead the scouting party as well. No way. Wu Yan's jaw dropped. Look at the situation and you're still trying to fight back? Are you out of your mind? But that's the truth. Lei Wang smiled bitterly. He turned serious and looked at Wu Yan. Kid, you're a mysterious person. There are many things we don't know about you. I'm sure you're not simple. I believe the behemoth forest won't be able to keep you here. That's why I hope you can help me protect Feifei. Chapter 5:31. The night passed quietly after the bright moon crossed the entire sky and drew a semicircle across the night sky. Perhaps it's because demonic beasts need to sleep too. No demonic beasts dashed out of the behemoth forest during the night. The troops stationed outside the forest lost their purpose. The night was quiet, there wasn't much noise. When the night slowly faded and the sky started to brighten, the behemoth forest encampment was filled with people. In the middle of the open space in the encampment, a team was neatly lined up. There were about 100 people in this team. Compared to the entire encampment, this number was like a drizzle. However, everyone in this team had at least the strength of a Tier 7 expert. From the outside, they appeared to be neatly arranged. However, if one were to observe carefully, one would discover that this 100-man team was actually divided into 5 small groups. To be more precise, there were 4 large groups and 1 small group. At the front of the group, 4 young boys and girls stood at the very front, looking ahead. In the direction of their gazes, there was a figure standing in the wind, with his back facing them. He looked up at the sky, like a statue. For a long time, he didn't move at all. The 4 young men and women are familiar faces. One of them is Bing Ling, leader of Sea of Icicles, one of the 13 strongest factions in Spalier World Academy. The other one is Bai Shi, leader of Crimson Land, one of the 13 strongest factions in Spalier World. The last 2 are girls. They're Feifei, leader of Deadly Forest, and Sylph, leader of Snow Song and Princess of Ailu Empire. The 4 of them stood at the front of the team in a row. It was obvious that the 4 of them were the leaders of this team. However, in this team, there was a very conspicuous corner. There were 10 people who didn't fit in with this team: Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Shokuha Misaki, Flandra-chan, Astria, Kinuda Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. The 10 of them are standing in a corner of the group. They didn't line up with the others, they just stood there casually. The 10 of them are very conspicuous. However, the person in question didn't care about it. He ignored everyone's gazes and looked at the figure with his back facing them. It's Lei Wang. Looking at the figure with her back facing him, Wu Yan acted the same as the others on the surface, but in his heart, his thoughts had already drifted away. Feeling the different auras of the 9 girls surrounding him, he felt extremely helpless. Last night, Wu Yan couldn't just sit by and watch Feifei enter the behemoth forest. Under Lei Wang's request, he agreed to follow Feifei and the others into the behemoth forest. Wu Yan didn't want to let Chuju and the others know about this. However, he knew they would find out sooner or later, so he didn't hide it from them. How should he put it? Well, the result was more or less what he expected. The girls all said they wanted to follow Wu Yan and Fei Fei into the behemoth forest. Wu Yan had expected this, but he couldn't do anything about it. After all, Wu Yan didn't want the girls to get involved in this even though he knew it was impossible. Not only that, if Wu Yan expected Chuju, Mikoto and the others' reaction, then when Flandre-chan made a big fuss and said she wanted to go with them, Wu Yan really didn't expect it. Everyone knows that Ikaros is the strongest in the group on the surface, but the real strongest is Flandre-chan. It's just that Flandre-chan's power was sealed and it hasn't been unsealed since. That's why everyone subconsciously ignored Flandre-chan's existence until now when they finally remembered Flandre-chan's true strength. After a series of twists and turns, Flandre-chan will be coming with them. This time, all 10 of them will be moving together. Chuju, Shokuha Misaki, Kinohita Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku are all Tier 7. Wu Yan, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria are all Tier 8. Their hidden trump card is the Tier 9 Flandre-chan. With this combination, the 10 of them will be more than enough even if they don't move together with the expedition team. They stood in the center of the base with the expedition team. They were surrounded by a large group of people. Everyone stood there quietly, they didn't say a word. It's as if they're waiting for something to happen. The sun rose from the other side of the behemoth forest and shone down on everyone. Lei Wang, who had his back facing everyone, slowly turned around. He took a deep breath and scanned the expedition team in front of him. After a while, he opened his mouth. I don't want to talk about how important this mission is. You should know how important each of you are in your respective families and organizations. Due to various reasons, this mission has fallen on your shoulders. Even I don't know what will happen when you leave. What I want to say is, the Thunder King paused for a moment and waved his hand to the side. His casual but solemn words reverberated in the air above the encampment, entering the ears of everyone present and also into their hearts. You must come back alive. Everyone's hearts trembled violently when they heard the Thunder Emperor's words. The entire elite exploration team felt a fire burning in their hearts, causing the blood in their bodies to heat up. Thousands of words were finally condensed into a single sentence. Yes. The Thunder King nodded and turned around. Once again, he had his back facing the crowd. Go! This time, there was no reply. The elite expedition party, led by Sylph, Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi, walked past Lei Wang and entered the giant beast's forest. Their silhouettes gradually disappeared from sight. Wu Yan spoke after the expedition team left. Let's go as well, the girls nodded. Under the watchful eyes of the rest of the team and the Misaka sisters, they followed Lei Wang into the giant beast's forest and stood beside him. Lei Wang saw Flandre-chan being held by Chuju and frowned. He looked at Wu Yan in dissatisfaction. Little guy, are you going to bring this little girl with you? Wu Yan glanced at Flandre-chan and nodded. Lei Wang's frown deepened. He opened his mouth to say something but was interrupted by Wu Yan. Grandpa Lei Wang, don't worry. Wu Yan smiled at Lei Wang. Do I look like an unreasonable person to you? Lei Wang was taken aback. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. He knew that Wu Yan was hiding a lot of things. His abilities are definitely not simple. He must have his own plans for bringing the little girl in. He could only nod helplessly. Be careful, Wu Yan nodded at Lei Wang with the other 9 girls. He then walked into the behemoth forest without looking back. The group of 10 disappeared into the greenery. Chapter 5:32. The behemoth forest is a famous training ground in the Spalier world. Everyone with a bit of strength has been here before. The same goes for the entire expedition team. Fei Fei got to know Wu Yan here. The behemoth forest is a forbidden area. Only the most powerful would dare to enter the forest. However, the outer perimeter is a familiar place to anyone who has been here once or twice. Even Wu Yan. That's why even though the environment of the behemoth forest is the same as before, everyone noticed something different. It's not the environment, it's the atmosphere. The outer perimeter is where demonic beasts of rank 5 and below roam. According to the rules of the behemoth forest, the higher the rank of the demonic beast, the closer to the center of the behemoth forest. Vice versa, the further away the demonic beast will be. That's why Lei Wang said the demonic beast king would be born in the center of the behemoth forest. However, it was different now. In the past, the highest level magical beasts in the periphery would not exceed level 5. However, they had only walked for less than 10 minutes and they had already encountered no less than 10 level 7 magical beasts. In the past, a rank 7 demonic beast would be a living coffin for anyone who entered the giant beast's forest. Unfortunately, this time, it's not just any normal person. It's an elite team made up of the 4 strongest factions of Ailu Empire. In this group, the weakest was at level 60, and there were 100 of them. The strongest was at level 8, and they could easily kill level 7 magical beasts even if they ganged up on them. But this time, they didn't come here to train, nor to hunt magical beasts. Most importantly, they came here to explore. Perhaps it was because of this reason that the 3 great clans and the imperial family chose to let the younger generation lead the group. Killing these demonic beasts for their own purposes is a thankless task. They might even attract the attention of other demonic beasts. Sylph, Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi immediately signaled their subordinates to use stealth to avoid the demonic beasts in the area. They quietly made their way into the forest. In fact, if they really wanted to use stealth to achieve the goal of scouting, then 100 people would be a little too much. The fewer people there were, the harder it would be to be discovered. It was not that the Thunder King had not thought of this problem, but when he thought about it, all the magical beasts nowadays were in groups. Once they were discovered, if there were too few people, then all their efforts would be in vain. Therefore, the Thunder King had chosen 100 people, which was not a small number, to be the size of the scouting team. The magical beasts in the outer perimeter were not enough to catch the eyes of the elite exploration team. Their infiltration was very smooth. Up until now, they had not been discovered by any magical beasts. The magical beasts in the outer perimeter were the areas with the highest number of magical beasts in the entire giant beasts forest. Towards the end, the number of magical beasts slowly decreased. This lessened the burden on everyone. Since they're going in stealth, there's no need to talk to anyone. Up until now, the entire team of 100 people is silent. Aside from some light footsteps, there's no other sound. Even Flandre-chan, who's in Wu Yan's embrace, is keeping her mouth shut. She doesn't dare to make a sound, she's afraid of disturbing something. As time passes, the sky is getting brighter. The light in the behemoth forest is glaring. Rays of sunlight shone on the ground or on everyone's faces. It's a sign that they've been traveling for quite some time. Fei Fei and the others are walking at the front, they're constantly looking around, they're afraid they'll miss something. They're also prepared to give orders to the people behind them. Until a certain moment, Fei Fei saw a wide open space in a corner. She waved at Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi and pointed at the open space. The 3 of them nodded in understanding. Together with Fei Fei, they led everyone to the open space. After they scanned the area, they nodded to each other. Bing Ling and Bishi immediately signaled to their subordinates. A portion of the people who understood the two's gestures began to separate from the group. They went to each corner of the open space and surrounded it. Then, these people closed their eyes and chanted incantations. Under everyone's gaze, the incantation quietly fell, and a glass-like barrier rose from behind these people, fused together, and finally gathered into a square, covering the entire open space. Everyone's expression instantly relaxed when they saw the barrier covering the open space. Even Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi are no exception. Only Sylph's expression didn't change at all. No one can tell what she's thinking. All right, let's rest for a bit before we continue our journey. Fei Fei said to everyone present. Her voice was very loud and clear. It directly broke the dead silence that had lasted until now. From this, it could be seen that the enchantment should have the effect of soundproofing. After Fei Fei finished speaking, a quarter of the people accepted the order and left. However, the remaining 3/4 of the people acted as if they didn't hear it. Fei Fei didn't care about this at all and just walked away. After Fei Fei left, Sylph nodded at the rest of the people. Another quarter of the people left while the remaining half went to rest under Bing Ling and Bishi's agreement. Seeing this, Wu Yan curled his lips in disdain. This is why he hates these big families. They're all on the same side, but they can't even achieve the most basic level of unity. At the most critical moment, they're still thinking about their own problems. When they do things, Wu Yan can't help but feel pain in his ass. They're even more troublesome than being a tsundere. How troublesome? Of course, Wu Yan didn't say anything. He didn't care about other people's lives anyway. He's only here to protect Fei Fei. After Fei Fei gave her order, she walked towards Wu Yan and the others. Yan, Shuju, Mikoto, and everyone else, you should rest for a bit too. That's great. Shokuha Misaki's face was flushed red. She was panting heavily as she complained. We've been walking for so long, yet we still have to be careful. I'm exhausted. Mikoto glanced at Shokuha Misaki with a gloating expression. Shokuha Misaki was annoyed, but she couldn't say anything. Who told her to be an exercise idiot? Shokuha, it's time for you to train your body? Chuju said seriously. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Shokuha Misaki gritted her teeth and humphed. I don't need to train my body. I have a smart brain, that's more than enough for me. Everyone laughed when they heard the annoyance in Shokuha Misaki's voice. The girl's giggles attracted everyone's attention, including Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi. Fei Fei stopped laughing after a while. She looked at Flandre-chan in Wu Yan's arms with a serious expression. I didn't get the chance to ask you earlier. Yan, why did you bring Flan here? Don't you know how dangerous the behemoth forest is? It's been like this for a long time now. What if we can't take care of her when she's in danger? Flan doesn't need anyone to take care of her. Flandre-chan pouted unhappily. Flan is strong too. Did you hear that? Wu Yan looked at Fei Fei with a half-smile. That's how it is. Fei Fei rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. She turned around and sulked. It's for everyone's sake. Fei Fei didn't know that Flandre-chan was telling the truth. Chapter 5:33. Sylph's icy blue eyes stopped on Wu Yan's group for a moment before she walked over. Bing Ling and Bishi looked at each other. They hesitated for a moment before following Sylph. Everyone's attention was on Sylph and the other two walking towards Wu Yan's group. Wu Yan's group also noticed the trio's approach. Their chatter slowly died down as they looked at the trio in silence. Sylph looked at Wu Yan, Mikoto, and Ikaros before her gaze landed on Astria. Bingling and Bishi also looked at Sylph. However, Bingling's gaze was on Wu Yan while Bishi's gaze was on Chuju. The results of the last Academy Grand Tournament weren't only spread within Silveria World Institute, even the outer court students knew about it. After all, Silveria World Institute had a very high status, and since the Academy Grand Tournament was a competition between the students of the major factions, it was only natural that the major factions would know about it. When Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi looked at Astria, Wu Yan, and Chuju respectively, everyone knew what was going on. Wu Yan and Chuju looked at each other before they looked at the trio in front of them. Both sides didn't say anything. Astria tilted her head when she saw Sylph looking at her. After a while, a question mark appeared above her head. Why are you looking at me like that? Astria pouted when she saw Sylph's emotionless stare. She didn't seem to be faking it. The atmosphere in the room instantly broke into two halves. Everyone felt a sense of helplessness when they saw Sylph's emotionless stare. Sylph, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind at all. Next time, I will definitely beat you, huh? Astria flinched. She didn't understand what Sylph meant. Sylph didn't seem to want to say anything else. She turned around and left the corner. What the hell? Mikoto looked at Sylph's departing figure with an annoyed expression. She clenched her fist and said angrily, I should be the one saying that. Next time, I will definitely beat you. Sylph didn't hear Mikoto's words. She walked to a corner and closed her eyes to rest. Bingling and Bishi took a deep look at Wu Yan and Chuju before they left without saying anything. Astria wrinkled her nose. Her dissatisfaction deepened. She stuck out her tongue at Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi and made a funny face. What a bunch of weird people. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. He didn't pay attention to the trio's sudden actions. It might seem strange to an outsider, but those who are in the know that they're just unhappy about their loss. Following this scene, everyone in the open space began to tidy up and rest. Perhaps it was because of the previous scene, everyone knew that there was a barrier around them so they wouldn't alert the enemy. However, they also subconsciously lowered their voices, causing the open space to be filled with whispers. After resting for about half an hour, Sylph, Feifei, Bingling, and Bishi stood up. They looked at each other and gave out orders. Prepare to depart. After the four gave their orders, everyone put away their things and gathered together. Then, the person who set up the barrier came to the front of the barrier and removed it. The glass-like barrier was like a tide, it slowly fell down. Not long after, the situation outside appeared in everyone's eyes. When the barrier fell, Wu Yan and Sylph's expression changed. Not good. Be careful. Suddenly, 5 blurry black shadows, mixed with wind pressure, whistled and arrived in front of those people who had removed the barrier. With a trace of suppressed roar, they pounced on these people. These people had just smelled a trace of fishy stench when their vision turned black. Then, they felt a pain in their head and completely lost their consciousness. Seeing these heads disappear from their heads and blood spurting out from their necks, everyone present was stunned. They stood there stupidly, watching these headless bodies fall to the ground. They did not have the slightest reaction, so much so that when the 5 blurry shadows continued to pounce on them, they did not react at all. Are you guys stupid? Hurry up and be on guard. Seeing the dumbfounded look on everyone's face, Wu Yan's temper flared. He yelled at them to bring them back to their senses. By then, the shadow had already pounced on the nearest person. Just as these people were about to step into the path of those in front of them, Bingling with his dagger and Bishi with his sword appeared in front of the shadows. Both of them swung their weapons at the same time and cut 2 of the shadows in half. At the same time, a black sword, a Do-Chi blade glow, and an ice blade flashed from behind everyone. They brushed past everyone's bodies and landed on the remaining 3 black figures. The next moment, similar to the 2 black figures in front, the 3 black figures were cut into 2 halves and landed on the ground. Only bright red blood droplets exploded in midair and splashed onto the stunned expressions of those people who had nearly lost their heads. It was only now that everyone could clearly see the true appearance of the black shadows. They were 5 completely black demonic wolves. Wu Yan sneered when he saw the people's dumbfounded expressions. He waved his hand and closed the gate of Babylon behind him. Then, he turned to Sylph and Feifei who have put down their staffs and night elves. So this is your so-called elite scouting party? Sylph and Feifei lowered their heads when they heard Wu Yan's words. The rest of the scouting party also came back to their senses. Their eyes were filled with fear and shame. They lowered their heads because they couldn't refute Wu Yan's words. Bingling and Bishi sighed when they saw this. They silently returned to Sylph and Feifei's side. For a moment, everyone was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Wu Yan shook his head and snorted coldly. Now is not the time for you to reflect. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Sylph and the others also realized that something is going on. They quickly looked outside the clearing and saw Black Demon Wolf, level 60 to level 68. There are 30 level 60 to level 68 rank 7 Black Demon Wolves surrounding the clearing. They are slowly approaching. Everyone except for Wu Yan's group and Feifei's group sucked in a breath of cold air. We're surrounded. Shokuha Misaki gloated at his misfortune as she stated the cruel truth. Her expression didn't look relaxed at all. Damn it, when did this happen? Bingling gritted his teeth as he tightened his grip on his daggers. 30 rank 7 demon wolves are nothing to the elite expedition party. However, there are 3 level 68 demon wolves among them. Feifei and the others are worried. They don't have the system's perception, so they can't tell the specific level of the demon wolves. However, they can sense the demon wolves' strength from their auras. Other than Sylph, everyone else in the party has to be wary. The members of the expedition party have regained some of their elite demeanor. Their expressions became serious and their impetus and mana fluctuated. They are ready to fight at any moment. Chapter 5:34. As the Black Demon Wolf encirclement closed in, the members of the expedition team also retreated to the center of the clearing. After a while, less than 100 members of the expedition team were squeezed back to back in the center of the clearing. They watched as the black demon wolf encircled them from all directions. Sweat began to form on their foreheads. Fei, Bingling, and Bishi looked at the 3 black demon wolves that were slightly larger than the other demon wolves. However, their auras were much stronger than the other black demon wolves. Their expressions were serious as they gripped their weapons. Everyone, get ready to break out. Following this command, the wolves seemed to have realized something. Their footsteps quickened. In the blink of an eye, the wolves arrived at the clearing. Finally, at a certain moment, one of the black demon wolf raised its head and howled. It pounced towards the expedition team. This action seemed to have caused a chemical reaction. All of the black demon wolf howled and turned into shadows as they pounced towards the expedition team. Attack! Fei shouted. She pointed her night elf at the wolves. The magicians who had prepared their spells in advance immediately released their spells. The spells landed on the black demon wolf's body. Kill! Bingling and Bishi shouted coldly. They jumped out from the crowd and charged towards the black demon wolf that wasn't hit by the spells. The rest of the warriors did the same. They separated themselves from the crowd and charged towards the black demon wolf. The sound of sharp weapons piercing through the wolf's body echoed in the clearing. The sound of weapons being pulled out followed by the sound of weapons being pulled out. Blood splattered all over the ground. In just a short moment, the ground was already stained with blood. The members of the elite expedition team were divided into 2 rows. The warriors stood at the front and assassinated the dark demon wolves that approached them, while the magicians stood at the back. They were in charge of support and ranged attacks to prevent other dark demon wolves from taking advantage of the opportunity to attack. Weapons and magic flew in the air, landing on the dark demon wolves one after another. Finally, the dark demon wolves were stopped. On Wu Yan's side, Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuha Misaki turned towards Wu Yan, who was holding Flanderchan. They called out to him softly. It's obvious they want Wu Yan to make the decision. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and glanced at the expedition team. He frowned slightly. It looks like other than Sylph, they're in a tough spot. Let's attack. Mikoto's tea-colored eyes stared straight at Wu Yan. Her forehead flashed with electricity. Her tone was filled with eagerness. It looks like she can't wait any longer. Wu Yan pondered for a moment and waved his hand. Let's attack. If we let them deal with it alone, I'm afraid there will be casualties. Mikoto's lips curled into a grin. She's very pleased with Wu Yan's decision. She had an excited expression on her face, but before she could express it, Kinuta Sai stuffed it back down her throat. Super, don't attack. Kinuta Sai took a few steps forward and smiled at the approaching black demon wolf. These super weak wolves aren't strong enough for you guys to super attack. Leave it to me. Wu Yan flinched. He's surprised and surprised. You want to deal with it yourself? Of course, I won't be the only one. Kinuta Sai patted her chest and pointed at Frenda and Takitsubo Riku. The 3 of us will attack together. Just the 3 of you? Wu Yan hesitated. The 3 of you are only tier 7, right? The opponents are 30 tier 7 demonic beasts. Can you guys handle it? In the end, don't underestimate us. Frenda winked at Wu Yan. No matter what, we're a team of 3. If we work together, our strength will multiply. Just super watch. Kinuta Sai stopped explaining and looked at Takitsubo Riku. Takitsubo, I'm counting on you. Takitsubo Riku's face turned serious and she nodded firmly. Leave it to me. Okay. Wu Yan looked at them seriously and he smiled. Let me see how much you girls have grown. Kinuta Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku looked at each other and smiled. Then, Kinuta Sai walked out while Frenda stood in front of Takitsubo Riku. Takitsubo Riku closed her eyes. When Takitsubo Riku opened her eyes again, her pupils were trembling like pearls. The scene in front of her slowly turned transparent until all that was left was a few lines. Looking at these lines, Takitsubo Riku's heart stirred. She touched these lines and the color of the lines suddenly deepened. Kinuta Sai, who was walking forward, seemed to have sensed something. Her lips curled into a smile and she stopped. She raised her hand and pulled it behind her. A stream of air invisible to the naked eye wrapped around her tiny fist. Looking at the wolves not far away, Kinohita Sayai's eyes turned sharp and she let out a roar before punching out. Boom! A clear vibrating sound rang in everyone's ears, causing both humans and wolves to subconsciously stop what they were doing. However, in the next second, a black demon wolf's body seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer. It let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying. It smashed into a tree trunk, unable to get up again. This sudden turn of events startled everyone present. However, Kinohita Sayai acted as if she did not see anything. In a flash, she appeared in front of everyone and once again raised her fist and smashed it onto the ground. Boom! The invisible force directly affected the ground, causing it to tremble and collapse. Cracks spread out like a spider web. Shortly after, the ground collapsed. Pieces of rocks protruded out and smashed into the pack of wolves. Many of the dark demon wolves were smashed into the cracks in the ground, causing their bodies to sway and fall into the cracks in the ground. What welcomed them was Dali, whose body was swollen and twisted, appearing at the bottom of the crack. Boom, 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 boom. The series of unforeseen events stunned the members of the expedition team who were originally planning to fight to the death. Looking at the ruins not far away, they could only feel their heads spinning. Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi looked at each other and stared at the petite figure standing in front of them in shock. At this moment, the petite figure that was standing in front of them had a different kind of sturdiness to it. Fei Fei's beautiful eyes were half closed. She put down her night elf and looked at Kinohita Sayai's back. She muttered softly, "So, she's this strong. So, this is the strength of an elder of Starlight Queen?" Bishi shook his head with a bitter smile. "Oh my god, how old is she? Even I have less than a 50% chance of winning against her." Kinohita Sayai. Bing Ling stared at the front and took a deep breath. He felt bitter in his heart. As expected, he had been a frog in a well all this time. Even Sylph stared at Kinohita Sayai for a long time. Her face was expressionless, but no one knew what she was thinking. Kinohita Sayai was the only one who knew her own strength. She looked at Frenda and Takitsubo Riku and gave them a thumbs up. "Well done, Frenda." Takitsubo. Indeed, without Takitsubo Riku's ability, with Kinohita Sayai's ability, how would she be able to unleash her invincible might and smash all the wolves into the ground? Without Frenda's bomb, she wouldn't have been able to deal with so many black demon wolf in such a short amount of time. There were 30 black demonic wolves in there. All of them were demonic beasts of the same tier as Kinohita Sayai. Among them, there were even 3 that had reached level 68. Kinohita Sayai wouldn't have been able to deal with them in such a short amount of time without Frenda or Takitsubo Riku. Looking at Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku hugging each other, Wu Yen chuckled. He felt comforted. Chapter 5:35. After Takitsubo Riku's ability reached LVL 5, she gained the ability to interfere with the personal reality of others. Through AIM, she was able to manipulate the personal reality of others. She was able to enhance, weaken, exchange, and change other people's abilities. She was even able to engrave the personal reality of others and grant them abilities. Although it might seem like Kinohita Sayai was the only one who did all the work, the one who contributed the most was actually Takitsubo Riku. After reaching Tier 7, Kinohita Sayai's ability also reached LVL 5. But no matter what, she was still only LVL 65. Dealing with 1 or 2 black demon wolf wouldn't be a problem, but dealing with 30 of them at once would be a little overconfident. However, under the interference of Takitsubo Riku's ability, Kinohita Sayai's ability was amplified in an instant. Her strength was also greatly increased. That was why she was able to kill a black demon wolf with a single punch, shatter the ground, and force all the black demon wolves into the crevice. After that, Takitsubo Riku interfered with Frenda's personal reality, allowing Frenda to obtain the same spatial ability as Shiroi Kuriko. This allowed Frenda to move a large number of bomb dolls into the crevice and detonate them. That was how the 30 black demon wolf were dealt with in a short amount of time. Without a doubt, this victory belonged to Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku. If any of them were missing, they wouldn't have been able to achieve this result. Of course, The Black Demon Wolf couldn't react in time to Kinuhara Saiai's and Frenda's methods and were caught off guard. But more importantly, the three of them were able to work together perfectly. Indeed, just like what Frenda said, they were a team of three. If they worked together, their strength wouldn't just be multiplied, it would be multiplied by who knows how many times. Right now, Takitsubo Riku and Frenda's strength was already on par with Mujino Shizuri. Perhaps they were slightly weaker, but with Takitsubo Riku's addition, 2 Mujino Shizuris might not even be enough to take on one of them. One has to admit that Takitsubo Riku is a freak of nature. While Kinuhara Saiai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku were celebrating their victory, Shokuha Misaki walked up to Wu Yan's side and chuckled. "How is it? Are you relieved now?" "It's still too early. Even with the three of us working together, we're still far from it." Wu Yan pursed his lips, but he still had a grin on his face. Shokuha Misaki couldn't help but snicker inside. Yin. Fei Fei walked in front of Wu Yan and company. "It's all thanks to you guys this time. Otherwise, we would have definitely suffered a lot of casualties." Hearing that, the members of the expedition team couldn't help but fall silent. In terms of numbers and strength, they were no weaker than the Dark Demon Wolves. The Dark Demon Wolves had 3 peak Tier 7 existences while they had Fei Fei, Bing Ling, Bishi, and Fei Fei who were peak Tier 7 existences. On top of that, they had Sylph who was a Tier 8 existence. However, in a real battle, wolves are ferocious creatures, and demonic beasts are even more so. The Dark Demon Wolves are not afraid of death, but they were caught off guard because of a little change. This situation is very similar to when the Dark Demon Wolves were fighting against Kinuhara Saiai just now. If the battle continues, victory is assured. However, just like what Fei Fei said, there will be a lot of casualties. "So this is your so-called elite expedition team?" These words filled with contempt and disdain kept ringing in the minds of the members of the elite exploration team, causing them to clench their fists tightly, their hearts filled with unwillingness. They are stronger and have more numbers than the Black Demon Wolf Pack. Yet they ended up in such a state. Unwillingness is a given. Well, they can't be blamed for this. Only Wu Yan's group, Sylph, Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi know what they are supposed to investigate. Normal members like them don't have access to such important information. Even after they entered the Behemoth Forest and noticed that the Behemoth Forest is different from before, they didn't have a sense of danger. That's why they ended up in this mess. 30 Class 7 demonic beasts appearing at the outskirts of the Behemoth Forest is an impossible feat in the past. Plus, they didn't have a sense of danger and were caught off guard. Naturally, their practicality was reduced by more than one level. Looking at Fei Fei who went over to thank Wu Yan, the members of the expedition team felt very aggrieved. After all, they didn't need to do something like this. At this moment, all of them repeatedly urged themselves in their hearts. They couldn't embarrass themselves anymore. Otherwise, they would end up like their comrade who had his head bitten off and fell to the ground. Bing Ling and Bishi finally laughed when they saw the changes in the expressions of the expedition team members. Sylph also nodded. This is exactly what they wanted to see. Wu Yan glanced at the people over there. He waved his hand at Fei Fei who came over to thank him. "Don't thank me, I didn't do anything. If you want to thank someone, why don't you thank them? Thank them." Wu Yan then pointed at Kinuhara Saiai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku. Fei Fei also looked at them. At this point, how could Fei Fei not know that everything that happened just now was actually caused by the three of them? She said in a serious tone. "Thank you." "Super, you're welcome." Kinuhara Saiai straightened her back. Although she said that, her face was filled with pride. Frenda, who was standing by the side, grabbed her beret and exchanged glances with Takitsubo Riku. She felt a little embarrassed. Fei Fei saw the trio's reaction and felt happy. She secretly sighed. No matter how strong they are, they're still children, but... Fei Fei looked at Kinuhara Saiai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku and shook her head with a bitter smile. "I didn't expect you three to be so strong." Wu Yan smiled faintly and waved his hand at Fei Fei. "Fei Fei, don't overestimate them. They're still far from it." "Far from it?" Fei Fei was stunned. She turned her body to the side and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If this is called far from it, then wouldn't we have lived for nothing? Even I don't have the confidence to win against Sai. You don't expect too much. That's right, that's right. Kinuhita Sai and Frenda nodded their heads. They didn't want their hard work to be erased by Wu Yan's words. You two still have the nerve to agree. Wu Yan stared at Kinuhita Sai and Frenda fiercely. Do you think you've done well? You destroyed the ground and detonated the bombs. With such a big commotion, aren't you telling the demonic beasts in the behemoth forest that we're here? Kinuhita Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were stunned. Wu Yan didn't feel good about it. Don't tell me you've forgotten everything because you're too eager to perform? The three of them opened their mouths and laughed dryly. The answer was obvious. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Indeed, this place is not suitable for us to stay any longer. Fei Fei nodded and looked at Sylph. Sylph and the rest nodded and turned towards the direction of the expedition team. We can't stay here any longer. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Everyone quickly nodded their heads and gathered together. They immediately left the ruined land. Not long after they left, another wave of the magical beast army arrived. After learning their lesson, everyone in the expedition team was on high alert. They didn't dare to let their guard down. They carefully hid themselves in every corner of the behemoth forest. They were slower than when they came, but they were much more careful as they made their way deeper into the forest. At this point, there were no longer any magical beasts below grade 7. Moreover, they were all gathered together in groups of 2s and 3s. Their aura was incomparably terrifying. This caused the elite scouts to feel a chill in their hearts and become even more vigilant. Chapter 5:36. They are heading towards the center of the behemoth forest. The closer they get to the depths of the forest, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. At first, the magical beasts that appeared around them were in groups of 2 or 3. Now, as the elite expedition team and Wu Yan's group got closer to the depths of the behemoth forest, the number of magical beasts around them decreased. Now, they can only see 1 or 2 scattered magical beasts every once in a while. However, this situation didn't make them happy. Instead, it made them feel uneasy. In the behemoth forest, the magical beasts are no longer hunting each other and treating each other as food. They are gathering together to chase away the humans in the behemoth forest. Even the magical beasts are gathering in groups of 2 or 3. But now, the magical beasts that appeared around them are scattered. They didn't gather with other magical beasts at all. What does this mean? It means that they don't need to gather with other magical beasts at all. In fact, this was indeed the case. Almost every one of these scattered magical beasts had the strength of the peak of the 7th stage, the kind that was only 1 step away from the 8th stage. This situation made everyone's heart heavy. This means that if they continue forward, they might encounter a rank 8 magical beast. They would rather encounter a group of class 7 magical beasts than a single class 8 magical beast. At the class 7 and class 8 magical beasts, the gap between class 7 and class 8 magical beasts was unimaginably large. If the expedition party were to encounter a group of class 7 demonic beasts, as long as their numbers weren't too ridiculous, they could still hold their own. However, if they were to encounter a class 8 demonic beast, without Sylph's help, they would have to sacrifice their own lives to have a chance of winning. Not everyone can be like Wu Yan and challenge those of a higher rank. At least in the Spalier world, no one has heard of such a thing. So, in a way, Wu Yan is also a freak. At a certain moment, Wu Yan's footsteps suddenly stopped. His eyes narrowed as he looked in a certain direction. What's wrong? The women stopped and looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't answer their question. Instead, he narrowed his eyes as if he saw something. At this time, the entire expedition team also noticed Wu Yan's strange behavior. They stopped and looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Seeing Wu Yan's strange behavior, Fei Fei wanted to ask him something. Sylph's eyes narrowed as well. She turned around and looked at the direction Wu Yan was looking at. Be careful. Sylph's reminder. Everyone's heart was in their mouth. They calmed down and carefully observed their surroundings. Soon, a presence with dense mana fluctuations appeared in everyone's senses. It's a blurry silhouette. As soon as it entered everyone's sensing range, it seemed to have noticed them. It's rushing towards them at an alarming speed. Not far away, a green figure silently appeared on a tree about 30 meters away from the crowd. After attracting everyone's attention, the figure flashed and instantly closed the distance between them by more than 10 meters, exposing his full appearance in front of everyone's eyes. It's a small civet cat. Its body is covered in dark green fur that complements the surrounding trees very well. Its eyes are purplish-red and there's an ominous glint in them. There's a faint trace of pressure emanating from it. This raccoon was only about a meter long, but it gave everyone a lot of pressure. Because, from its speed and aura, they could tell that this was at least a peak 7th level magical beast. Feifei, Bingling, and Bishi's eyes narrowed when they saw the civet cat. Blue thorny cat. Blue thorny cat, level 69-inch. Everyone, be careful. Blue thorny cats are different from other demonic beasts. They don't have a large body but they're extremely fast. If you're not careful, you'll be dead by the time you lose consciousness. Everyone be on guard. Feifei's cold warning caused everyone's heart to skip a beat. They quickly raised their weapons and stared at the cat, afraid that they'll lose track of it. While Feifei was talking, the blue thorny cat turned into a flash of green lightning and pounced towards the closest person to it. It's Feifei. Its 2 front claws popped out, and its greenish-black fur emitted a layer of light that was not bright, but was like a ripple of water. Its body pounced out in the air, and it actually changed direction on its own, bypassing the trees in front of it, and directly pouncing towards Feifei, causing Feifei's expression to change. In a place where no one was paying attention to, a pair of extremely narrow wings were slowly flapping on the blue thorny cat's ribs. The wings were as small as a thumb and couldn't be used for flight. However, when the blue thorny cat moved at high speed, it could help it change direction in midair. Feifei's night elf was already out of its sheath. Facing the blue thorny cat's attack, Feifei didn't even try to dodge. Instead, she clasped her blade in front of her chest and a large amount of Do Chi light up. This is Feifei's proudest skill, Do Chi Sword Ray. With a swing of her sword, the Do Chi Sword Ray pierced towards the side of the blue thorny cat. At the same time, the blue thorny cat changed direction in midair and met the Do Chi Sword Ray head-on. From the looks of it, it was as if the blue thorny cat was the one who sent itself to the door. Facing Feifei's Do Chi Sword Ray, the blue thorny cat's eyes turned cold. It reached out one of its front paws and slapped the Do Chi Sword Ray into pieces. Shit! Bishi exclaimed. This blue thorny cat's strength is not inferior to its speed. Feifei won't be able to win against it alone. Let's go together. We don't have time to waste here. Bingling said bluntly. A pair of daggers appeared in his hand. Bishi agreed with Bingling's idea. He gripped his knight's sword and the two of them charged towards Feifei. Not far away, Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Shokuha Misaki, Flandra-chan, Astria, Kinuda Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were standing around a tree. They were watching Feifei, Bingling, and Bishi fight the blue thorny cat. Mikoto was the first to speak. Yen, are you not going to help? No need. Wu Yen rejected Mikoto's suggestion without hesitation. Mikoto was a little hesitant. But if that's the case, won't those people gossip? Wu Yen grinned and he gestured at Sylph with his lips. Look, Sylph didn't do anything either, right? Yeah. Chuju tilted her head in confusion. Why didn't Sylph do anything? Didn't she want to end this as soon as possible? I think. Shokuha Misaki stroked her blonde hair and smiled. Sylph is conserving her strength, right? That's right. That's right. Wu Yen nodded. His expression turned serious as he looked at the battle ahead. We'll be venturing deeper into the behemoth forest. There will definitely be powerful demonic beasts there, tier 8 at least. Under such circumstances, Sylph has to conserve her strength as long as she doesn't meet the toughest opponent. She can't waste her mana and stamina on these appetizers. Otherwise, when she meets an opponent that requires her full strength, she'll be in danger due to wasting her energy. If that happens, not only will Sylph die, The others will also die. Hinajiku and Mikoto both nodded in understanding. Does that mean we have to conserve our strength as well? It's more or less necessary. Wu Yen sighed. Even though we don't have mana to expend, we have to conserve our strength. Even if it's just a little bit. The girls nodded in understanding. Chapter 537. Wu, the green thorny cat's shrill cry echoed throughout the forest. Its cry was like a wolf's howl, and its fleshy wings flapped gently. In the next moment, it moved. With lightning speed, the blue thorny cat dashed through the forest, its four limbs constantly kicking against the surrounding tree trunks. Using the momentum, it dodged to the other side. Everyone only had time to see a flash of green light in the forest before it appeared in front of Fei Fei. The members of the elite expedition team couldn't help but grip the armaments in their hands so tightly that their veins were bulging. However, they didn't feel anything at all as they stared at the green light moving through the forest. They were afraid that it would appear in front of them in the next second. The green thorny cat's speed was too fast. It was too fast for the eyes to take in. The moment it made its move, it had already pounced forward. However, it left behind a similar silhouette in its original position. The silhouette only disappeared when it arrived in front of Fei Fei. Even Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi could only react when the green thorny cat was right in front of them. The members of the expedition party could only see the green thorny cat pouncing on Fei Fei. When Fei Fei blocked the attack, the green thorny cat leaped away from her and continued to pounce on her relentlessly. If Wu Yan's group and Sylph were only observing the situation to preserve their strength, the members of the expedition party didn't know how to intervene at all. With the green thorny cat's speed, even if they joined the battle, they would be defeated in a short amount of time. This made the members of the expedition party even more unwilling. They felt that their participation was completely unnecessary. They wouldn't be able to do anything at all. How could they be willing to accept this? Let's not talk about how the members of the expedition party felt. Fei Fei and the other two didn't have the time to care about the ferocious attacks of the green thorny cat. The thorny cat kept pouncing towards the three of them. However, the three of them did not retreat. If they retreated, the thorny cat would definitely target the elite expedition team. As the leader of the expedition team, they had no choice but to retreat. Bingling was already behind Fei Fei the moment the green thorny cat made its move. When Fei Fei swung her sword and forced the green thorny cat away, his daggers were instantly covered in a layer of ice. The daggers expanded several times in size. It was Bingling's ice dagger battle technique. At this moment, BZ was much more useful than before. As if he had seen through the ice spirit's plan, BZ swung his knight's sword repeatedly. Streaks of sword shadows surrounded the green thorny cat and slowed it down for a split second. It was also this split second that gave the ice spirit the perfect opportunity to strike. Clang! A series of sparks flew out. Those were the sparks caused by the ice dagger stabbing into the blue thorny cat's body. Bingling's face was full of surprise when he felt a heavy force coming from the tip of his dagger. It was obvious that he didn't expect the blue thorny cat's fur to be this hard. Even his own battle technique couldn't break through its fur. When did the blue thorny cat become so tough? Speed, strength, these. Every single one of them was so strong. Woo. Surprisingly, sparks appeared when the dagger hit its fur. Although the green thorny cat didn't seem to be injured, it let out a painful cry. Its eyes glowed fiercely and its body shook violently. In the next moment, Bingling and Bishi, who was behind him, were sent flying. They crashed into a big tree behind them and the tree snapped. Both of them fell to the ground. However, they immediately jumped up and stared at the green thorny cat. Everyone in the expedition team let out a sigh of relief. Bingling's face was expressionless, but his arms were trembling. He could feel a tearing pain coming from his palms. Although he managed to block the blue thorny cat's attack, his hands were still numb from the impact. However, at this moment he couldn't care less about his aching arms. He shouted anxiously, "Fei Fei! Be careful!" Yes, both of them were sent flying. The one closest to the green thorny cat was Fei Fei. The green thorny cat landed on the ground without making a single sound. It was like a soft cotton. It jumped up again and pounced towards Feifei. It swung its right paw and a dark green claw slashed towards Feifei's waist. If it was anyone else, they would have been slashed in half by the green thorny cat's attack. However, Feifei was different. She was level 69 and was only half a step away from reaching tier 8. She was undoubtedly the strongest among the three of them. Furthermore, Feifei had good battle awareness. Even though she couldn't keep up with the green thorny cat's speed, she could still see it clearly. The moment the thorny cat pounced, Feifei was already retreating. In the process of retreating, Feifei's body constantly changed positions. The moment the thorny cat's claws shot out, Feifei found the right position and leaned her upper body backwards. Her entire body bent into the shape of a bow, narrowly dodging the attack. Looking at the scene behind her, Feifei broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, she did not choose to fight head-on. Otherwise, this attack would not be so easy to deal with. At the same time, the blue thorny cat followed the trajectory of the claw and arrived in front of Bing Ling and Bishi. Do Qi radiated from their bodies. Bing Ling and Bishi exuded a majestic amount of Do Qi. The thorny cat arrived in front of the two of them at lightning speed. However, what greeted it was a pair of daggers and a knight's sword. The blue thorny cat turned in the air and dodged the dagger and knight's sword. At the same time, Bing Ling and Bishi moved at the same time. Intense combat qi radiated from their bodies. The dazzling combat qi caused the blue thorny cat to squint its eyes as it closed in on them. Here's our chance. Bing Ling and Baishi's eyes lit up and they roared. Their ice daggers glowing with an icy blue light and their giant swords struck out at the same time. The blue thorny cat narrowed its eyes, but it couldn't see what was going on in front of it. It slammed its head into the swords and let out a miserable shriek. The force of the collision sent the blue thorny cat flying into a cloud of dust. Great! Behind them, the members of the elite expedition team couldn't help but exclaim. Their faces were filled with excitement. In their opinion, the joint attack of the two leaders was definitely not something that a peak 7th order magical beast could escape unscathed. Even if the green thorn cat didn't die from this attack, it should be close to death. However, when the thorny cat jumped out of the cloud of dust, everyone's excitement froze on their faces. However, when they saw the thorny cat's condition, their expressions became much better. At this moment, the blue thorny cat was in a sorry state. There were many scorched black spots on its tough fur, and its aura had also weakened significantly. This told everyone that the joint attack just now was indeed effective. The blue thorny cat shook its head violently. After a few seconds, it finally recovered. Feeling the pain in its body, the blue thorny cat was enraged. It raised its head and roared. Its blood-red eyes looked like they were going to bleed at any moment. It glared at Bing Ling and Bishi with bloodthirsty eyes. A murderous aura enveloped the entire area. The members of the expedition team couldn't help but feel suffocated. Their faces turned pale. As for Bing Ling and Bishi, they were at the center of the murderous aura. They could feel the murderous aura even more clearly. Although they didn't show it, their backs were cold and their hands were sweaty. At the same time, the blue thorny cat let out a whimper and leaped towards Bing Ling and Bishi. However, if you look closely, you'll notice that the blue thorny cat's speed is much slower than it was before. Chapter 5:38. Sometimes, the difference between humans and animals might be subconsciously ignored in normal times, but at this time, this difference was infinitely magnified. The blue thorny cat was injured by Bing Ling and Baishi's joint attack. This caused the blue thorny cat to be enraged. Under the influence of anger, the blue thorny cat attacked Bing Ling and Baishi without any hesitation. The blue thorny cat had forgotten that there were more than two people fighting it. No matter what the situation is, Bing Ling and Baishi couldn't care less about the thorny cat's attack. The murderous aura from the thorny cat forced them to focus all their attention. Their bodies tensed up as they looked at the thorny cat. While the thorny cat was charging at them, the thorny cat's fur suddenly turned from greenish-black to emerald green. Then, the emerald green light started to spread outwards. The radius of the light wasn't strong, it was only about a meter. However, the thorny cat seemed to have grown in size. The originally 1-meter-long body turned into a 2-meter-long emerald green cat. The thorny cat looked like a ferocious tiger. Even the thorny cat's roar turned into a tiger's roar. The thorny cat charged at Bing Ling and Bai Shi with its green light. This sudden turn of events caused the expressions of the two men to change slightly as they felt a sense of suffocation in their hearts. At this moment, the crowd finally recalled that as a magical beast, the blue thorny cat had not used a single magic spell since its appearance until now. Now, it finally used one. Both Bing Ling and Bishi had a bad feeling when they saw the blue thorny cat's aura getting stronger and stronger. All magic beasts have their own innate magic, and this blue thorny cat's magic seems to be a transformation-type ability. Seeing the thorny cat charging at them, Bai Shi quickly raised his left hand and a sword shadow shot out from his knight's sword. The sword shadow accurately landed on the thorny cat's body. Or rather, the thorny cat rammed itself into the thorny cat. The thorny cat's body glowed with a green light, and the sword shadow slid past the thorny cat's body without causing any damage. The thorny cat bared its fangs and its body glowed with a green light. The thorny cat's speed increased exponentially. In a flash, the thorny cat appeared in front of Bing Ling and Bai Shi. "Let's fight." Bing Ling and Bishi clenched their teeth and ignored the blue thorny cat's attack. They immediately raised their weapons and enveloped the blue thorny cat's body with their combat chi. However, the blue thorny cat seemed to have become a lot stronger after casting magic. When the Do Chi got close to the blue thorny cat's body, the Do Chi instantly melted away. What? Bing Ling and Bishi were shocked. The duo's Do Chi was completely melted away by the blue thorny cat. The blue thorny cat's Do Chi was only slightly thinner than before. The blue thorny cat continued to glide through the air and pounced at the duo. The stench from its mouth had already entered their noses. It seemed like the blue thorn cat's magic was able to increase its attack, defense, and speed in all aspects. It had improved its already powerful body by a few notches. Of course, Bing Ling and Bishi's attacks were not completely ineffective. At the very least, the blue thorny cat and Bishi's Do Chi were in a stalemate for a while. It was enough for Bing Ling and Bishi to react. Bizi was the first to react. He quickly raised his right arm and pointed his sword at the green thorny cat. His entire knight's sword glowed brightly. A sharp aura gathered at the edge of the sword. Combat chi surged into the knight's sword. Bizi pressed his left hand on his right hand that was holding the sword. A golden light shot out from the tip of his sword. Golden sword flash. The golden light flashed rapidly. Before the blue thorny cat could completely melt the blue thorny cat's Do Chi, Bishi thrust his sword forward and a ray of light shot out towards the blue thorny cat's forehead. Chi! The ray of light ferociously pierced through the blue thorny cat's Do Chi. It was instantly met with a huge resistance. The blue thorny cat's Do Chi started to boil like boiling oil. All of the blue thorny cat's Do Chi rushed towards the blue thorny cat's Do Chi. As the ray of light penetrated deeper into the blue thorny cat's Do Chi, the blue thorny cat's Do Chi became more and more intense. In an instant, the blue thorny cat's Do Chi and the golden sword flash clashed against each other. The blue thorny cat's Do Chi was visibly weakening, but the golden sword flash was also gradually weakening. Even at this moment, Bing Ling and Bishi couldn't help but admire the blue thorny cat's Do Chi. Not only can it increase the blue thorny cat's Do Chi, it can also gather all of its energy to block an attack. Although the blue thorny cat didn't seem to be having an easy time, at least the blue thorny cat's Do Chi didn't manage to penetrate its head. At this crucial moment, a figure silently appeared beside the blue thorny cat. A pair of beautiful eyes turned extremely sharp. It was Fei-Fei, who was ignored by the blue thorny cat. In an instant, a nimble long sword floated out from Fei-Fei's side. Fei-Fei raised the sword in her hand. Fei-Fei closed her eyes and with one hand holding the sword, she drew an arc in front of her with the other hand and lightly tiptoed. With Fei-Fei's body as the center, the sky suddenly darkened and lost all color. The temperature in the air dropped and a faint aura burst out from Fei-Fei's body. That's... Wu Yan's eyes flashed and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. A ray of moonlight suddenly appeared in the dark sky around Fei-Fei. The silver light appeared on Fei-Fei's body and spread all over Fei-Fei's body. Then, all of the light gathered towards the night elf in Feifei's hand and rose into the air. At this moment, the blue thorny cat was unable to move in order to block the golden sword attack. Feifei suddenly opened her eyes. The silver light from the night elf was like the moonlight in the night sky. Feifei raised her head and looked at the blue thorny cat. Then she swung the sword down. The air froze and a ray of moonlight appeared in the sky. Then, the moonlight condensed together and turned the surroundings into a curtain of night. The crystal-clear ray of light was dazzling as it flew towards the blue thorny cat who was in a stalemate with the golden sword attack. The blue thorny cat could only watch as the ray of light slashed towards it. It couldn't move at all. Its eyes shrunk to the size of a needle and the light in its eyes dimmed. It seemed that its owner had already predicted its fate. Before the ray of light could reach it, the blue thorny cat raised its head and let out a final cry. Then, it was enveloped by the ray of light. Night moon flash, Feifei's cold voice and the blue thorny cat's cry rang out in the night sky. The ray of light on the blue thorny cat's body brightened up the night sky. At the center of the ray of light, the emerald light on the blue thorny cat's body dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the blue thorny cat's 2-meter-long body returned to 1 meter long and revealed its original form. Feifei, Bingling, and Bishi's eyes sharpened when they saw the blue thorny cat's true form. In the next second, the ray of light from the sword, the ray of light from the ice dagger, and the ray of light from the sword landed on the blue thorny cat's body. Bang! The ray of light from the sword, the ray of light from the ice dagger, and the ray of light from the sword struck the blue thorny cat from all directions. The blue thorny cat couldn't dodge the attack at all. No matter how fast the blue thorny cat was, it was useless. The 3 attacks landed on the blue thorny cat's body with a loud bang. Everyone could only see that the blue thorny cat was blasted into the air by Feifei, Bingling, and Bishi's attacks. Its 1-meter-long body was thrown into the air and then it fell back to the ground. Under everyone's gaze, the blue thorny cat's body bounced off the ground a few times before it stopped moving. Fresh blood dripped from the blue thorny cat's body. Smoke was coming out of the cat's body. Its body was charred black and tattered. It couldn't be more dead. Chapter 539. Feifei's Night Moon Flash is more of a magic spell than a sword combat technique. That's because it doesn't have any offensive capabilities. The effect of Night Moon Flash was to freeze everything that was hit by Night Moon Flash. No matter what it was, as long as it was hit by Night Moon Flash, it would be equivalent to being locked in a cage. At the same time, all attacks containing power would be eliminated. Yes, the effect of Night Moon Flash is to eliminate all attacks that contain force and imprison the target's body. It doesn't have any offensive capabilities. For example, if Night Moon Flash hits an opponent's sure kill attack, then the sure kill attack will be completely nullified. Just like how Feifei used Night Moon Flash to nullify Wu Yan's chaotic return to Horizon Dance. If the target of the Night Moon Flashback is the opponent, then that would be the scariest thing. That's because the moment the target is hit, the opponent's strength will be completely wiped out. Even their warrior energy and mana will be melted away. All that's left is their rotten skin. Furthermore, a Night Moon Flashback will imprison them. At that moment, Feifei's victory is basically set in stone. Just like how it was with the blue thorny cat just now, whether or not the Night Moon Flash was powerful could be seen from this. Of course, the stronger the ability, the more limitations it has. Night Moon Flash is the same. The fact that it doesn't have any offensive capabilities is secondary. The most important thing is that Night Moon Flash requires time to eliminate its target. The higher the level of the attack, the longer the time needed to be used. For example, if the Night Moon Flash hit a peak Tier 7 blue thorn cat like Feifei, it would take about 5 seconds to deplete her mana and stamina. However, if it hit Sylph, it would take about 3 to 5 minutes. That's more than enough time for Sylph to counterattack and win a round. She might even be able to break free from the spell. In other words, the Night Moon Flash was almost invincible against those of the same level. Even if it was used against those stronger than him, it would still be able to display its power. However, if it was used against those much stronger than him, then it would be equivalent to a useless battle skill. However, Night Moonflash still has the ability to defeat opponents stronger than themselves. It's much stronger than most of the battle techniques in the Spalier world. In this aspect, Fei, who created this battle technique, is truly a top-tier super genius. Everyone witnessed the power of Night Moonflash. The blue thorny cat is already dead. Warm blood is spreading out from its body. Even though this is the result of the combined attack of Fei, Bingling, and Bishi, without Night Moonflash, the blue thorny cat wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Bingling and Bishi looked at Fei with a serious expression as they recalled the sudden appearance of the night sky and the moonlight. Night Moonflash is a nightmare for those two who are slightly weaker than Fei. Fei sheathed her sword and heaved a sigh of relief. Bingling and Bishi reacted the same way. Don't think that they won the battle with the blue thorny cat without suffering any injuries. In reality, they were the only ones who knew how hard it was to win the battle. Bingling used Ice Dagger battle technique no less than 3 times. He used up more than half of his chi. Bishi also used Shadow Sword repeatedly. In the end, he even used his trump card. Fei even used her strongest battle technique, Night Moonflash. Other than Bingling, the other two have used everything they have. It wasn't that the Ice Spirit didn't give it its all. The Ice Spirit's Ice Do Chi was extremely effective in restraining the opponent. However, if it wasn't used on the opponent's speed, it would be used on the Ice Spirit's armament. Even if the Ice Spirit used it, it probably wouldn't be able to reduce the opponent's speed by much. As for restricting the opponent's armament, that's nonsense. Who has ever seen a magical beast using an armament? Before Wu Yan and the others joined the Spalier World Academy, they were ranked top 10. They were extremely talented, but they only won this battle after giving it their all. Their opponent was a magical beast of the same level as them. This battle wasn't ideal. The 3 of them know that the blue thorny cat is a special beast compared to other magical beasts. Its speed and agility are better than most of the other tier 8 magical beasts. This blue thorny cat is even more special. Not only is its strength and defense unparalleled, it also has a spell that can increase its speed. The 3 of them used this as an excuse to comfort themselves. They kept telling themselves to recover their strength, but the effect was minimal. Bingling and Bishi looked at each other. They didn't feel happy about winning the battle. Instead, Bishi looked at the blue thorny cat lying on the ground and shook his head bitterly. It's only been half a day and this magical beast is already so difficult to deal with. There will be stronger magical beasts in the future. Can we really complete the mission? The impact on the Ice Spirit's heart was even greater than Bishi's. After all, Bishi had used all his strength, but his ability was completely restricted. It was easy to imagine how depressed he was. Therefore, the Ice Spirit only nodded slightly and did not say anything. At this moment, Fei spoke. Don't think too much about it. We don't have time to think too much. Since we've decided to accept this mission, we must be prepared. The old chief is still waiting for our news. Bingling and Bishi shuddered when they heard that. The gloominess on their faces dissipated and their gazes became resolute. Sylph nodded when she saw this. Wu Yan and the others looked at each other and smiled. They walked towards Fei and the others. Sister Fei, that magical beast just now should be ranked among the top magical beasts of the same level, right? Wu Yan smiled at Fei. There's no need to guess what he's trying to say. Fei smiled and nodded. Then she cheered up a little. It's fine. You don't have to comfort me. I know I'm not as stubborn as you think. That better be the case. Wu Yan shrugged. He sighed in relief when he saw Fei pulling herself together. Why didn't you all help earlier? Bingling frowned. He looked at Chuju, Shokuha Misaki, Kinuhita Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. It would have been a lot easier if you all were here. Everyone agreed that Sylph didn't make a move. She still has to be kept as a trump card to deal with the demonic beasts coming up. Mikoto and Astria are also tier 8 for the same reason. Ikaros' strength was a flash in the pan, so no one doubted her strength. As for Wu Yan's strength, other than Fei, No one else knew about his ascension. But at the very least he managed to tie with Jaffer. Chuju and the other 4 are Tier 7. They're much stronger than the other expedition members. They can definitely fight alongside Bing Ling and the others. There's no need to preserve their strength since they haven't reached Tier 8 yet. That's why Bing Ling asked that question. However, Wu Yan's next sentence left him speechless. They didn't help because I ordered them to. Wu Yan smiled and looked at Fei Fei. Sister Fei Fei, you should quickly recover your Do Qi and leave this place before the sky turns completely dark. Before he could finish his sentence, a few whistling sounds came from above them, interrupting him. Everyone moved and looked around. Many of them were stunned by what they saw. Numerous greenish-black green thorn cats stood on the surrounding trees. Their eyes flashed with a ferocious light as they looked down at the crowd below. This caused a wave of killing intent to sweep up in this area. Chapter 540. The green thorny cats that covered the branches were greenish-black in color. Unlike the previous green thorny cat, these green thorny cats had more black parts than green parts. They were not only a meter long, each one of them was close to 3 meters long. They were much larger than the previous green thorny cat. There were about 20 to 30 of them, all of them standing on top of the surrounding trees. Their cat eyes were fixed on the people below. Apart from their bodies that didn't look like cats, they were all real cats. Unfortunately, the smell of blood in the air and their teeth that were obviously sharper than a cat's told people that they were carnivores. Initially, when the 20 to 30 thorny cats arrived at the scene, they stopped on the tree and didn't do anything else. However, when they saw the thorny cat not far away, covered in blood and charred black, their eyes widened and their fur puffed up. Their faces were filled with rage. Woo! 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 All of the green thorn cats roared as their bodies tensed up. Looking down at the people below, their eyes flickered with a faint bloody aura, causing the killing intent in the air to thicken even more. Thorny cat, level 62-65, oh my god. Some of the elite scouts couldn't believe what they saw. They looked up at the sky and felt dizzy. Even Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi's faces turned ugly. One thorny cat was enough to make them send out 3 peak rank 7 fighters to deal with it. Now they are surrounded by thorny cats. There are about 20 to 30 of them. How are they going to fight them? Could it be that they were going to let the aces of the 8th stage take action here? Fei Fei and the other 2 clenched their fists. Their faces are slightly distorted. They haven't even entered the depths of the forest yet. They are only close to the inner area of the forest. If they already have rank 8 fighters, how are they going to deal with the stronger monsters when they enter the forest? Looking at everyone's reaction, Wu Yan glanced at the blue thorn cat that is still roaring at the top of the tree and said, "You don't have to worry too much. These blue thorny cats are different from the blue thorny cat from before." Wu Yan sighed when he saw everyone's expression. Wu Yan sighed when he saw everyone's expression. You guys aren't calm at all. Take a good look at these thorny cats. They are much weaker than the previous one. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously lifted their heads to look at the blue thorny cats that were roaring at them. At this moment, they could feel that the mana waves coming from these blue thorny cats were much weaker than the one from before. Some monsters live in groups. Wu Yan's voice sounded. If I'm not wrong, the blue thorny cat just now should be the king of the blue thorny cats. Of course, the blue thorny cat is the king of the blue thorny cats. No wonder. Fei Fei came to a realization. That would explain why the green thorn cat's strength and defense were so strong. Also, that magic that could buff its body should be unique to it, right? But... Frenda looked at the dead thorny cat and then at the thorny cats on the tree. She asked in confusion, why are these cats so much bigger than their king? What's so strange about being super? Kinuhata Sai clapped her hands and casually explained, for a monster like this, which is known for its speed, its body size is small, so its speed is naturally fast. As for that super cat king, its body size is the smallest, so of course it's the strongest. Is that so? Takitsubu Riku mumbled in confusion. That should be it. Hinajiku had a crystal sword in her hand out of nowhere. So it's because their king died that they were so angry. Ah, king? Shokuhun Misaki tilted her body and chuckled. How ironic. As the king of an entire pack, he acted alone. Serves him right for being unlucky. That thorny cat's last cry, it should be calling for its companions, right? Mikoto pursed her lips. Even in death, it still wouldn't let us have a good time. As expected of a monster. Perhaps they understood Mikoto's words. The thorny cats on the tree started hissing. Their voices were filled with anger. They were dissatisfied with Mikoto's evaluation of their king. Unlike the thorny cats, the elite squad felt a weight lifted off their shoulders. Knowing that these thorny cats aren't as threatening as the previous one, they couldn't help but feel excited. Isn't this their turn to shine? They finally have a chance to shine. They've been idling around all this time, so it's only natural for them to be excited. Unfortunately, they're destined to be idling around. Can you leave this place to me? Just as the members of the elite expedition team were getting restless and were about to show off their prowess, a voice suddenly rang out and entered everyone's ears, causing their excited expressions to turn sluggish. Shokuhun Misaki's golden eyes scanned the blue thorn cats on the tree. She smiled, her white gloved hands crossed in front of her chest, and her white stockinged feet stepped forward, walking in front of everyone. Leave this place to me. Shokuhun Misaki's words had the same meaning as the previous one. Her words woke everyone up from their stupor. Everyone looked at Shokuhun Misaki strangely. Bing Ling frowned. Just you? Bishi looked at her in surprise. This isn't appropriate. Fei Fei looked at Wu Yen and the others. They seemed to have agreed with Shokuhun Misaki's decision. Fei Fei hesitated. Well. Shokuhun Misaki waved her hands without turning back. Her movements were elegant. I need to let these demonic beasts know the price they have to pay for not following their king closely and causing her to lose her life. This is bad. Wu Yen covered his face and sighed. The Queen Sama's prestige is off the charts. She's about to go crazy, but... Fei Fei and the others wanted to say something, but the thorny cats couldn't wait any longer. They have lost their king and they can't wait any longer. They want to tear these arrogant enemies into pieces. 20 to 30 green thorny cats scratched their claws, kicked off the branches, and leaped towards Shokuhun Misaki at the same time. Be careful! Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi screamed out of reflex. But in their line of sight, the thorny cats had already surrounded Shokuhun Misaki from all directions and were about to pounce on her. Shokuhun Misaki slowly pulled out a white remote control from her waist pouch. She aimed it at the blue thorny cats and pressed down on the remote control. A strange sound came from the remote control in Shokuhun Misaki's hand. The sound reverberated clearly in the air and hit the green thorn cats like a wave of physical force. The ferocious eyes of the blue thorny cats suddenly turned dull. A small star pattern appeared in their eyes, making them look more human. When the star pattern appeared in their eyes, they stopped in midair and got down on all fours to surround Shokuhun Misaki. In the next moment, all of the thorny cats actually lowered their bodies like docile kittens and surrounded Shokuhun Misaki as if they were on a pilgrimage. Their growls turned into soft meows as well. Everyone's jaws dropped. Chapter 541. Shokuhun Misaki is standing right in front of everyone. She is surrounded by a group of 3-meter-tall green thorn cats. They are all kneeling on the ground and purring softly at the center of the group. They look like lazy cats that are begging for benefits. Shokuhun Misaki is standing there gracefully. She stroked her hair and smiled. Her side profile is the only part of her face that is visible to the rest of the group. She has a unique charm to her. Queen. Someone muttered in the crowd. That was what everyone else was thinking. At this moment, Shokuhun Misaki was a queen who accepted the worship of her subordinates. Bing Ling and Bishi stared at Shokuhun Misaki, who was in the middle of the group of blue thorn cats. Their eyes were filled with envy and admiration. As men, especially men from a large family, they have dreamed of becoming the king of the world. Of course, they have dreamed of becoming the king of the world. As long as one is a man, there is a desire to conquer. For Bing Ling and Bishi, Shokuha Misaki is the most dazzling existence in the world. Even Sylph has to admit that she is inferior to Shokuha Misaki in terms of temperament. If Shokuha Misaki was a tamed and respected queen, then Sylph was a pampered princess who lived under the glory of her ancestors. It was obvious who was born and who was loved by the people. Of course, Shokuha Misaki is only superior to Sylph in terms of temperament and methods. Sylph is the stronger one in terms of talent and strength. Of course, that is only for now. Fei Fei was dazed for a moment. When she regained her senses, she sighed. Sometimes, I wonder if she's even from the same world as us. Fei Fei didn't know that her words are the truth. Shokuha Misaki seemed satisfied with her performance as the queen of the academy. She turned around and walked towards Wu Yan. The blue thorn cats that surrounded her made way for her when she walked past them. If anyone else saw this, they would think that Shokuha Misaki is the new beast king. Mikoto pursed her lips in disdain when she saw Shokuha Misaki being escorted by the blue thorn beasts. This woman really likes to play this game. How childish, era, Misaka-san. Shokuha Misaki rolled her eyes and smiled at Mikoto. You're wrong. I didn't go around looking for people to fight, and I didn't send out lightning bolts all the time. How can you say that I'm playing? What? What do you mean by that? Mikoto clenched her teeth and turned around, huffing. Are you saying that I'm childish? I didn't say that. Shokuha Misaki's eyes, which were originally on Mikoto's face, moved down to Mikoto's chest. Her lips curled into a smirk that made Mikoto's blood boil. Anyone with a discerning eye could see what she meant by that. Mikoto closed her eyes. Her small fists were clenched so tightly that they made cracking noises. Her petite body trembled non-stop. It's obvious that she's suppressing some sort of impulse. Others might not know what impulse it is, but Wu Yan can guess. It's definitely the impulse to release electricity. Wu Yan looked at the two girls who are fighting with each other. He didn't have much to say about this pair of rivals. He handed Flandre-chan to Chuju and turned to Fei Fei. Fei Fei, the blue thorn cat king's last screech might have attracted other demonic beasts. You two should hurry up and recover your do-chi so we can find a safe place to rest for the night. Fei Fei looked at the blue thorn cats that were still kneeling on the ground. Wu Yan smiled. Don't worry. It's fine if little Chi doesn't succeed, but once she does, I've never seen anyone who can break free from her control unless she wants to. Fei Fei sat down on the ground and began to recover her do-chi. Bing Ling and Bai Shi also did the same. They were racing against time to recover their do-chi so that they could prepare for the rest of the journey. The members of the elite expedition team surrounded the three of them and acted as their protectors. This was the only thing they could do right now. Naturally, they would not slack off. Looking at Fei Fei and the other two who are sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed, Wu Yan pursed his lips and shrugged helplessly. He asked in a soft voice, "Why don't we borrow the help of some items? As the pillars of the three great houses, don't you have items that can help you recover your do-chi?" Chuju rolled her eyes when she heard Wu Yan's words. Do you think that items that can restore do-chi and mana are cabbages? Even for those big clans, these things are cabbages. At this time, they need to save as much as possible. There will definitely be a time of danger later. At that time, if these things are not enough, then it will be terrible. Shokuha Misaki shook her head and gestured to Chuju. Chuju, you don't have to tell him that. He is a nouveau riche with the system's item list and tens of millions of item points. He won't understand. That's true. Hinaji-kun nodded in agreement. Wu Yan shut up and he didn't say anything else. In the Spalier world, the recovery speed of do-chi and mana depends on the cultivation method or mana extraction method used. The higher the level of the cultivation method, the better the recovery speed. Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi are the core members of the three great houses of Ailu Empire. Their cultivation methods are among the best in the Spalier world. It took them about 5 minutes to recover their do-chi. Wu Yan nodded when he saw Fei Fei and the other two have recovered. Let's go. It's not too late yet. Let's hope we can continue our good luck and find a place to rest. Otherwise, we won't have a good time tonight. Okay. Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi nodded. Sylph didn't object. The 4 leaders agreed and the expedition party had nothing else to say. They packed up and headed deeper into the behemoth forest. What they didn't notice is that with Wu Yan and Ko's outstanding performance, the people here are already subconsciously thinking of Wu Yan and Ko as their leader. A few dozen miles can be covered in the blink of an eye for those who are at least Tier 7. In order to find a place to rest before nightfall, everyone's speed is much faster than before. In less than half an hour, they've traveled about 10 miles into the forest. The behemoth forest is a habitat for demonic beasts. There are very few places that are suitable for humans to rest in. It's fine when there are only a few people, they can just find a piece of land and occupy it. But when there are a lot of people, it's troublesome. Without a wide enough space, it's hard to move around in the forest. Although everyone knew that it wouldn't be easy to find a suitable place for nearly 100 people to stay, they didn't expect it to be so difficult. In the next hour, they circled around the area several times, but they still couldn't find a suitable place. During this time, they also encountered a lot of demonic beasts, but in order to avoid trouble, Shokuha Misaki immediately took out a remote control every time they encountered a demonic beast. This saved them a lot of time and effort. Just as the sky was turning yellow and dusk was approaching, a rather large mound finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes, causing them to be overjoyed. This is a good place. If we set up camp here, not only will we have a clear view of the surroundings, it's also easy to defend and hard to attack. Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Fei Fei and the others and said, "Let's set up camp here." Fei Fei and the others replied. They then sent their subordinates to clean up the area and set up a place to rest for the night. Chapter 542. The area of the mound is relatively wide. The top of the mound can accommodate no less than 100 people. The lower part of the mound is enough for people to rest. The height of the mound is also about 10 meters. Even if a demonic beast appears, it would be easy to spot it if they stood on top of it. If they set up camp here, they would be able to deal with almost any situation as long as some of them were on night watch. Moreover, the high ground was easy to defend and hard to attack. It was their luck to have found such a place. The elite expedition team patrolled around the mound and after finding no traces of demonic beasts, they set up their tents. At the highest point of the mound, the elite expedition team set up 10 tents. This was for Sylph, Fei Fei, and Wu Yan's group to rest. Logically speaking, the highest point should be where the leaders of the expedition team rest. Wu Yan's group joined the expedition as outsiders. It was already good enough that they weren't allowed to set up their own tents, let alone share a place with the 4 leaders. That's how it should be. However, even though the 10 of them didn't all fight today, they still managed to impress the other members of the expedition team. There are also a few experts on the same level as Sylph in the expedition team. They will have to rely on this group for the upcoming battle. The elite expedition team thought for a bit before they decided to set up Wu Yan and Ko's tent at the highest point of the camp. The place slightly below the highest point was where the elite expedition team was supposed to be. Interestingly, during the process of setting up the tents, the members of the expedition team showed an unusual excitement. They seemed to have entered a strange state. Every one of them set up their tents with great speed and excitement. They were so happy that they almost started singing. This made Fei Fei, Sylph, and Wu Yan's group look at each other. After spending an entire day in the behemoth forest, the members of the expedition team were basically useless. They didn't need to fight, they couldn't join in the conversation, and even when they voted, they followed Fei Fei and the other 3's lead. 100 powerhouses of the 7th Order were reduced to the point of idling. Only they themselves knew how sullen they felt. Now, it's finally time for them to be put to use. That's why the expedition team was so excited. 100 7th Order powerhouses actually showed such a strong fighting spirit for something as simple as setting up a tent. It's unexpected, pity. However, it was precisely because of their unusual enthusiasm that all the tents were set up before the sun had completely set and the sky was completely dark. On the entire hill, the tents were set up in great numbers. It was quite a unique atmosphere. At this time, The curtain of night also slowly descended. In front of one of the tents on the mound, a bonfire was slowly burning, illuminating the tent. Wu Yen was sitting next to the bonfire, holding a few iron rods in his hand. On the iron rods were skewered pieces of meat. It's obvious that he's roasting meat. Skillfully twirling the iron rods in his hand, he sprinkled some seasoning on the meat. Wu Yen sighed sadly. I have so many wives, but all of them rely on me to cook. In this world, is there anyone sadder than me? If there is, please let me know so that I can worship you. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Ikaros, who was holding a bunch of seasoning, couldn't help but whisper. Master, I can do it too. You've said that no less than 10 times already, Ikaros? Wu Yen helplessly shook his head and smiled at Ikaros. Those fellows chased me out because they wanted to eat the food I cooked. If I let you cook, I might not even be able to enter the tent later. Ikaros fell silent. Actually, Ikaros' cooking skills are pretty good. After all, she received Wu Yan's teachings and she's often in charge of everyone's meals. Over time, her cooking skills soared to the sky. Unfortunately, no matter how much she improved, she can't compare to Wu Yen, who got the cooking mastery directly from the system. None of the girls are immune to Wu Yan's cooking skills. In this wilderness, there's no good cooking tools and limited ingredients. If they want to eat a good meal other than Wu Yen, who else can satisfy them? That's why Wu Yan's tent was ransacked by the girls and taken over by force. They waited until Wu Yen satisfied their demands before returning it to them. Fortunately, Ikaros is very clingy, so he didn't end up barbecuing all by himself. Otherwise, this scene would be even sadder. No, other than Ikaros, there's someone else who's clingy to Yin. Hey master, is it not done yet? Astria's crimson-red eyes stared at the barbecued meat on the iron stick. Saliva dripped down from the corner of her mouth. Wu Yan's heart ached at the sight. Can you keep your saliva to yourself? Oh? After that, the sound of someone sucking on water could be heard. Looking at the barbecued meat on the iron stick, Wu Yen lost all of his appetite. Sylph walked out of a tent not far away. Her long blue hair swayed as she walked. Her eyes were so cold that one could almost see ice in them. Coupled with her cold and delicate face, she looked like a girl born from ice. Sylph took a few steps forward and looked up at the night sky. Nobody knew what she was thinking until she heard some noise. She turned around and looked at the source of the noise. It was Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astria. When she saw the three of them, Sylph's expression turned serious. After some hesitation, she walked towards Wu Yan's direction. Suddenly, Sylph stopped. Her icy blue eyes shrunk. Her expression that hasn't changed for thousands of years showed a hint of shock. She blinked in disbelief and stared at Wu Yan's direction. To be more precise, she was staring at Wu Yan's direction. Sylph's gaze landed on Wu Yen. She looked at Wu Yan's hand that was holding the iron stick. There's a pure white ring on that hand. It's one of the 3 rings that Wu Yen brought back from the treasure hunt. It's the white ring that represents authority. How can this be? Sylph frowned after she made sure she didn't see wrong. Sylph looked up at the night sky and she glanced at Wu Yen, who is still messing around with Astria. She lowered her head and she mumbled something before she slowly retreated. On the other hand, Wu Yen didn't know that Sylph's expression changed due to the ring he got from the treasure hunt. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the scene in front of him. Hey, it's not like there's nothing left. Eat slowly. Wu Yen found it funny when he saw the girls wolfing down the food. He didn't know if they could survive without him. It's been a long time since I last tasted it. Of course I have to eat more. Mikoto's mouth didn't stop. Her words were crooked and it took him a while to decipher what she was trying to say. I think it's been less than a day since I left. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes and sighed. Yeah, it's been less than a day for us, but you seem to be enjoying yourself. Shokuha Misaki looked at Wu Yen with a half-smile. When are you going to introduce us to new sisters? The air suddenly froze. Pairs of dangerous gazes landed on Wu Yen. Wu Yen smiled awkwardly. He glanced at Shokuha Misaki, who was gloating at his misfortune. Wu Yen was furious. Shokuha Misaki, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know who's in charge. Chapter 543. As time went by, it was already very late at night. On the small hill, everything gradually calmed down. Everyone went into their own tents and started to rest. Only the footsteps of the night watchers and the sound of the bonfire could be heard on the small hill. Unfortunately, the night watchers were too focused on guarding against external intruders that they forgot to guard against internal intruders. At the highest point of the small hill, there were a few large tents. A black shadow suddenly flashed out from one of the tents. With extreme speed, it avoided all the eyes and shuttled back and forth in the dark night, bringing with it a gust of wind that blew towards the bonfire. In the end, it entered another tent. That tent belongs to Shokuho Misaki. Wu Yen and Co. are staying at the top of a small hill. However, unlike Fei Fei, Sylph, and the other girls, they didn't have their own tents. Other than Wu Yen, the other girls had their own tents and they slept in the same tents as them. The reason why I used the word almost was because among these girls, there was still one who insisted on sleeping alone in a tent. This person was of course our most prideful Her Highness the Queen. The wolf that just entered the tent let out an eerie chuckle when he saw Shokuho Misaki sleeping on her blanket. The chuckle wasn't loud, but Shokuho Misaki heard it all. She frowned as if she was dissatisfied with the sound of the wolf's laughter. Her eyelids fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. Shokuho Misaki realized something was amiss when she regained her consciousness. She quickly sat up and looked at the entrance of her tent. A black shadow entered her vision and she almost screamed in shock. Shokuho Misaki's eyes turned cold when she saw someone sneak into her tent. She was about to turn the intruder into an idiot when she heard the familiar voice. Shokuho Misaki's heart skipped a beat and her cold gaze disappeared. As expected of Jusama? Someone chuckled. Shouldn't a girl scream and shout something like, "There's a pervert," and then act out a scene of a girl chasing a guy and the guy running over the wall? Hearing this, Shokuho Misaki puffed up her chest in annoyance. "Little Yen, do you really think I'm that kind of girl?" "Indeed." Wu Yen rubbed his chin and he mused. A normal girl would ask a stranger who barged into her room, "What are you doing here?" or something along those lines. After all, it's a man and a woman who are alone together. Shokuho Misaki had a bad feeling when she heard Wu Yan's weird explanation. She felt a bad premonition coming from her heart. "Why are you looking for me?" Shokuho Misaki had a bad feeling about this. Her instincts are telling her that this person doesn't come with good intentions. Wu Yan chuckled coldly. He looked at Shokuho Misaki and said angrily, "Jusama, it seems like you've been ruining my plans a lot lately." Shokuho Misaki was stunned. She was smart enough to understand why Wu Yen came looking for her. In other words, he's here to restore his position as her husband. Thinking of this, Shokuho Misaki's bad feeling intensified. Instinctively, Shokuho Misaki giggled to cover up the panic in her heart. I'm here because I miss you so much." "I see." Wu Yen chuckled. It's obvious that he didn't listen to Shokuho Misaki's words. "But I didn't come here to listen to your explanation, Jusama?" Shokuho Misaki's smile froze on her face. Based on her understanding of Wu Yen, there's only one thing that can achieve his goal of reinstating her husband's authority. This is the right time, the right people, and the fact that he didn't care about the geographical advantage. There's only one thing that can achieve his goal of reinstating her husband's authority. Shokuho Misaki forced a smile that's uglier than crying. She weakly said, "Yen-sama, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong." Since her lady queen had admitted her mistake so straightforwardly, it was only natural that she had guessed what a certain someone was planning to do here. Thus, she would rather put down her pride and beg for forgiveness from the man before her than let her pride be toyed with by a certain someone for an entire night. Furthermore, it was at this time and place. Unfortunately, her words still went in one ear and out the other. Wu Yan's face turned as dark as the bottom of a cauldron when he recalled how he almost ended up with a knife. He looked at Shokuho Misaki's panicked expression. Wu Yen pounced on her. Shokuho Misaki panicked. She tried to get up from the blanket in an attempt to avoid the hungry wolf. But before she could get up, she was pressed back down onto the blanket by a weight that came from above. Shokuho Misaki has a great body. Only Ikaros and Astrea can surpass her. Wu Yen felt a soft sensation in his heart when he pinned her down. You bastard! Let go of me! Shokuhun Misaki panicked. She started squirming around in fear. However, her movements didn't manage to get her out of Wu Yan's grasp. Instead, Wu Yen reacted by pressing a hard object against her body. Shokuhun Misaki froze up and didn't dare to move anymore. But just because Shokuhun Misaki didn't move doesn't mean Wu Yen is going to let her go. Yen-sama. We are in the wild, we are in the behemoth forest. Shokuhun Misaki cried out in pain. The wild isn't that bad, I've never tried the wild before. Wu Yen licked his lips and revealed a smile that made Shokuhun Misaki shiver. We have to give it a try, right? Shokuhun Misaki shook her head and she gulped. She forced herself to calm down. She tried to reason with Wu Yen. Little Yen, don't forget, we still have a very important matter to attend to. We still have to travel tomorrow and the matter of the Beast King hasn't been decided yet. We should focus on the bigger picture, we shouldn't be fooling around. Little Yen, you are a sensible person, I'm sure you wouldn't do something like this, right? Oh, I see. Wu Yen pretended to think for a bit. You're right, the matter of the Beast King is a big deal, right? Shokuhun Misaki seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope for survival. She spared no effort in trying to convince Kirito to stay alive. With our relationship, we still have a long way to go. We can do something private like this anytime. However, the matter of the Beast King is a big deal. We have to put off our private matters for now. This is what a man should do. So, Yen-sama, we should deal with the bigger picture first before we deal with our private matters, right? Shokuhun Misaki flashed Wu Yen a charming smile. To protect her dignity and her pride, Shokuhun Misaki used 120% of her ability to talk back to Wu Yen. They are currently in the middle of nowhere with patrols all around them. The only thing they can use to cover their private parts is a small tent. If Wu Yen were to do something to her here, knowing Jusama's personality, she would probably spend the whole night trying to please the werewolf in front of her. Shokuhun Misaki also knew the shameless bastard on top of her. She knew that if she couldn't escape from him tonight, he would use all sorts of methods to humiliate her. For example, he would make her moan loudly, make her moan with all her might. When that happens, there will be patrols around and she will be tortured. Shokuhun Misaki had no choice but to give up her dignity and beg for mercy. Otherwise, she would have to give up even more dignity. Chapter 544. One has to admit that Shokuhun Misaki's thinking is very good, and she's also very eloquent. She's able to come up with such a good reason in such a short time. However, Shokuhun Misaki seems to have forgotten a crucial factor. The person she is in close contact with is not easy to fool, especially when there are benefits to be had. Jusama? Just when Shokuhun Misaki thought she could get away with it, Wu Yen mercilessly shattered her delusions. I think that compared to the so-called big matter, it's better to solve this private matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's not a good feeling to be kicked in the back by your own wife every time. That's right, I don't think so. Shokuhun Misaki's body trembled as she begged. There won't be a next time, so please forgive me this time. Wu Yen smiled. It was a bright smile, but it made Shokuhun Misaki's heart sink. Looking at Shokuhun Misaki's beautiful face, Wu Yan's smile turned cold. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Every single time, it was at this moment that you were willing to beg for mercy, but afterwards, you didn't hesitate to hit me when I was down. Anyway, with your personality, you will definitely try to take revenge on me. Why don't I teach you a lesson right now? Wu Yan didn't want to listen to her anymore. He placed her hands on top of her head and grabbed one of her boobs with his other hand. The next moment, the softness that countless men dream of spread from Wu Yan's palm. Amidst a gasp of surprise, Wu Yan's hand came in contact with those plump and bouncy peaks. Those huge peaks that he couldn't grasp with one hand fell gently into his palm. Firm and soft, it's infinitely beautiful. Wu Yan, who hasn't felt Jusama's body for a long time, narrowed his eyes in pleasure. After the scream, Shokuhun Misaki let out a soft moan. Her voice weakened as she felt her breasts in Wu Yan's hand. Shokuha Misaki's expression changed, her body became hotter and weaker, all her strength was drained away. Shokuha Misaki's moans were like the prelude to everything. Wu Yan's blood started boiling and he started rubbing her plump breasts with all his might. Ah! Shokuha Misaki moaned when Wu Yan toyed with the most sensitive part of her upper body. Her eyes were so moist that they looked like they could drip water at any moment. She stared at Wu Yan's face with a blank expression. No, not here. I beg you, Yan-chun. Shokuha Misaki sobbed as she begged Wu Yan for mercy. Her chest is her weakness. If Wu Yan can get his hands on her weakness, Shokuha Misaki wouldn't be able to fight back. She had no choice but to beg for mercy. At this moment, Shokuha Misaki regretted it. She regretted teasing Wu Yan. In the end, Wu Yan only got the cold shoulder while she was punished. Outside the tent, the bonfire was still burning brightly, it dyed the tent red. Under the red light, Shokuha Misaki's beautiful face exuded an enchanting charm. Her delicate skin, soft lips, and firm breasts made Wu Yan unable to stop himself. His hands started to rub her breasts even more. However, things have to be done step by step. It's not good to rush things. Otherwise, Wu Yan will die of depression before he reaches the final step. As if he's exploring something, his palm gently traced the shape of those towering peaks. The fullness that can't be grasped with one hand morphed into all sorts of shapes as he needed. His fingers carelessly glided over the peaks as he slowly climbed up to the peak. Then, he grabbed the softness that can move one's heart as he lightly pressed and pinched. Ah! Shokuha Misaki couldn't help but let out a sweet moan. Her body seemed to be several times more sensitive than usual, causing her mind to go blank. Her body and mind were assaulted by an inexplicable sense of excitement and shame. Shokuha Misaki could see the patrolling figures outside the tent. She knew that if she made too much noise and they heard her, they would most likely barge in. When that time comes, Shokuha Misaki's eyes trembled. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. She begged for mercy even though she knew her efforts were futile. She begged for mercy, but the softness from the deepest part of her body was quickly eroding her will to resist. She knew she didn't want to do this. She knew her body shouldn't be doing this, but she couldn't stop. Her last bit of strength dissipated in an instant. In front of Wu Yan, not only did it have no effect, it was like he was teasing her and encouraging her to continue. Why is it always like this? Shokuha Misaki's face was covered in tears. Slowly, Shokuha Misaki's eyes turned watery. She couldn't even complete her sentence. Her voice was monotonous as she collapsed under Wu Yan's body. Her face was flushed red and her skin was dyed a beautiful crimson. She had no other choice. As the most rational girl in Wu Yan's crystal palace, she has lost all of her luxuries. No, not only her rationality, even her strength to resist is almost gone. Shokuha Misaki couldn't resist any of Wu Yan's actions. A sudden stimulation made Shokuha Misaki moan. That's because Wu Yan's hands were on her breasts. Under Wu Yan's guidance, a pair of big hands started rubbing her boobs. Shokuha Misaki's breathing quickened as the hands rubbed against her breasts. Shokuha Misaki tried to hold her breath, but when she opened her mouth, it was like a rabbit that just broke free. Shokuha Misaki used her last bit of consciousness to clench her teeth. She tried her best not to be too loud. Suddenly, Shokuha Misaki screamed. Following her scream, a piece of clothing that was supposed to be on her body flew into the air and landed on the ground. Shokuha Misaki's clothes left her body and she felt a chill in her head. She regained some of her consciousness and her body trembled as she moaned. Arg! Let me go this time. Wu Yan looked at Shokuha Misaki in shock. He continued to rub her breasts and said, "You still haven't given up." Shokuha Misaki whimpered a few times and said with a red face, "Then at least wait until we get back, I say, Jisama?" Wu Yan sighed and shook his head. "Do you think you've ever succeeded in resisting me?" Shokuha Misaki froze. She recalled that ever since she met Wu Yan, she has never succeeded in resisting him. Even when they first met, she was led by the nose. Shoko Misaki's face was covered in tears again. It turned out that the brilliance of his entire life had all been ruined here. I am the Queen of Tokuwadai, the Queen of Spalier World Academy. How can I admit defeat like this? At least let me succeed in resisting him once, Shoko Misaki screamed in her heart, but soon, she screamed again. This time, it was accompanied by 2 pieces of clothing. Chapter 545. Gazing at her perky breasts, they're lying flat on the ground but they're perky and firm. Maybe it's due to the intense stimulation, they're glowing with a beautiful red hue. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes gradually turned heated as he stared at her. Shoko Misaki's resistance was completely destroyed by this sudden stimulation. She didn't even have the chance to think twice before she died. Ha, 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 ha. Ugh. Ugh. Shoko Misaki gasped for air. She didn't know where she got her strength from, but she tightened her body. Her waist was 5 centimeters off the ground. It was as if she was giving Wu Yan her most precious treasure. The person on top of her kept caressing her most sensitive parts. The intense pleasure was transmitted directly to her heart. This wasn't the first time Shoko Misaki experienced this sensation, but every time she experienced it, she couldn't help but fall into it. She longed for what was about to happen next. This thought caused her to be in a dilemma every time she did it. Ugh. No. Her body started to disobey her. Her heart was pounding nonstop. Shoko Misaki tried her best. She tried her best not to cry out, but the effect was unbearable. Unknowingly, Shoko Misaki fell into the control of pleasure. Wu Yan pressed his body down a little. He continued to perform Taiji fist on Shoko Misaki's perky breasts. Wu Yan's body started to heat up. Wu Yan couldn't hold it in any longer. He buried his head between her breasts. The pleasure from her chest spread through her entire body. Shoko Misaki screamed louder than before. After she screamed, Shoko Misaki was scared out of her wits. She endured the numbness in her chest and raised her head to look at the tent. When she confirmed that the patrolling guards didn't notice her, she sighed in relief. Shoko Misaki was so excited that she almost cried. This feeling of constantly worrying about her house being destroyed was really uncomfortable, but it was also sweet and strong. Shoko Misaki felt that her hands and feet were slightly trembling. Ugh, you bad guy. Shoko Misaki looked at Wu Yan burying his head between her breasts. Shoko Misaki scolded him, but the atmosphere was getting more and more intimate. She knew that if this goes on, she will fall into his arms. Wu Yan isn't going to stop, so she accepted her fate. She took a deep breath and she closed her eyes. She stored up all her remaining energy so she could use it to suppress her moans later. Wu Yan didn't say anything, he just smiled and hugged Shoko Misaki. While rubbing her breasts, he covered her lips with his own. Ugh. Shoko Misaki slowly lost her consciousness. She was doing things to please Wu Yan. She accepted his invasion. After a long time, her lips finally parted. Her eyes were watery. Wu Yan's heart heated up when he saw Shoko Misaki's seductive look. He shook his body and took off his clothes. His movements were so smooth that it was amazing. When Shoko Misaki finally reacted, a strong electric current flowed through her body. Shoko Misaki raised her head and moaned. She wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's neck. Everything was settled. A pair of slender legs wrapped around Wu Yan's waist. Her body contained everything that Wu Yan had. Shoko Misaki's body was filled with indescribable pleasure. It didn't matter if she was willing or not, she had to accept this boundless pleasure. It was a pleasure that made her lose herself. It was a pleasure that made her soul go into a trance. Her soft and supple body pressed against Wu Yan's. Wu Yan cupped Shoko Misaki's buttocks with both hands and he started thrusting her body in and out of his arms. The electric current hit Shoko Misaki's body. It went straight to the deepest part of her body. Shoko Misaki felt like her whole body was burning. She started to feel dizzy. A strong feeling forced her to open her mouth. Shoko Misaki couldn't resist it. She could only raise her hands and cover her mouth, trying to keep the noise that might attract people's attention in her mouth. At this moment, Shokuha Misaki was surprisingly weak. It should be said that every girl is as soft as water at this moment. Shokuha Misaki didn't know how tempting it was for Wu Yen to see her trying to suppress her moans. He started to move her up and down faster. Shokuha Misaki started to feel more comfortable. Wu Yen started to take advantage of her. The strong stimulation made Shokuha Misaki tear up. She watched as Wu Yen enjoyed her body. Her heart was filled with hatred. She tried her best to hold back her moans, but Wu Yen still moved her even more. Is he really not worried about being discovered? Or does he want his wife's body to be seen by other people? Shokuha Misaki was lying on top of Wu Yen. She passively accepted Wu Yen's thrusts. Her delicate face was flushed red. Her slender legs touched Wu Yen's waist from time to time, giving him a different kind of stimulation. He started to move her even faster. Her sensitive body gave Shokuha Misaki the greatest stimulation. Shokuha Misaki panicked. She covered her mouth with her hands and moaned. Her moans reverberated in the tent. The cold tent felt like it was burning under the influence of the ambiguous atmosphere. The temperature rose as if it was on fire. Finally, under the stimulation of the intense pleasure and the shame of being discovered, Shokuha Misaki reached her peak. The pleasure rushed into her mind, and in that moment, the most beautiful moment of her life bloomed. Her snow-white skin was dyed with a cute shade of pink. The air was filled with heat. Shokuha Misaki's eyes rolled back slightly, fine beads of sweat dripped down her body, telling others about her current state. Needless to say, at this moment, Shokuha Misaki actually managed to hold back her moans. Shokuha Misaki panted heavily. Her full breasts bounced up and down as she panted. Her stamina has always been her weak point, so for her to be able to last this long, it must be said that it's quite impressive. Finally, it's over. Shokuha Misaki collapsed in Wu Yan's arms. She breathed a sigh of relief. During that period of lovemaking, Shokuha Misaki's most basic perseverance was challenged. There were many times when she almost screamed. She was scared out of her wits. She was constantly worried that she would be discovered. She had to endure the punishment throughout the entire process. Only Shokuha Misaki knows how sad it was. But at the same time, it was also a very stimulating scene. That's why Shokuha Misaki surrendered quickly. Shokuha Misaki felt lucky but also frustrated. After all, Arjun-sama always thought that she was the one on top. Unfortunately, just as Shokuha Misaki was feeling conflicted, Wu Yen made his move again. He placed Shokuha Misaki on the blanket and made her lie down with her back facing him. Shokuha Misaki realized something and panicked. Before she could beg for mercy, her body was penetrated again. Her begging turned into panting. She started moaning like a bitch. Shokuha Misaki's last thought was that she was too sweet. Chapter 546. The next day, the sunlight shone into the small hill and onto the tents. The people who had rested here for the night came out of their tents one after another. They packed up their things and extinguished the bonfire. They were ready to continue on their journey. Fei-Fei, Sylph, Bing-Ling, and Bishi came out of their tents early in the morning. They gathered together to discuss their next course of action. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Flandra-chan, Astria, Kinuta-sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku are having fun with each other to pass the time. They are probably the only ones who can have fun in this kind of environment. The elite expedition team members are constantly worrying about when they will die in the jaws of demonic beasts. Fei-Fei and the others are also thinking about whether they can complete the mission and whether there will be any danger ahead. They are not like Chuju and the others who are here for a field trip. It is fortunate that Chuju and the others aren't members of the elite expedition team. They were asked to tag along. Otherwise, Fei-Fei and the others would have a headache. Even the elite expedition team members would be dissatisfied. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that they are strong enough, these people would definitely protest and not allow anyone to drag them down. While everyone else is busy with their own tasks, Chuju and the others are bored to death. They don't know why, but they are usually having fun fooling around with each other. Whenever they know someone is nearby and hasn't shown up, they would feel annoyed no matter how much fun they are having. Why hasn't Oniai-chan come out yet? Flandra-chan laid on top of Hinajiku's body listlessly. She called out weakly, completely different from her usual lively self. He's probably still sleeping in, that's how he is. Chuju ruffled Flandra-chan's hair. Even though she said that, her eyes kept drifting towards the tents. Astria couldn't help but groan as she laid on the ground. Master, please come out, I'm hungry, don't you think it's super dirty? Kineta-sai was speechless when she saw Astria sprawled on the ground. She was obviously talking to a cow. Astria didn't care about her image at all. She continued sprawling on the ground. Perhaps, in Astria's worldview, food is always the most important thing. In the end, you better get up quickly, this is too much. Frenda said. Her gaze landed on Astria's oval breasts that were exposed from lying on the ground. Her eyes flashed with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Unlike the other girls who were chatting, Ikaros and Takitsubo Riku didn't take the initiative to speak. They only answered a question or two when Chuju and they spent the rest of their time staring at the tents, hoping to see a familiar figure walk out. As time passed, the most impatient Mikoto finally couldn't wait any longer and stood up. I'll go wake up that lazy bastard. Can't you just super ignore him? Kinuhidasai waved her hand nonchalantly. It's not like he'll be super tired if he doesn't super wake up naturally. Might as well super sleep him to death. Frenda shook her head when she heard Kinuhidasai's malicious words. She glanced at Wu Yan's tent and turned to look at the other tent. She scratched her beret in confusion. It's fine if that guy isn't awake, but why isn't Shokuho awake yet? She should be drinking tea by now. Frenda's words caused all the girls present to react, and a thought flashed through their minds. It's fine if Yen isn't awake, but Shokuho Misaki isn't awake either. Mikoto narrowed her eyes. Something's not right, it's not like that woman. Even Mikoto, who hated Shokuho Misaki the most, felt the same way, let alone Astria, Kinuhidasai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku, who spent a lot of time with Shokuho Misaki at the Spalier World Academy. Frenda touched her face, tilted her head, and suddenly said something shocking. Say, Shokuho didn't get up, could it be because of that guy? Or, could it be that the two of them were in the same tent? The girl's expression froze. Other than Flandra-chan, 7 pairs of eyes looked at the 2 tents. Those are Wu Yen and Shokuho Misaki's tents. Takitsubo Riku hesitated for a moment. She looked like she was struggling with something. It didn't take long before she weakly defended Wu Yen. I don't think so, this is the wilderness and we have important things to do. Even if it's him, he wouldn't choose to do it at this time. Takitsubo Riku's face blushed. Combined with the fact that she might say, choose to do it at this time, it's hard to imagine. However, Mikoto's lips curled into a cold smile when she heard Takitsubo Riku's words. Do you really think he wouldn't choose to do it at this time? With his personality? Takitsubo Riku opened her mouth as if she wanted to defend Wu Yen, but in the end, she couldn't say anything. It seems like even Takitsubo Riku, who is always on Wu Yan's side, doesn't dare to vouch for Wu Yan's personality. Or rather, she vouches for Wu Yan's moral integrity. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other. They looked at the 2 tents in the distance and thought about the possibility of Frenda's words. The more they thought about it, the more likely it is. Their beautiful faces darkened. Just as they were about to barge into the tents, Wu Yan's figure finally appeared. His appearance made Chuju and Mikoto's gloomy faces even darker. That's because the tent Wu Yen came out of is Shokuho Misaki's tent. Wu Yen, who looked like he just drank 2 caddies of ergotu, murderous aura. As soon as he said that, 2 figures appeared in front of him, giving him a big fright. When he got a good look at the 2 figures, he let out a sigh of relief. But then he raised his guard again. That. Wu Yen smiled awkwardly and raised his hand. My 2 heroines, can you not look at me like that? I'm scared. Hinajiku and Mikoto smiled at him, but there's not a hint of a smile in their smiles. Hey Yen, can you tell me? Mikoto's bangs fluttered. That's a sign that she's about to fire. Do you know why you came out of that woman's tent? Oh, so that's what it is. Wu Yan relaxed and rolled his eyes at Chuju and Mikoto. And here I thought it was something serious. That scared me to death. Chuju's mouth twitched. How can you answer our questions in such a nonchalant tone? Huh? Wu Yan looked at Hinajiku strangely. There's nothing to be concerned about. Is there a problem with sleeping with my wife? Hinajiku and Mikoto glared at the nonchalant Wu Yan. The table of their hearts was flipped 100 times in a row. What's the problem? It's a big problem. Mikoto gritted her teeth and glared at Wu Yan. Do you know what time, place, and situation you're in? You're doing such a shameless thing here and you're still so nonchalant. Mikoto's words made him speechless. It's because of this time, place, and situation that I have to do this. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well at night. You. Chuju and Mikoto were stunned. Wu Yan glanced at Hinajiku and then looked at Mikoto before he punched his fist into his palm. Are you guys jealous? Jealous. Chuju and Mikoto's faces turned red. Wu Yan teased. How about I sleep at your place tonight? No need. Chapter 547. Since they already had a day's worth of travel experience, the exploration mission in the Behemoth Forest went much smoother today compared to yesterday. Disregarding everything else, the group of more than 100 people walked for 3 to 4 hours without encountering a single demonic beast. This was not only because of luck. The most important thing was that this time, everyone was fully alert. Their sense of crisis had been raised completely. Their efficiency had increased a lot. Everything had become much more advantageous because of their self-enthusiasm. During the journey, Fei, Bingling, and Bishi walked at the front while the others walked behind them in an arc formation. Wu Yan's group of 10 and Sylph walked in the center of the formation. Fei and the other 3 had a discussion in the morning. They all agreed that Wu Yan's group and Sylph's group would be the most important to carry out the mission. Without them, they would have a hard time moving forward when encountering demonic beasts in the depths of the Behemoth Forest. That's why Wu Yan's group and Sylph's group must be in perfect condition before encountering any demonic beasts. Therefore, the group of 11 people, including Sylph, entered the protection zone of the expedition team. They are conserving their energy for the upcoming battle. After an unknown amount of time and avoiding countless demonic beasts, Fei and the other 2 who were walking at the front suddenly stopped. The rest of the group also stopped and looked ahead. The forest in front of them is still the same as the surroundings. However, the people present aren't just there to make up the numbers. They can feel that even though the forest in front of them doesn't look any different from the surroundings, they can feel a very oppressive aura coming from within. There's also a dense and powerful mana fluctuation coming from within. Fei, Bingling, and Bishi's expression turned serious. They turned around and looked at the rest of the group. We are about to enter the depths of the Behemoth Forest. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Fei and the others' expressions turned serious. Wu Yan's group, on the other hand, had a sudden realization. No wonder the oppressive aura is so intense. It turns out that the depths of the Behemoth Forest are right in front of them. After countless years of exploration by the people of the Spalier world, the Behemoth Forest is divided into 3 regions based on the rank of demonic beasts. The outermost region is generally inhabited by demonic beasts that are rank 5 and below. Demonic beasts that are rank 5 and above rarely appear in the outermost region. Therefore, the region where rank 5 demonic beasts reside is the outermost region of the Behemoth Forest. Next is the inner region. The inner region is mainly inhabited by rank 6 and rank 7 demonic beasts. Rank 8 demonic beasts rarely appear in the inner region. Demonic beasts that are rank 5 and below are reduced to food. Therefore, the inner region of the Behemoth Forest is where Wu Yan and the others encountered the blue thorn cats and the small hill. The remaining core region is the deepest region of the Behemoth Forest. The deepest region of the Behemoth Forest is much smaller than the inner region. It's even smaller than the outer region. Even the demonic beasts that live here are the least. However, The demonic beasts that can live here are all extremely powerful soul beasts. Demonic beasts that are rank 7 and below are almost extinct. Peak rank 7 demonic beasts are the bottom line here. Only rank 8 demonic beasts can occupy this region. Demonic beasts that can occupy this region are rank 9 demonic beasts. Here, I would like to remind everyone. Bing Ling looked at everyone and continued Fei Fei's words. We can encounter anything in the deepest region of the behemoth forest. It's no longer a game like before. There are almost no rank 7 demonic beasts in there because they don't have the qualifications to stay there. In the depths of the giant beasts forest, the weakest magical beasts we encounter are at least at the peak of the 7th rank. 8th rank magical beasts might not be everywhere, but there are definitely more of them than here. If we aren't careful, Bing Ling went silent and didn't say anything else. However, everyone's heart felt heavy. There's no need to think about what rank demonic beasts are stronger than rank 8 demonic beasts. Even Wu Yen and Ko, as well as Sylph, didn't look as nonchalant as they were before. Bishi took a few steps forward and said to everyone, "We have to be extra careful from now on. This is the only thing we can do." Wait a moment. The 3 of us will continue to lead the way. Everyone gather behind us and monitor the surroundings. Wu Yen and Sylph, you two will be in the center. Be ready to support us at any time. Yes. The members of the expedition team replied in unison. Wu Yen and Sylph also nodded in agreement. Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi turned around and walked into the forest. They looked like they were ready to throw caution to the wind. The others followed closely behind them. After entering the deepest region of the behemoth forest, everyone slowed down their pace and increased their vigilance. This place is completely different from before. Rank 8 demonic beasts might appear at any time. Everyone has to be on high alert. That's why they would rather slow down than get into trouble for no reason and end up in hell. The surrounding trees were constantly moving backwards as the group moved forward. The atmosphere was so quiet that it was frightening. There wasn't even the slightest cry of a magical beast. This caused most of the people present to have goosebumps. Chills flowed through their hearts, and they couldn't help but move closer to each other. The girls are no exception. Or rather, they aren't from this world, so they are more sensitive to this atmosphere compared to the others. Hinajiku and Mikoto are already holding each other's hands tightly. Kinuhata Sai-ai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku couldn't help but get closer to each other. Even Shokuha Misaki, who held a grudge against Wu Yen, grabbed Wu Yan's arm. It's not hard to imagine how deadly this environment is to a girl. Ikaros, Astria, and Flandra-chan were the only ones who didn't seem to have any changes in their behavior. Of course, they are nothing compared to the 3 of them. One of them is a natural-born vampire, one of them is an idiot, and one of them is a vampire. They are like fish in water in a quiet environment. They are completely unaffected by the environment. As they walked, traces of fog suddenly appeared around them, causing their expressions to change. "Everyone, be careful," Fei Fei whispered. The further they walked, the thicker the mist got. It didn't take long for the mist to thicken. They couldn't even see the trees around them. The white mist filled everyone's vision, causing them to feel nervous. The fog in front of them was still spreading. It was like a silk thread spreading out. After it floated out, it spread very far. Soon, it completely covered the area in front of them. They could no longer see the road clearly. Without a doubt, this was a very bad situation. With the cover of the fog, no matter how vigilant they were, there would be times when they would be taken advantage of. The scope of their search was also reduced by a lot. Most importantly, they couldn't see the path clearly. It was very likely that they would get lost and end up going around in circles in the giant beast's forest. "This is going to be troublesome," Fei Fei muttered. She looked at the mist in front of her and stopped. Everyone else stopped as well. At this time, the most taboo thing was to wander around aimlessly. Getting lost was one of the problems. What they were afraid of was that as they walked, the people around them would scatter. When that happened, it would be the most troublesome time. The behemoth forest itself is irregular. It covers an area that spans 3 empires. It's bigger than any of the empires. It's obvious how vast it is. It's only a matter of time before they get separated from each other. Chapter 548. The fog in the forest did not stop spreading even though everyone had stopped moving. Everyone stood at the same spot and only exchanged 1 or 2 sentences. During these 1 or 2 sentences, the fog became a little thicker. Now, even some people felt a little lost when they looked at their companions who were a little further away from them. What should we do? Should we wait for the fog to disperse or? Fei Fei turned to look at Bing Ling and Bai Shi, asking for their opinion. Bing Ling and Bai Shi smiled bitterly and shook their heads. They didn't say anything. It seems like even they couldn't make up their minds. None of the people present had anticipated the arrival of this fog, so they all chose to bide their time. In this kind of unknown situation, recklessly making a decision was a foolish thing to do. Fei Fei and the others had already decided to gather together and discuss it. Wu Yen clicked his tongue in boredom when he saw Fei Fei, Sylph, and the other 2 gathered together. He clicked his tongue in a bored manner. He wanted to borrow the power of the system item to get through this foggy weather. His hand stopped halfway through his action. In the quiet environment, a series of rustling sounds could be heard clearly in everyone's ears. At first, everyone thought that it was the sound of wind blowing through the surrounding trees. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. Compared to the sound of wind blowing, this strange sound was more like the sound of something rubbing against a tree trunk. Something's up. Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi returned to their original formation and readied their armaments. The members of the expedition party finally showed their elite qualities. They surrounded everyone in a circle and looked around vigilantly. Everyone could clearly hear that in the dense fog, there was a strange sound that was not very loud, but very clear. That sound was like a snake crawling on the sand. It was the sound of something rubbing against something. Everyone focused their attention on their surroundings in an attempt to discover something. Time slowly passed. Other than the rustling sound, there was no other movement. Wu Yen frowned. Is it really the sound of the wind? No. Mikoto shook her head. The sound of the wind wouldn't be this rhythmic, it wouldn't be constant either. This is definitely not the sound of the wind. Master? Ikaros's pupils shrunk, blood-red dots could be seen in her eyes. I've detected the presence of a life form within a certain range. That's right. It's a life form. Shokuhun Misaki nodded. I can also feel a psyche wave around us. You can feel it? Wu Yen looked at Shokuhun Misaki. Can you control it? No. Shokuhun Misaki shook her head without hesitation. This psyche wave is beyond my control. It might be. Pink cherry blossom petals curled around Chuju's palm and a crystal sword appeared in Chuju's hand. The sword's blade shone with a bright luster. A Tier 8 demonic beast. The words Class 8 magical beast entered the ears of everyone present, causing their hearts to tighten. Before they could react, the sha-sha sound that reverberated in the surroundings abruptly stopped. Immediately after, the sound of air being torn apart resounded, bringing with it a gust of wind as it charged towards the crowd. It's here! Someone shouted. Then, everyone saw a series of black shadows rapidly expanding in the mist, bringing with them the faint sound of wind. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's a series of water orbs. A gigantic water ball with a diameter of 0.5 meter and a body that flickered with a metallic luster attacked the crowd from all directions. Although it was a water ball, the water ball was filled with an enormous amount of magic power. Listening to the sonic booms caused by the water orbs, no one doubted that if they're hit by these seemingly harmless water orbs, they'll be severely injured at the very least. Bing Ling, who was standing at the front, coldly snorted. A majestic dou qi suddenly rose from his body. The dou qi suddenly spread outwards. Then, the dou qi that spread outwards directly enveloped the water balls that were attacking. In the next moment, the water balls violently trembled. The water vapor was rapidly consumed. Under everyone's gaze, they slowly condensed into ice balls and fell to the ground. Bing Ling's actions caused the group to move as well. At this moment, no one showed any signs of panic. Everyone released their do qi and magical energy to block the water orbs. One after another, the armaments danced in the air, leaving afterimages in the air as they struck the water balls. The water balls that were struck by the armaments were either detonated or flung away. The performance of the members of the expedition team was on a completely different level compared to the previous day. However, there were too many water orbs. Even though Bing Ling managed to neutralize some of them, the elite expedition team still couldn't defend against them. They could only dodge and let the water orbs fly behind them. Behind them was Wu Yan's group and Sylph. Sylph raised her head and looked at the incoming water orbs. Her icy blue eyes flashed with a cold light. The temperature around her suddenly dropped a lot. At the same time, her body began to burn with icy blue magical energy. With a wave of her hand, countless snowflakes suddenly appeared around her and were scattered. The fog that permeated the air condensed into ice particles, and the temperature rapidly dropped. Snowflakes danced in the air, and all the water balls that passed by were weakened in an instant. Their volume was greatly reduced. These snowflakes seemed to have grown eyes as they drifted towards the surrounding water balls. Any water ball that was touched by the snowflakes would be significantly slowed down, reducing the pressure on everyone by a lot. Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi stood guard at the front. They observed the battle situation of their companions. They watched as they released battle techniques, magic, armaments, and even neutralized the water orbs from time to time. Fei Fei and the other two nodded. Then, they noticed Sylph's attack and their expression turned slightly helpless. They didn't expect that the moment they entered the depths of the behemoth forest, Sylph's time to attack has already arrived. At this moment, a loud whistling sound was heard. A fiery red silhouette suddenly flashed through the mist. At the same time, a large number of water orbs exploded from all directions like meteors crashing down on everyone. The water orbs are twice the size of the previous ones. The members of the expedition party were shocked. They quickly raised their armaments to defend themselves. However, a series of water orbs with a diameter of more than a meter still managed to push them back. In the blink of an eye, a gap was formed in the mist. A water javelin shot out at an incredible speed. It pierced through the mist and through the gaps in the fog. With a cold gleam, it headed straight for the group of people in the center. Its target was none other than Kinuhata Sai. Kinuhata Sai's eyes turned cold. She raised her right hand, and a thick cloud of mist wrapped around her small fist, turning into a faint mist circle. Kinuhata Sai then threw her fist straight at the water javelin. But right at this moment, a water javelin that was much smaller than the previous one, but twice as fast, struck like a bolt of lightning. Before the water javelin could collide with the mist, the water javelin collided with the mist, causing the mist to disperse and scatter. Being caught off guard, even Kinuhata Sai couldn't help but be shocked. She quickly activated her ability to control the nitrogen gas and the white clouds around her body to form a cocoon-like object, wrapping Kinuhata Sai in it for defense. Bang! The water javelin collided with the mist ring. The mist and water javelin dispersed and Kinuhata Sai's figure was revealed. Kinuhata Sai heaved a sigh of relief. She was about to say something when Chuju, Mikoto, and the others exclaimed. Kinuhata Sai's body tensed up. "Watch out!" Before she could finish her sentence, a black tentacle covered in mucus shot out from the mist and reached Kinuhata Sai in an instant. Chapter 549. Everything happened too quickly. No one expected something like this to be hidden behind the water ball and water javelin. When the black tentacle reached Kinuhata Sai, everyone in the expedition team, including Fei Fei and the other two, couldn't react in time. Frenda was the closest to Kinuhata Sai, but Frenda's strength was weaker than Kinuhata Sai's. If Kinuhata Sai couldn't handle the tentacle, there's no need to mention her. Wu Yan's group reacted quickly, but it was too late for them to come to Kinuhata Sai's rescue. Seeing that Kinuhata Sai was about to be attacked, even Kinuhata Sai herself tried her best to thicken her nitrogen armor in order to minimize the damage from the tentacle. She gave up on resisting. At this moment, An icy blue light appeared in front of Kinohita-sai without any warning. In an instant, an ice cube with a diameter of 1 meter appeared between Kinohita-sai and the black tentacle. The icy blue light expanded outwards and the ice cube spun in a circle at an extremely fast speed. Then, the black tentacle crashed into the spinning ice cube and was repelled by a huge force. Due to the huge force, the black tentacle retracted in midair and continued its attack on Kinohita-sai. The ice cube that appeared out of nowhere only blocked the black tentacle's attack for a second, but that 1 second was enough to change the tide of the battle. From the appearance of the black tentacle to the removal of the ice cube and the attack of the black tentacle, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. Because of the black tentacle, Wu Yan's group finally reacted. Realizing that their stupor almost caused Kinohita-sai to be injured, other than Ikaros and Flandrachon, Wu Yan's group was enraged. In the next moment, 2 flashes of blue and white lightning flashed from Wu Yan and Mikoto's body. The 2 flashes of lightning danced around each other and with an unstoppable force, they struck the black tentacle. The dense blue and white electric light illuminated the entire area. Caught off guard, everyone was secretly shocked. However, before they could recover from their shock, the black tentacle was wrapped up by the electric light. In the blink of an eye, the electric light flowed out of the black tentacle, crawled into the fog along the tentacle, and hit the tentacle's owner. Hiss! A strange cry of pain rang out from the fog that had been struck by the electric current. The voice was not loud, but a powerful aura swept out along with the sound, causing a huge gust of wind to blow in the middle of the field. The elite expedition team was blown all over the place, their faces filled with shock. Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi were shocked. They raised their heads and looked in the direction of the voice, their eyes solemn. This aura, it's not something a peak tier 7 beast can release. Bing Ling's face sank. Even Wu Yan, who can challenge those of a higher tier, cannot release this aura. Bishi said bitterly. It seems like a tier 8 magical beast has really appeared. Fei Fei sighed as she looked at the mist in front of her. They had just entered the depths of the behemoth forest. No matter what Fei Fei and the other 2 were thinking, Wu Yan wouldn't know. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't say anything because he's in a bad mood right now. 2 crimson spatial ripples appeared and a pair of black iron sand swords shot out from the ripples. They pierced through the black tentacle that was paralyzed by the lightning for a dozen times. The black tentacle was cut into a dozen pieces and fell to the ground. Hiss! A painful hiss was heard as the black tentacle disintegrated. However, the pain was much more intense than before. Even so, it didn't affect Wu Yan at all. He waved his hand and put away the iron sand swords and gate of Babylon. His wine-red eyes were terrifyingly cold. Strands of golden light flashed through his eyes, revealing his inner emotions. Wu Yan took a deep breath to calm his anger. He walked up to Kinohita-sai, who was still in a daze. "Koei, are you all right?" Kinohita-sai patted her chest and waved her hand. Her breathing was a little hurried. "I'm super fine. Fortunately, I had that block of ice to block it for me. Otherwise, I would have been injured a little." Chuju, Mikoto, and the others quickly surrounded Kinohita-sai. They pulled her up and down as if they were checking if she was injured. Kinohita-sai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wu Yan looked at Sylph. "Thank you for saving Koei." Sylph shook her head and didn't say anything. However, it's already good that she responded to Wu Yan. Wu Yan was a little confused. After all, Sylph has never looked at him in the eye since the first time they met. It's not that Sylph looks down on Wu Yan. It's just that she was born this way. She won't pay attention to anyone she doesn't like. Even Astria only caught Sylph's attention after she defeated Sylph. Wu Yan didn't even pique Sylph's interest. However, Wu Yan didn't know if it's just his imagination. He felt like Sylph's attitude towards him has improved since they left the hill. Wu Yan recalled everything he did since he returned to the Spalier world. After confirming that he didn't do anything that Sylph would pay attention to, he became even more confused. Wu Yan couldn't figure out why Sylph is acting this way. He has something else he needs to do. "You all." Wu Yan took a few steps forward and looked around the foggy surroundings. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Everyone stop. Leave the rest to me. Wu Yan's tone turned cold. Unfortunately, his cold tone couldn't hide his volcanic rage. Fei Fei and the others who wanted to say something choked on their words. Ever since they entered the behemoth forest, Wu Yan's emotions haven't been affected by the presence of demonic beasts. Even if he knew he might encounter a Tier 9 demonic beast, he would at most get serious for a moment. Now Wu Yan's heart is filled with rage. Because he and the others were stunned for a moment, Kaneda Sai almost got hurt. Wu Yan felt a little guilty, and at the same time, his anger rose to the point of exploding. However, the culprit in the mist seemed to be enraged by the electric current and the disintegration of its tentacles. Therefore, at the moment when its anger rose, the culprit made the first move. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Continuous flying sounds came from the fog. Then, hundreds of water javelins appeared from the fog. In the most violent way, they broke through the elite expedition team's protective circle and flew towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan lifted his head and the crimson ripples in the air started to ripple. The ripples reverberated in the air like a curtain of water. Hundreds of black lights shot out from the ripples and collided with the water javelins. The water javelins were shattered into pieces and scattered into the air like water droplets. The black lights that came out from the Gate of Babylon are naturally the iron sand sword. How dare you hurt the people around me? Wu Yan grabbed the hilt of a sword and pulled it out of a crimson space ripple behind his shoulder. Wu Yan grabbed the hilt and pulled it out of the ground. The silvery white sword was flowing with a fiery red air current. The air current jumped around every corner of the sword, bringing with it a destructive red lotus flame that enveloped the entire sword. Prepare to be smashed into pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, the vision of everyone present was instantly filled with the fiery red flames of the red lotus. At the same time, the atmosphere and temperature became scorching hot. Chapter 550. In the middle of the misty forest, the crimson lotus flame shot up into the sky. The heat from the flames blew across the entire area. In the blink of an eye, a pillar of red flame covered the entire area. It's like a red lotus hell or a volcano erupting. It's a terrifying sight to behold. The red lotus flames rushed into the sky and dispersed the surrounding white fog. Under the heat of the flames, the fog was torn apart and slowly dispersed to the surroundings and the sky. The originally shrouded trees gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Their vision slowly became clear. In the end, the fog completely dissipated and disappeared without a trace. The magic beast that had been hiding in the fog, releasing water balls, water javelins, and tentacles to attack everyone, appeared in everyone's sight as the fog dispersed. However, when everyone saw its true appearance, their faces changed. It's a huge octopus. Its body is 5 meters long and it's black in color. 7 of its tentacles are hanging on the trees around it. It's hanging in the air and it's blocking half of the sky. One of the tentacles that was dismembered is covered in blood and mucus. It's a menacing sight. Blackwater octopus. Level 71. The black body swayed in the air, 7 complete tentacles and 1 broken black tentacle. A portion of the tentacles were wrapped around the tree trunk, supporting the blackwater octopus's huge body, while the rest danced around its body, creating whistling sounds. Even if they were only looking at it, everyone knew that being hit by a tentacle like this was no different than being hit by a mountain. A rank 8 demonic beast. Looking at the blackwater octopus that was hanging in the air, everyone's eyes flickered. On one side of their face, a drop of sweat flowed from their temple and dripped down. Feifei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi wanted to attack, but they hesitated when they recalled Wu Yan's words. If they make the right decision, then the best way to deal with the blackwater octopus is to attack together and kill it quickly to prevent other demonic beasts from taking advantage of the situation. They'll then leave this place and continue on their way to complete the mission. Even though their opponent this time around was a rank 8 magical beast, it was easy for the people present to intervene. This large blackwater octopus definitely did not possess the same speed as the green thorny cat from before. Instead, it was more like a live target. If that was the case, it would be possible for them to surround and attack it, with Feifei, Bingling, and Bishi around, they should be able to deal with the fast magic and tentacles for now. As for the other members of the expedition team, they only need to attack the tentacles. This way, the black water octopus will be much easier to deal with. Unfortunately, Wu Yan doesn't seem to appreciate their help. Wu Yan didn't look back as if he saw through Fei Fei and the others' thoughts. He raised his Nyang Temple Shana. Don't worry. He twisted his hand around the hilt, and the flames on Nyang Temple Shana expanded by a few times. It won't take long. The trees around them suddenly burst into flames, dyeing the entire place red. The ground beneath their feet also burst into flames. In an instant, the area around them turned into a sea of fire. The flames of the red lotus burned slowly, as if it had a life of its own. It bypassed everyone present, except for the ground where everyone was standing. The flames had already filled the entire space, including the trees that the dark water octopus tentacles were wrapped around. Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi were shocked when they saw the sea of fire. Sylph frowned and Bingling cried out, "A gold armament! That's impossible!" The ice spirit immediately denied her own theory after losing her voice. "The last time you fought with me, your armament was still a rare armament. How did it suddenly become a gold armament? But this power..." Bishi looked at Nyang Temple Shana. "This power is definitely not something that a rare armament can achieve. Furthermore, the aura that the armament is emitting is indeed that of a gold armament. How can this be?" Bingling still couldn't believe it. Is it possible that the armament can evolve? Bingling guessed it right. Everyone from Spalier World Academy knows that Wu Yan has an armament that can use fire. It's Nyang Temple Shana. When Fei Fei and the others saw the red lotus flames, they knew it was Nyang Temple Shana's ability. However, they didn't expect Nyang Temple Shana to evolve into a gold armament in such a short time. Even if they didn't want to believe it, the truth is right in front of them. Be it the power or the aura emanating from Nyang Temple Shana, it's a gold armament. Maybe, Sylph spoke for the first time. He's much stronger than we thought. Hearing this, Fei Fei and the other two looked at the figure bathed in the sea of fire and became silent. The blackwater octopus on the tree let out a hissing sound. It twisted its body uneasily. It's a water-type demonic beast that can use water magic. It's a demonic beast that lives in water. Now that it's on land, water is its origin. As a water-type magical beast, the red lotus fire around it naturally made it uncomfortable for a while. In addition, the red lotus fire of Niao Dianshana was not a normal fire. Not only could the water not suppress it, it could even suppress it. That was why the black water octopus felt extremely uncomfortable. A few tentacles whizzed towards the surrounding trees. The trees that were burning with red lotus flames were sent flying. After clearing out a fire-free area, the black water octopus calmed down a little. Wu Yan's eyes flashed and he waved Niatono no Shana. The red lotus flames on the ground and trees not far away floated up into the air and flew towards the blackwater stamp. The tentacles of the blackwater octopus paused for a moment, then began to dance crazily, forming a windmill around the octopus to protect its body. The red lotus flame sprinkled on the windmill, but was blown away by the wind created by the dancing tentacles, falling to the ground nearby. Wu Yan frowned. He didn't expect the octopus to use such a method to deal with the red lotus flames. It's obvious that the octopus has a certain level of intelligence. Generally speaking, if one were to disregard other factors and only consider pure strength, when two parties of the same level, one was a human and the other was a magical beast, although their strength was the same, the winner would definitely be the human. This was because humans knew how to use their brains to think and use various fighting methods to maximize the outcome of the battle. On the other hand, magical beasts were not very intelligent and their attacks were straightforward. Therefore, even if their strength was the same, humans would be able to suppress magical beasts in battle. Against demonic beasts, as long as the disparity in strength isn't too great, it shouldn't be too difficult for humans to emerge victorious. However, the higher the rank of a demonic beast, the more intelligent it will be. Once a demonic beast advances, Its combat ability will also increase very quickly. Just as the Thunder Emperor said, demigod beast kings have the same level of intelligence as humans. That's why they're such a threat to humans. The black water octopus in front of him already possessed a certain level of thinking ability. It knew how to fight in order to display its strength. From this, it could be seen that the intelligence of a Class 8 magical beast was gradually breaking away from the range of a normal wild beast. If a Rank 8 demonic beast is already like this, then what about a Rank 9 demonic beast? It shouldn't be too far from a human, of course. If it's only at this level, it won't be a problem for Wu Yan. When he was at the peak of Rank 7, Wu Yan was already at Rank 8. His strength can't be compared to the past. He pointed Nyang Temple Shana at the ground and the red lotus flames surged. Looks like it's going to be a little troublesome. Chapter 551. The red lotus flames rising from the opposite side caused the black water octopus's twisted body to squirm uneasily. It let out threatening cries, as if it was trying to calm the uncomfortable feeling. The 8 tentacles, along with the broken one, vibrated together. As they danced and swung, the terrifying power contained within caused the flames on the ground to distort. In response, Wu Yan held the blade with one hand. The blade trembled slightly as flames burst out from the blade. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was completely shrouded in hot air. In the sky, the red lotus flames gently drifted down, depicting the scene of a rain of fire. Suddenly, the wind howled. The falling flames paused for a moment, then began to swirl. Entangling with the howling wind, they gradually condensed into a whirlpool and then spread out. A long while later, a red flaming tornado covered in dense flames appeared in front of Wu Yan. The black water octopus seemed to feel threatened. It let out a low cry, looking like it was trying to bluff. This caused Wu Yan's lips to curl into a cold arc. With a wave of the Xianxia in his hand, the huge flaming tornado howled towards the black water octopus with a sharp wind-breaking sound and a slow burning sound. The black water octopus let out a loud cry when it saw the flaming tornado. Its huge body swayed, and a large amount of black liquid suddenly gushed out from its body. The black liquid continuously flowed out and condensed into an equally large black water snake above its huge head. A tentacle suddenly stretched out and swung on top of the black water snake. The black water snake, which was completely condensed from the strange, unknown black liquid, shot out. It was mixed with a force like rotten wood, and faced the red flaming storm. Bang! One red, one black, one storm and one water snake collided. They were in a deadlock for a moment before exploding with a loud bang. The violent explosion caused a piercing pain in the ears of the people who were on guard not far away. It was extremely uncomfortable. At the moment of the explosion, a circle of strong wind rippled out from the explosion site, causing the surrounding trees to collapse one after another. They fell into the burning red lotus flames on the ground, causing the scope of the sea of fire to expand by a few degrees. The black water octopus's huge body shrunk, its sticky body strangely contracting. A layer of faint black liquid seeped out from under its body and quickly enveloped the black water octopus's huge body. Wu Yan's figure suddenly appeared beside the black water octopus. Then Xianxia, covered in the red lotus flames, streaked across the air like a heavy hammer and ruthlessly smashed into the black water octopus's body. Bang! The Xianxia heavily smashed into the black water octopus's body. However, Wu Yan's face did not have the slightest bit of joy. This was because the black water octopus's body was extremely slippery. When the Xianxia smashed into the black water octopus's body, it actually flew off the surface of the black liquid film and deviated from its path. Looking at the unharmed dirty body, Wu Yan tightened his grip on the Xianxia. The red lotus flames on the blade rose, and the temperature on the blade instantly caused the unharmed body to be scorched. Hiss! The intense pain from the body caused the black water octopus's huge body to curl up. The huge tentacles suddenly swung back and viciously swung towards Wu Yan. The huge force mixed with the wind caused Wu Yan to move and quickly dodge. The tip of his foot stepped on the ground. Immediately, cracks rapidly spread from the tip of Wu Yan's foot all the way to the ground. The ground became shaky. Wu Yan used the force to jump up and like a bullet, he shot towards the black water octopus. His figure flashed across the air. The Xianxia brought along a sonic boom and hot air as it flew towards the black water octopus. At this moment, those tentacles actually let out a shrill sound in unison. The sound was incomparably sharp. The tips of the 7 intact tentacles split open, and then, water javelins shot out one after another from inside. Glancing at the incoming water javelins from the corner of his eye, Wu Yan tightly held the Xianxia in his hand and raised a curtain of fire. It was like a circle of blooming red lotus as it spread out. Ding ding ding. Wherever the curtain of fire passed, sparks flew everywhere. The water javelins that shot over were instantly vaporized into nothingness. Not a single one landed. The figure passed through the curtain of fire and shot towards the blackwater octopus. The crowd only heard a muffled sound, followed by the blackwater octopus's painful cry. Then, they saw a huge tentacle fall from the blackwater octopus's body, heavily smashing onto the ground. After struggling for a while, it completely stopped moving. Wu Yan's body fell from the sky. The Xianxia in his hand slanted. Dark red blood flowed down the blade and gradually dripped down. Then it was vaporized by the red lotus flames. A fishy smell instantly filled the air. The blackwater octopus's body was slightly twisted. It was like a wild wolf licking its wounds, causing its huge body to have a wild aura. The tentacle closest to Wu Yan shuddered, and like an arrow released from a bow, it danced in front of Wu Yan in an instant. It tore through the air with a sharp sound. It lashed down with great force. Thick viscous liquid intertwined and splattered all over the place. It's extremely disgusting. The nauseating smell rushed into Wu Yan's nose, causing Wu Yan to frown. In his heart, his desire to deal with this blackwater octopus became even stronger. He made up his mind and slightly closed his eyes before fiercely opening them. The huge tentacle smashed down, but it smashed into flames. The red lotus flames burned from the bottom of the tentacle. The momentum was like an explosion and the tentacle was charred black. Hiss! The blackwater octopus let out a sorrowful cry. 3 of its tentacles were destroyed in a row. Even with its tenacious vitality, it still suffered quite a bit of damage. However, it didn't know that the real damage was yet to come. A strange vibrating sound reverberated in the air. The strange vibrating sound caused the burning red lotus flame to pause for a moment. That was the sound of the gate of Babylon being activated. A large amount of red spatial ripples spread out around the blackwater octopus. It was like a battery of cannons surrounding the blackwater octopus. In the middle of the red spatial ripples, the blackwater octopus instinctively felt a sense of danger. It let out a roar and frantically waved its remaining 5 tentacles around, attempting to shatter the red spatial ripples that gave it a sense of danger. Unfortunately, the Gate of Babylon was intangible and couldn't be attacked at all. In the next moment, 7 chains made of iron sand shot out from Kaibao of the king. Even though they were made of iron sand, there was still the sound of the chains. It sounded like a bell, and by the time the sound reached everyone's ears, the iron sand chains had already wrapped around the blackwater octopus body. 5 iron sand chains wrapped around the blackwater octopus 5 tentacles and tightly bound them. The remaining 2 iron sand chains wrapped around the blackwater octopus body, binding it tightly. Under the effect of the iron sand chains, the blackwater octopus was instantly trapped. Its slippery body couldn't help it break free of the iron sand chains. Its huge body struggled, dragging the iron sand chains with clanking sounds. "It's time to end this." Wu Yan grinned. He waved his hand and the iron sand sword shot out from the crimson space ripples. It circled around the blackwater octopus's head before it slashed down on its head. The iron sand swords cut through the remaining 5 tentacles of the darkwater octopus. The 5 tentacles left the octopus body and hung on the iron sand chains. Before the octopus could make a sound, countless iron sand swords descended on its body. They streaked across the octopus body at an extremely fast speed. After maintaining this state for a long time, they finally stopped. Chapter 552. 5 tentacles that were nearly 10 meters long were tied up by iron sand chains, hanging in the air. There were 2 more on the ground, and there was another tentacle dismembered not far away. Such a scene could probably scare a timid person to death. Wu Yan didn't like the sight of flesh and blood around him. He waved Night on Shana, and the red lotus flames rained down on the ground like water. The flames landed on the ground, and with a muffled explosion, the flesh was incinerated into nothingness. Even the blood on the ground was charred black. The gory scene looked like the aftermath of a fire that burned through the area. The red lotus flame slowly calmed down. Even the flame on the red lotus flame was extinguished, revealing the silver blade. It returned to the gate of Babylon with the iron sand sword and iron sand chains. When the crimson spatial ripples calmed down, the scene also calmed down. Only the charred ground and the fallen trees were left as a reminder of the battle. On the other side, looking at the figures standing in the middle of the scorched earth, the members of the elite exploration team collectively looked at each other, as if they had not yet recovered from the series of changes. Only a faint murmur, with a strong sense of uncertainty, rang out in the middle of the crowd. A rank 8 magical beast died just like that? For these elite exploration team members who haven't even reached the peak of the 7th rank, a rank 8 magical beast is an existence they need to look up to. After all, after the 7th rank is the 8th rank. As long as one is at the 7th rank, there is no one who doesn't want to reach the 8th rank. But now, such an existence that they had to look up to had died right in front of them. It was no wonder that their tone was filled with uncertainty. Era. Shoko Misaki's eyes turned into crescents. She looked at Kinuhita Sai and said, "Looks like Yen-chan really cares about someone." In order to avenge her, she didn't even keep the rank 8 magical beast's body to exchange for points. Kinuhita Sai was stunned. She looked around for a while before pointing at her nose. When she saw Shokuhun Misaki nod, she made a weird noise. Kinuhita Sai's small face slowly turned red as she called out in surprise. "It's not like that." "Oh." Shokuhun Misaki turned around with a smile. "Then what is it?" Yes. Kinuhita Sai paced around in a panic and stammered, It must be because that octopus is super disgusting. That's why that guy didn't leave its body behind." "Yes, that's it, I'm super sure." "Aya." Shokuhun Misaki covered her mouth and giggled. "It's rare to see such a cute side of you. What's with the tsundere?" "You're the tsundere." Kinuhita Sai shouted. Her voice attracted the attention of Chuju and the others. "What's wrong?" It's nothing." Shoko Misaki was shocked when she saw Kinuhita Sai's shy expression. To be honest, she's never seen Kinuhita Sai like this before. But then again, she's pretty cute. Shokuha Misaki's eyes flashed with a sly glint as she giggled. She looked at Kinuhita Sai like she was looking at a toy. Kinuhita Sai, who was in a rare state of shyness, felt her hair stand on end. The teasing of Kinuhita Sai was still ongoing. Only girls with their own abilities could play around in the depths of the behemoth forest. Wu Yan returned to Feifei and the others and showed them the magic crystals he got from the dark water octopus. "Do you guys need it?" Everyone shook their heads. What a joke. Even though a tier 8 magic crystal is precious, the person who owns it is someone they can't afford to offend. Who would want to steal from a tiger? Bing Ling looked at Wu Yan with a complicated expression. He lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he asked with a trembling voice, "Have you reached tier 8? Other than Feifei, who already knew about Bing Ling's question, everyone turned to look at Wu Yan. Sylph included. When he was at the peak of tier 7, Wu Yan was able to defeat Jaffer, one of the top 3 rankers of Silveria World Institute, and he took him down from his pedestal. In terms of intensity, the fight between Wu Yan and Jaffer wasn't as intense as the fight between Jaffer and Wu Yan. However, the Blackwater octopus isn't any weaker than Jaffer. It was a magical beast that wasn't inferior to Jaffer in terms of strength. Even though its immature intelligence had lowered its combat prowess, Jaffar's combat prowess had been reduced to nothingness in less than 10 minutes. Who could have done that? Others might not be sure, but Sylph is certain she can't do it. During the Great Academy tournament, with the strength that Wu Yen displayed, he couldn't have done it. But now he did it. Even with the help of the gold armament, he couldn't have done it so easily. Thus, there is only one explanation: the person in front of him has leveled up. Wu Yen shrugged when he sensed everyone's questioning gaze. He didn't try to hide it. He nodded and gave the same excuse he gave earlier. After the battle with Jaffar, I gained some enlightenment and managed to break through. You really did break through. Bing Ling's expression showed a hint of bitterness and envy. He's envious because Wu Yen managed to break through to the 8th tier. He's bitter because he feels like he's getting further and further away from Wu Yen. Bing Ling was originally unwilling to accept his loss to Wu Yen during the academy tournament. He wanted to challenge Wu Yen again in the future. He didn't even let go of this thought when he heard about Wu Yan's battle with Jaffar. Now, Bing Ling has given up on this thought. The gap between them is huge. It's already good enough that Bing Ling wanted to challenge Wu Yen. However, when the gap is so huge that it's impossible to predict, it's either he's overconfident or he's overestimating himself. Bing Ling isn't one to overestimate himself. However, he's also not confident that he can surpass the barrier between the 7th and 8th tier. Naturally, the thought of challenging Wu Yen died down. You sure hid your strength well. She smiled bitterly. I really don't know how you guys got together. Every single one of you is monstrous. If you're not strong, then your abilities are ever-changing. I really don't get it. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Wu Yen smiled. Maybe one day, you'll somehow break through as well. Hearing this, Bishi shrugged. Well, if only that day would come. By the way, Yen. Fei Fei looked at Wu Yen. Wasn't your Xianxia a rare armament? When did it become a gold armament? Well, Wu Yen rolled his eyes and explained to Fei Fei. Actually, Xianxia has always been a gold armament. It's just that I didn't have the ability to unleash its full potential. That's why it's always been a rare armament. As you all know, Xianxia has a special ability. It's an armament that can control fire. It's a special armament with a lot of limitations. Everyone nodded in understanding. Wu Yen shook his head and chuckled. As expected, I'm pretty good at bullshitting. People will believe whatever I make up. Looks like there aren't many Shokuhun Misaki in the Spalier world. Chapter 553. With a gold armament, Wu Yan's strength is on par with Sylph's in the eyes of the others. Normally, they would think that Wu Yan's strength is on par with Sylph's. Now that they're all in the same boat, the stronger Wu Yen is, the higher their chances of completing the mission and the higher their chances of survival. Unfortunately, they only know the surface. Wu Yen does have 3 gold armaments and Wu Yen has reached tier 8. Even so, he's still stronger than Sylph. After all, Sylph doesn't have as many abilities as he does. In terms of equipment, Wu Yen has 3 gold armaments: Shana of the Ni Temple, Babylon of Kings, and Meteor Shower. He also has a storage full of rare armaments. In terms of abilities, he has the True Ancestor Bloodline, Electrocaster LVL5, Infinite Armaments, and his level 70 strength. Wu Yen would have no trouble defeating Sylph. On top of that, Wu Yen also has a heaven-defying bloodline ability. Including Crimson Jade, Wu Yen wouldn't lose to Flandrechan when Crimson Jade mode is in effect, let alone Sylph. After all, the strongest Crimson Jade mode came from Flandrechan. Wu Yen didn't hide the fact that he leveled up and Ni know Shana's level. However, he also didn't want to reveal everything about himself. He didn't want to reveal too much about himself. Still, it's enough. At least, the expedition team thinks that they have another trump card on their side. Yen. Fei Fei muttered to herself. She looked at Wu Yen with a solemn expression. I might need you guys to take action next. Fei Fei's tone was solemn and helpless. Fei Fei doesn't want Wu Yen, Sylph, and the others to take action. If they do, there's a high chance that they won't be able to do anything. Fei Fei doesn't like this situation, but she can't do anything about it. They've only been in the behemoth forest for a short time and they've already encountered a tier 8 monster. Fei Fei felt helpless just thinking about it. That's why she has no choice but to accept it. Fei Fei understands that they won't be able to complete the mission with just her group. The key lies with Wu Yan, Sylph, Mikoto and the others. Ever since they entered the behemoth forest, they rarely let Wu Yan, Sylph, and the others take action. Isn't this the reason they're waiting for? Although it's a little early for Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi, Bingling and Bishi looked helpless when they heard Fei Fei's words. However, they didn't say anything. As direct descendants of large clans, they knew that they had to look at the bigger picture. If they tried to be brave, they would only be courting death. Sylph didn't have any objections. If it wasn't for Fei Fei and the others' request, she wouldn't have held back. Dealing with a monster that isn't even a tier 8 monster won't take much of her mana. As for Wu Yan, he gave it some thought and nodded helplessly. Unlike Sylph, Wu Yan didn't really want to take action. It would be best if they could solve the problem without him and the others taking action. Unfortunately, it seems like this idea isn't realistic at all. Of course, Wu Yan was helpless, but Chuju, Mikoto, and the others were excited. They're all competitive people. Ever since they entered the behemoth forest, other than Shokuhun Misaki, Kinuta Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku, they've been doing nothing. Even Chuju didn't feel good about this feeling, let alone Mikoto who loves to fight. Now that they don't have to do anything, they're more excited than anything else. Apart from Ikaros and Takitsubo Riku, the other girls are smiling happily. They once again set foot on the path to the center of the behemoth forest. This time, their formation changed a little. Originally, because of Fei Fei and the others' request, Wu Yan's group of 10, plus Sylph, and Fei Fei's group are now walking together. The three of them are at the front while Wu Yan's group is at the back. The other members of the expedition team are grouped together to take care of each other. After a short rest, the group changed their direction. They're no longer moving in a straight line. Instead, they're moving horizontally and horizontally. Although their speed didn't change, their efficiency is much lower than before. This is common knowledge when entering the behemoth forest. Every time you encounter a demonic beast, you have to change your direction or you'll be discovered by demonic beasts. That's not going to be easy. This time, Wu Yan's group didn't do nothing. Since Fei Fei has compromised, they're not going to stay idle either. With Fei Fei and the other two leading the way, they don't feel any pressure. Thus, Shokuhun Misaki used her mind control ability to sense their surroundings. As long as a life form enters her effective range, she'll be able to sense their psyche waves. Ikaros also activated her detection system to monitor their surroundings. Wu Yan, Mikoto, Chuju, Kinuta Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku also activated their system perception. Even though it can't detect anything, it's still capable of detecting things that can't be seen with the naked eye. But with this, the expedition team will become nothing more than a bunch of bystanders. Whenever something happens around them, Shokuhun Misaki and Ikaros would be the first to notice it and notify everyone to be on alert. When demonic beasts appear, Chuju, Mikoto, and the others who were already eager to give it a try would swarm up and display their strength. They'll take care of the demonic beasts in the blink of an eye. Along the way, the demonic beasts that came to attack them were either controlled by Shokuhun Misaki or knocked down by Mikoto's taser gun. Hinajiku, Astria, Kinuta Sai, and Frenda expressed their dissatisfaction with the two girls' kill-stealing behavior. However, their abilities and attack speed weren't as good as the two girls, so they could only express their dissatisfaction. This made the onlookers feel ashamed. They're hoping that the demonic beasts don't appear so they can ensure their own safety. But looking at Chuju and the others, it's as if they want all the demonic beasts to attack. How can they not feel embarrassed? Even Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi are speechless. That's not the most speechless part. The most speechless part is that there's a rank 8 demonic beast among the demonic beasts. This rank 8 demonic beast isn't any weaker than the Blackwater octopus, but it's a lot more tragic than the Blackwater octopus. The moment it appeared, it didn't even have time to roar. Electric current, crystal sword, mental attack, cherry-colored missile, blue lightsaber, shockwave, bombs, all of these things landed on its body without even saying a word. In an instant, the rank 8 demonic beast was drowned by the girl's attacks. Other than a magic crystal, nothing was left of it. This caused the expedition team members to sweat profusely. For the first time in their lives, they sympathized with the demonic beasts. Of course, this only works on demonic beasts that aren't too troublesome to deal with. If the demonic beasts in the depths of the behemoth forest are only at this level, it wouldn't be a forbidden area for humans. As more than 100 people continued to move forward, finally, when it was close to night, a truly troublesome situation appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 554. Inside the giant beast's forest, although the terrain was not very complicated, it was still quite winding. Walking in an environment full of trees, it was not much different from walking into a maze. Everywhere was the same type of trees, some stood on the side of the road, some reached deep into the sky. Such a lively environment, but rippled with a gloomy, deathly stillness. Under the deathly stillness, even the air seemed to have solidified, and such an environment brought about a bad situation for the group of more than 100 people. At this moment, Wu Yan's group and the members of the elite exploration team were all hiding behind the trees. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Their breathing had become extremely weak. The members of the elite exploration team were all holding their breaths, their foreheads were covered in sweat. In front of them, there was an undulating terrain that resembled a hill. Trees that were slightly smaller than the surrounding trees stood on top of it. It looked like another growth space. Even the species of the trees were much worse. There were even some small streams that flowed down from the top and into the surroundings, showing the difference between this terrain and the surrounding area. Such a terrain was very rare in the behemoth forest, because it was very suitable for people to live in. There was a water source and there were some fruits on the trees. Even if one didn't bring any resources with them, one could still live here for 10 days to half a month or even longer. Logically speaking, when such a terrain appeared in front of them, they should be happy. With this terrain, they would have a place to stay for the night. But now, when they saw such a good terrain, it was as if they had entered a tiger's den. Their expressions were extremely serious and they all hid. There wasn't a trace of joy on their faces. Because in this terrain, there was a group of natives. A group of natives that made everyone's expression change. Monkeys, to be more precise, apes. There weren't many of them, only less than 20 of them. Their bodies weren't as big as the other magical beasts in the behemoth forest. They were only a bit bigger than normal apes. Their fur was gray and their hands were a few centimeters longer than their bodies. They looked very funny. They stayed between the branches and leaves, laughing and playing with each other. Their flexible bodies were jumping up and down. They were no different from normal apes if one ignored the aura emitted from their bodies. Long-arm ape. Level 69, that's right. These less than 20 long-arm apes were all level 69, peak of the 7th rank. This was the reason why the elite exploration team's expression was so serious and nervous. After entering the depths of the behemoth forest, it's not that they haven't encountered peak of the 7th rank magical beasts, they've even encountered 8th rank magical beasts. Normally, the weakest magical beasts in the depths of the behemoth forest are peak of the 7th rank. This isn't something to be surprised about. But when these peak of the 7th rank gather in a group, it's a different story. Just this scene alone made the elite exploration team's hearts tighten. When they first saw this scene, they almost cried out in alarm. Wu Yan and Ko and Sylph are far from intimidating them. The real reason why Wu Yan and Ko chose to remain hidden is because of the golden hairs on the back of one of the 20 long-arm apes. Among the group of long-arm apes, there is one particular individual with golden fur standing at the top of a tree. Long-arm ape, level 70, long-arm ape, level 72, long-arm ape, level 74, long-arm ape, level 75, long-arm ape, level 77, long-arm ape, level 79, 6 gray-haired long-arm apes with golden fur on their backs are at the top of a few trees. Under the protection of the long-arm apes, they're fiddling with the branches in boredom. They're lying on top of the trees and munching on fruits. From time to time, they'll squeak at the long-arm apes as if they're scolding them. They're like the elders of the long-arm apes, they're guarding the long-arm apes. 6 rank 8 long-arm apes and 12 peak rank 7 long-arm apes have formed a small group. It's obvious that they're a group and this terrain is their habitat. Everyone had no choice but to treat such a scene seriously. Shokuha Misaki is lying beside Wu Yen, they're hiding behind a tree. Her starry eyes are observing the long-arm apes. After a while, she spoke. It seems like the long-arm apes don't have strong senses. We've been hiding here for quite some time and we haven't been discovered. It's no wonder the rank 8 long-arm apes are guarding the long-arm apes like this, they're trying to prevent an ambush. Hearing Shokuha Misaki's words, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They all trusted Shokuha Misaki's analysis. Along the way, they've seen her sharp mind with their own eyes. Thus, no one doubted her. Speaking of which, apes were not as good as other beasts in this respect. Jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards had a keen sense of smell. Beasts such as bears could more or less smell some sense. Only apes, whether it was smell or vision, were not very outstanding. Therefore, in terms of perception, it was normal that they were not so outstanding. Of course, in contrast, they also had flexible skills. One was strong and the other was weak. 6 rank 8 long-arm apes and 12 peak rank 7 long-arm apes. Fei Fei's eyes glimmered. This kind of fighting strength is not just a little bit strong. It's better for us to leave this place before they discover us. Yeah, that's true. Shokuha Misaki's expression turned serious. Otherwise, if we are discovered later, I'm afraid that all of us will be buried here. Who knows? Everyone who was about to retreat froze when they heard that. Everyone including Wu Yen, Chuju, Sylph, and Fei Fei looked at Shokuha Misaki in shock. We'll all die here? Mikoto scrunched up her nose. That's impossible. Even though the monkeys aren't weak, with 6 8th tier and 12 peak 7th tier, our side isn't that bad either. Including you and Hinajuku, we only have 5 peak 7th tier, but the 7th tier is more than 100. As for the 8th tier, we have quite a few on our side as well. How can it be that we're all going to die here? Ha! Shokuha Misaki shook her head, she looked around and sighed. If it's just these demonic beasts, it's not like we can't handle them. But haven't you noticed? Shokuha Misaki pointed at the area where the long-arm apes lived. Look, those apes are very familiar with the terrain. They have a clear division of labor and they have plenty of food and water. They must have been living there for quite some time. What does this mean? Shokuha Misaki turned around and looked at the long-arm apes and long-arm backs apes who were still playing around. She said slowly, that means that's their territory. If I'm not mistaken, there is only one type of demonic beast that has the ability to own a territory in the depths of the behemoth forest. Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. The only type of demonic beast that has the ability to own a territory in the depths of the behemoth forest is a rank 9 long-arm ape. In other words, within that group of seemingly ordinary monkeys, there was definitely a 9th-level magical beast that was in charge of leading them to occupy this piece of land. At the same time, it also meant that they had entered the territory of a 9th-level magical beast. There might be a rank 9 long-arm ape around them. When this thought arose in the minds of the elite expedition team, they all gulped in unison. Wu Yan's expression turned grim. He made a decision. We can't stay here any longer. Let's retreat. No one objected to Wu Yan's decision. Everyone nodded in agreement. Wu. Suddenly, a cry came from above everyone's head. Hearing this sound, everyone's body trembled, and their faces were filled with shock. Chapter 555. Everyone raised their heads in an instant and looked towards the source of the sound, which was not far above their heads. There, a gray ape was standing on a tree branch, waving its 2 long arms at the people below. It emitted a series of cries from its mouth, the sound reverberating through the incomparably silent space. It's the long-arm ape. When the long-arm apes' cries were heard, a series of cries came from the opposite direction in response to the long-arm apes' cries. Along with the cries came the sound of wind flying through the air, approaching the group. "We've been discovered." Wu Yan's face sank. His wine-red eyes stared at the long-arm ape that was still crying out loudly. With a wave of his hand, a lightning spear shot towards the long-arm ape at an extremely fast speed. The long-arm ape's cries came to an abrupt end. Just as the lightning spear was about to hit the long-arm ape, a golden afterimage broke through the air and appeared in front of the long-arm ape before the lightning spear could hit the long-arm ape. With a bang, the afterimage and the lightning spear collided. The lightning spear was immediately scattered and the afterimage was sent flying. It nimbly turned in a circle in the air and stood on a tree branch, facing the group below. The afterimage was the long-arm ape. Moreover, it was the strongest and highest-level long-arm ape. The level 79 long-arm ape. Woo! The long-arm ape opened its arms wide and let out a cry at the group of people below. Its voice was like that of a bird or a wolf, and it sounded very ear-piercing. Its pair of fierce eyes stared straight at the group of people, and a fierce aura rose from its small body, enveloping everyone below. The elite exploration team's bodies slightly sank, then struggled to stand back up. Seeing how they were clenching their teeth, it was clear that the aura of the long-arm ape had a huge effect on them. That was only natural. This long-arm back ape was level 79, which meant it was at the peak of rank 8. On the other hand, none of the members of the expedition team had reached the peak of rank 7. They were more than a rank lower than the long-arm back ape. It was already very good that they hadn't collapsed to the ground under the pressure of this aura. "Everyone be on guard." Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bai Shi immediately ordered. Their eyes were fixed on the long-armed ape. The aura that came from its body made their palms sweat. Their hearts sank. "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" The cry just now had undoubtedly summoned all the companions of the long-arm apes. Fei Fei and the rest could clearly feel that not far away, there were many figures with obvious mana fluctuations flying towards them. Their speed was only slightly slower than the long-arm apes. Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bai Shi turned around and shouted at everyone. Their voices were raised by quite a bit. It seems like even they are getting anxious. There's no way for them not to be anxious. Shokuha Misaki just explained the situation to everyone. The words rank 9 demonic beast is like a heavy mountain pressing down on everyone's heart. Fei Fei and the rest knew that if they don't retreat now, they would be dead for sure. Wu Yan also carried Flandre-chan and led the rest of the girls to protect the expedition team. He wasn't worried about anything happening to them. After all, Flandre-chan is also a rank 9 demonic beast. Even he himself could gain the strength of a rank 9 demonic beast in a short period of time. If he and Flandre-chan work together, as long as the opponent isn't a rank 9 demonic beast that's above rank 85, they won't be afraid of losing. Besides, even if they can't win, they can still run away. With the help of the system items, he now had more than enough item points. If he wanted to escape, it would only be a matter of minutes. With such a trump card, Wu Yan won't be scared by the words rank 9 demonic beast. Of course, he doesn't want to fight a rank 9 demonic beast to the death. That's why he's in favor of retreating. More than 100 people gathered together and covered each other as they retreated. At this time, a group of black shadows flew over from the front and gathered together with the long-arm ape and the long-arm back ape that discovered everyone. They scattered on the surrounding branches and cried out one after another, including in the direction where everyone was retreating. This caused everyone who was preparing to retreat to stop in their tracks. "Protect!" Fei Fei shouted. Night Elf had already been unsheathed and was in her hands. Bing Ling and Bishi had also unsheathed their armaments. At this moment, if they were to slow down even the slightest bit, they would all die. The members of the elite expedition team moved. A second later, they formed a circular formation. Everyone stood in a circle and faced outwards. They raised their armaments up high in defense. Looking at the surroundings, the less than 20 monkeys that were still frolicking over there had all arrived. One by one, the gray figures leaped between the trees. Their movements were extremely nimble. They either jumped or hung upside down on the trees in all directions, barking at everyone. It was as if they would pounce at the next moment, causing everyone to not dare to act rashly. Feeling the aura of the long-arm apes and the long-arm apes locked onto them, everyone's heart started to beat faster. Their eyes were filled with panic. Wu Yan glanced at the apes hanging on the trees. When he saw the faces of all the apes, he sighed in relief. Everyone who heard his sigh of relief was confused. The current situation is extremely bad. Why is he sighing in relief? Seeing everyone's confused look, Wu Yan explained. There are only long-arm apes and long-arm apes here. There's no Class 9 demonic beast that took over the territory. Hearing this, everyone came to a sudden realization. Their nervous faces relaxed a little. Chapter 556. 5 long-arm apes, huh? Mikoto licked her lips in excitement. She looked at one of the long-arm apes. Leave that level 75 long-arm ape to me. Its level is the same as mine. Mikoto didn't wait for Wu Yan's reply. She fired a taser gun at the long-arm ape. The long-arm ape squealed and jumped away. It landed on the ground and charged at Mikoto. What greeted it was an even more powerful taser gun. Same level. Astria nodded thoughtfully. Her crimson eyes flashed with the unique glow of system perception. She scanned the long-arm apes above her and paused. Then I will be the level 77 long-arm ape. Astria's clothes faded away in a second and a blue light armor covered her body. A pair of pure white wings unfurled and white feathers fluttered down. Astria flew towards the level 77 long-arm ape with a wave of her wings. Ikaros seemed to have understood what everyone was saying. She turned her gaze towards the strongest long-arm ape, the level 79 one. Her indigo pupils spun and an illusory frame appeared. The color of the frame turned crimson. Clearly, Ikaros had chosen this one as her opponent. Sky Queen mode. A burst of light flashed from Ikaros' body. Not long after, the light dimmed and Ikaros in her white light armor was exposed to the air. The blue wings of light fluttered gently like a pair of hands, bringing up a cool breeze. Under the influence of the cool breeze, Ikaros disappeared from the spot and reappeared in the air above her target. Target locked. Beginning elimination. The next moment, countless cherry-colored missiles rained down from the sky towards the long-arm ape. In response, the long-arm ape pounded its chest with both hands and roared. Instead of retreating, it charged towards Ikaros. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow when he saw the 3 girls picking a long-arm ape each. He shook his head and laughed. The 3 strongest long-arm apes were picked by the 3 of them. Not to mention, they are all of the same level. Is this a coincidence or a mockery? There is 1 level 70 and 1 level 74 long-arm ape left. Do I have to pick the same level long-arm ape? Isn't that the weakest long-arm ape? Wu Yan's lips twitched. He looked at the level 70 and 74 long-arm apes and placed Flandre-chan on the ground. Flandre-chan, stay with the big sisters. I'll be back soon, huh? Flandre-chan pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. She picked up an oil bottle and twisted her body in dissatisfaction. But Flandre-chan wants to play too. Wu Yan's expression became conflicted when he heard the word, play. Flandre-chan, you don't have to play for now. Why? Because. Wu Yan chuckled. There might be something more fun to play with Flandre-chan later. Something more fun. Flandre-chan's eyes lit up and she nodded. Looks like she's looking forward to that, something more fun. Hold on. Shokuhun Misaki suddenly spoke. You don't want Flandre-chan to fight? Are you going to fight 2 tier 8 long-arm apes at once? Is there a problem? Wu Yan nodded as if it's a given. It's just 2 Class 8 magical beasts. If they were level 75 or above, I might be a little worried. Unfortunately, these 2 long-arm apes are only level 70 and level 74. Level 70. Shoko Misaki looked at the level 70 long-arm ape, then turned to look at Hinajiku, Kinuda Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku. Their eyes met and they all smiled at the same time. Yen. With White Cherry in hand, Hinajiku stepped in front of Wu Yen, who was about to step forward. Amidst Wu Yan's stunned expression, she smiled. Leave the level 70 long-arm ape to us. You guys? Wu Yen flinched with a surprised expression. That's a tier 8 long-arm ape. Even if it's only level 70, it's not something a tier 7 long-arm ape can handle. Shoko Misaki ran her fingers through her hair and said casually. I remember when you fought with Jaffer, you were only tier 7, I'm different. I've combined the true ancestors' bloodline, infinite martial arts, Electromaster LV5, Gate of Babylon, Nether Temple Shana, and almost all of my abilities and equipment to be able to achieve that. That's why I said, we. Chuju interrupted Wu Yen. We may not have as strong abilities and equipment as you, but there are still 5 of us. Against a tier 8 long-arm ape, we should have a chance, right? Wu Yen fell silent after hearing Chuju's words. He looked at the level 70 long-arm ape. Wu Yen hesitated. Are you sure? Is it really okay? Aya, can you stop being so wishy-washy? Kinuda Sai jumped in. Even if we can't beat it, we won't be killed. If we can't, we can just run away. That should be fine, right? Let's give it a try. Frenda also tried to persuade him. If we can't, with our abilities, the 5 of us should be able to protect ourselves. We'll be fine. Frenda wanted to say that with life fusion, even if they die, they can be revived with a summoning point. But Frenda knew that Wu Yen didn't like the idea of using life fusion as an excuse to do things that would endanger him. Even if they could be revived, he wouldn't allow it. That's why Frenda changed her mind. Even the most cowardly Frenda said so. Wu Yen had no choice but to nod and agree to her request. Then be careful. If you can't handle it, remember to use the items I gave you. Don't worry. Takitsubo Riku said softly. Even though her voice was soft, her tone was firm. Everyone could feel her determination. Before entering the behemoth forest, Wu Yen exchanged for items from the system list that could be used in times of crisis. For example, a return scroll for escaping, a resplendent breath for survival, etc. He divided them into 9 portions and gave them to each of the 9 girls. With these, the girls can guarantee their own safety. After all, if they really can't handle it, they can use the return scroll to return to the camp outside the behemoth forest. This is why Wu Yen brought the girls into the behemoth forest without worry. That night, Wu Yen even thought of looking for something like a satellite or a moving camera from the system list. He wanted to use these items to investigate the situation in the behemoth forest. It would be best if he could find clues about the behemoth forest and the behemoth king. Alas, he failed in the end. First of all, large items like a satellite have a lot of restrictions. In this spalier world where Do-Ki and mana are abundant, it's impossible to use it successfully. Second, items that can be used physically can't pass through the behemoth forest's natural insurance. It's either the detection range is insufficient or it's blocked by various behemoth. This is why Wu Yen had to come out personally to protect them. Chuju, Shokuhu Misaki, Kinuhara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku stood in a line below the level 70 long-arm ape. Chuju looked at the long-arm ape that was baring its fangs at her. Chuju raised White Cherry. Hey, Shokuho, your ability hasn't reached the point where you can control a tier 8 behemoth, right? Are you sure you can come with us? Yes. If you want to control it, a tier 8 behemoth is a bit too much. Shokuho Misaki tilted her head and smiled. But if you want to influence it, it shouldn't be a problem. With Takitsubo's help, that's good. Perhaps it was dissatisfied with the 5 girls boasting in front of it. The long-arm ape swung its 2 long arms and dashed towards Hinajiku and the other girls. Chapter 557. The situation was much more dangerous than they imagined. Although the members of the expedition team were quite strong, their defense was still breached by the 12 long-arm apes in a hurry. Although the peak grade 7 long-arm apes were not as strong as Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi, they weren't too far off. Even if the members of the expedition team were to fight against 2 long-arm apes, they would still be defeated in an instant, let alone 1 against 3. In the end, it took 7 or 8 people to deal with a single long-arm ape before they managed to gain the upper hand. A peak of rank 7 magical beast was equivalent to the top 20 magical beasts in the Spalier World Academy. Even though it wasn't as strong as the top 10 magical beasts, it wasn't too far off. After a while, everyone was held back. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to win in a short period of time. Seeing the elite expedition team members being held back by the long-arm apes, Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi were very anxious. They didn't forget that these long-arm apes were under the protection of a rank 9 magical beast. If they didn't end the battle quickly, they would all be finished when the rank 9 magical beast appeared. Bing Ling. Fei Fei's face was dark as water. She hurriedly walked up from the back of the team. Use your ice dochi to restrict the speed of those long-arm apes. But with Fei Fei's reminder, Bing Ling finally woke up from his daze. He quickly raised the daggers in his hands. Instantly, a wave of icy blue dochi that contained a chill surged out from Bing Ling's body. The dochi lingered around his body. The icy blue dochi turned into cold currents that left his body and floated into the air, forming numerous blue flowing lights. A special oppressive feeling was emitted from these flowing lights and enveloped the area below. Under the sudden pressure, the nimble long-handed apes that were jumping around and toying with the members of the expedition team suddenly staggered and slowed down. Some of them even had a few wounds on their bodies because they were caught off guard. When Bing Ling had used this move to deal with Wu Yen back at the academy, she had used quite a bit of time to accumulate energy. But this time, Bing Ling had only used a few breaths of time to use the special skill of Ice Do-Chi. From this, it could be seen that Bing Ling's control of her own Ice Do-Chi had obviously improved. Under the effect of the Ice Do-Chi, the long-handed apes were all restricted and slowed down. In the eyes of the elite exploration team, this was a very good opportunity to strike. They all ignited their Do-Chi, grabbed their armaments, and rushed forward while shouting, beating the long-hand apes until they were forced to retreat. The situation was completely reversed. Woo! 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 The long-arm apes that were fighting against the elite expedition team were suppressed by this pressure. Their movements became sluggish, and they fell into a very passive situation. Seizing this opportunity, Bishi rushed into the group of monkeys with his knight's sword in hand. He injured several long-arm apes in a row, and many of them cried out in pain. Bing Ling didn't stop using her Ice Do-Chi. She pushed her own Do-Chi to control the flowing light in the sky above the arena. She stood at the back of everyone. It wasn't that he didn't want to participate in the battle, but if he didn't control it carefully, his Ice Do-Chi would not be able to recognize people. When that time comes, not only the long-handed apes would be restricted, but everyone. Bing Ling had to control his own Ice Do-Chi to avoid his companions who were fighting. This was a skill that required skill. After all, they were constantly moving around, so Bing Ling had to constantly control his Ice Do-Chi. Luckily, although it was a little strenuous and Bing Ling couldn't participate in the battle, the effect was very good. Of course, Bing Ling couldn't participate in the battle, but that didn't mean that Fei Fei couldn't participate in the battle. Whoosh! A bright silver sword suddenly slashed through the group of monkeys. It was extremely fast. Under the guidance of a slender shadow, the sword slashed towards the long-handed apes. The long-handed apes were hit by the sword and they retreated as if they were hit by something. They cried out in pain and there were traces of blood. Fei Fei rushed towards the retreating monkeys like a wolf in a flock of sheep. She didn't care about her own defense at all. The night elf's Do-Chi quickly grew stronger. In the blink of an eye, the night elf's Do-Chi had increased to the point where the night elf's Do-Chi covered the entire blade. Fei Fei swung her Do-Chi and a thick Do-Chi light turned into Do-Chi. It was as fast as lightning and as fast as thunder. It suddenly hit a few of the long-handed apes. Several of them looked like they were hit by a giant mountain. Blood splattered everywhere and they were sent flying. Nice! Seeing how Fei took care of several long-handed apes in a blink of an eye, Bishi couldn't help but shout out loud. He didn't want to admit defeat, so he chased after Fei and slashed at the long-handed apes with his night sword. While the two of them were attacking the long-handed apes with all their might, the other members of the expedition party also rushed towards the group of monkeys at full speed. They didn't hesitate to add insult to injury. Not long after that, a few of the long-arm apes that Fei, Bishi, and the other members of the expedition team had taken care of were finally unable to hold on any longer. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their gray fur was dyed red. Their attacks had also begun to fade, and they began to defend themselves. It was obvious that they were no longer able to fight. Seeing this, Fei and Bishi's eyes lit up. They both appeared beside the long-handed apes at the same time. Then, they swung their long swords and night swords at the same time. Their dou qi and battle techniques were used to attack the long-handed apes while they cried out in pain. Bang! When the shockwaves from the battle techniques spread out, the long-handed apes that were attacked by Fei and Bishi flew out from the dust cloud and fell to the ground not far away. After struggling for a while, they stopped moving. At this point in the battle, casualties started to appear. The death of their companion caused the remaining long-handed apes to face the sky and let out a long howl. Their voices were filled with grief, as well as a monstrous fury and killing intent. The ferocious qi on their bodies spread out, causing the flowing light that was created from ice dou qi that was restricting their speed to begin to sway, appearing as though it was about to disappear. Bing Ling's expression involuntarily changed. He sensed that his ice dou qi was actually showing signs of dissipating. Bing Ling hurriedly urged his dou qi once again, increasing the output of his ice dou qi and stabilizing his ice dou qi. However, repeatedly urging his dou qi had already caused Bing Ling's dou qi to be a little depleted. The dou qi on his body was slightly dim. A green vein protruded from Bing Ling's forehead. Bing Ling! Bishi turned around and shouted at Bing Ling, who is barely holding on. Quick! Use a potion to recover your dou qi. Otherwise, your body won't be able to take it. Bing Ling gritted his teeth when he heard Bishi's words. He knows that this is not the time to be stingy. He immediately took out a bottle of potion from his space storage item and swallowed it. In the next moment, the slightly dim dou qi on Bing Ling's body surged once again. Under Bing Ling's control, the flowing light that surged into the air trembled, and an even stronger pressure acted on the bodies of the long-handed apes. It pulled back the long-handed apes who were originally about to break free, causing them to be extremely angry. Bishi furrowed his brows and cautiously said to Fei, "Tell everyone to be careful. These long-handed apes haven't used magic even once. If they suddenly attack, we might have casualties on our side." "No!" Fei looked coldly at the long arms apes who were pounding their chests out of anger. She then looked around at the elite expedition team that was charging forward and said, "They can't be hiding their strength. Their companions are all dead, but the long arms apes still haven't used their magic. I don't think magical beasts have the heart to do that." "You mean?" Bishi hesitated. "These long-handed apes don't know how to use magic?" "That should be the case," Fei said. "Otherwise, there's no other way to explain why they're so angry when their companions are dead." "They're not using magic?" Bishi smiled. "Looks like the situation is still in our favor." Chapter 558. The battle between the elite scouting party and the long-arm apes is still going on. Chaotic shouts, explosions, and screams can be heard all around Mikoto's ears. Looking at the human and monkey silhouettes that keep appearing from the other side of the forest, Mikoto glanced sideways. Her brown eyes seemed to be able to see through the obstacles of the trees. Looking at the group battle over there, a heroic smile appeared on her pretty face. "Looks like Fei's side is fine." Turning her gaze towards the long-arm ape not far from her, Mikoto's smile slowly receded. She no longer pays attention to the other battles and focused all of her attention back on the battle. Her hand lightly brushed the bangs in front of her forehead. Between the bangs and her hand, There's a blue and white electric current that's connecting the two. It's very eye-catching. At this moment, Mikoto's entire body seems to be sparkling. Under Mikoto's gaze, the long-arm ape couldn't help but let out a roar. Its eyes flashed with a ferocious glint. A ferocious aura burst out from its body. Its aura is filled with anxiety. It's obvious that the long-arm ape also discovered that its own people are gradually dying. This made the long-arm ape furious. Its long arms reached out to its front and beat its chest to express the anger in its heart. A monkey really is a monkey, beating its chest when it's angry. Mikoto glanced at the long-arm ape. She raised her hands and lightly clapped them together. Then she separated them and a ball of blue and white electric current shines from her hand. I think you should go back to the zoo. Her palms gently intertwined with the blue and white electric current. The electric current suddenly expanded. In a few short seconds, the scattered electric current expanded and merged together. A half-meter radius lightning ball flashed and appeared in Mikoto's palm. Holding the huge blue and white electric current in her hand, Mikoto's mouth slowly formed into a smile. She raised it high above her head and fiercely threw it out. The huge electric current was like a storm, covering the sky and covering the earth as it swept out. Following the explosion of the electric current, everywhere it passed, the ground around it churned up. The soil quickly dissipated and the dust became thin. One by one, the rocks were lifted up and directly protruded out of the ground. The momentum was terrifying. Whoa! Looking at the powerful lightning ball, the fur on the long-arm ape's body stood up. It was like a hedgehog that had been attacked. A low roar came out from its mouth, and an afterimage shot out from its side. As the afterimage flew past, the sharp wind could be clearly heard in the entire battlefield. The blue and white electric current shot out and heavily collided with the afterimage. Bang! Both of them trembled at the same time with a loud bang and dispersed in all directions. If the long-arm ape's intelligence had matured, it would have wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Because this was the first time in its life that its hand wasn't long enough to reach. Looking at the long-arm ape in front of her, a drop of cold sweat dripped down Mikoto's forehead. Her pretty face looked very stiff. The wind brought by the long-arm ape's attack made Mikoto feel waves of coldness. That hit was so close to hitting Mikoto's face. She slowly turned her head and realized what kind of situation she was in. She looked at the long-arm ape and her face turned angry. You dare hit my face? With a smile on her face, Mikoto took out a coin. Electricity crackled around her body and the long-arm ape's ears. The long-arm ape's body shook as if it sensed danger. It pulled back its hand and quickly retreated. However, just as it pulled out its hand, before it could retreat, an orange beam of light pierced through the iron sand barrier, widening the hole created by the long-armed ape. The distance was too close, and the long-armed ape had no time to dodge. It only had time to raise its hand in front of its body to protect itself, and the orange beam of light hit it. Bang! The railgun exploded on the long-arm ape's body. The terrifying force caused the long-arm ape to cry out in pain and fly into the air. But with the long-arm ape's defense, even though the long-arm ape was injured, it wasn't serious. It quickly adjusted its body in the air. When the long-arm ape was about to give chase, the scene it saw with its eyes made it cry out in pain. It saw Mikoto standing on the ground. Above her palm, a thick electric light was spinning at high speed. As the electric light spun, even the surrounding air seemed to be sucked in. While it was spinning at high speed, a terrifyingly high temperature appeared on the surface of the electric light. In an instant, the blue and white electric light exploded and was shot out by Mikoto. It hit the long-arm ape who couldn't dodge in time. Woo! The violent electric current acted on the long-arm ape's body. The long-arm ape didn't have time to react and all of its hair was burnt to a crisp. Then, the high temperature from the spinning electric light also took effect. In an extremely short period of time, the long-arm ape was wrapped up in the heat. Then, an even more mournful cry sounded in the air. The high temperature lasted for almost half a minute before it gradually disappeared. The long-arm ape turned into a piece of charcoal and fell to the ground. Mikoto versus long-arm ape. Victory. Chapter 559. Yeah. Watch me. Astrea flapped her wings and dove down. She descended from a height of a few hundred meters towards the long-arm ape. At the same time, a blue lightsaber shot out from the hilt of her sword. Together with Astrea, they turned into a meteor and plummeted towards their target. Their speed was so fast that even the air trembled. Astrea had wings with the highest mobility and acceleration among the angeloids. She was also the fastest among the angeloids. Combined with her terrifying close-range combat ability, Astrea was almost invincible in close-range combat. Oh, the long-arm ape opened its arms wide and let out a cry. It seemed to be saying something to Astrea. The ape raised its arms in response to the incoming Astrea. Astrea's lightsaber pierced through the air like a giant electric drill. Astrea plunged down a few hundred meters and thrust her lightsaber at the long-arm ape with an unstoppable momentum. Oh! The long-arm ape's face was ferocious. It let out a high-pitched and ear-piercing roar, then jumped up and waved its hand. A shadow of an arm shrouded in gray light tore apart the wind and waves, and forcefully resisted the attack that came from the sky. Boom! The long-arm ape was sent flying by Astrea's attack. It crashed into the ground and left behind a giant crater. The shockwave from the collision between two Tier 8 champions, and level 77 Tier 8 champions at that. The ground collapsed in an instant. Everything within tens of meters of the ground was turned into ruins. In front of the aftershock, whether it was the ground or the trees, they were all as fragile as tofu. Everything collapsed or fell down. The entire ground sank by a meter. Smoke and dust filled the air. The rock plate shook and shook. The sound of Astrea and the long-arm apes clashing against each other caused the scouts and long-arm apes to cover their ears in pain. They were shocked by the sudden loud noise. Ah! Astrea was sent flying by the shockwave. Her petite body flipped back and forth in the air. Astrea quickly spread her wings and tried to stabilize her body with the help of her wings. Ouch! Astrea pressed her shield-wielding left hand against her sword-wielding right hand and rubbed her wrist. Even though Astrea had the upper hand in that exchange, her wrist was still numb from the impact. It was only because the momentum of her dive helped her increase her strength. Otherwise, her hand would be red and swollen by now. From this, one could tell how strong the long-arm back ape's front body was. Ouch! Astrea puffed up her cheeks in pain. She complained in a pitiful tone. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have picked the same level as me. It hurts. While Astrea was complaining about the wrong treatment, the long-arm ape roared and charged out of the rubble. It stood on the ground and roared at Astrea. Its eyes were filled with anger. It was obvious that the attack just now had angered it. Ah, you're fine. Astrea was surprised to see the long-arm ape unscathed except for a bit of dust. She might be dumb, but she's not brainless. The collision just now caused the ground to crumble, but the long-arm ape was unscathed. Astrea was surprised to see the long-arm ape unscathed. Fine, let's do it again. Astrea shouted in dissatisfaction. She placed her lightsaber behind her back and flapped her wings. She swooped down again. She was just complaining about picking the wrong opponent, but now she wants to do it again. I have to admit, she really is an idiot. You! The long-arm ape's voice was still echoing in the air. It turned into a shadow and floated away. Astrea thought it was going to attack again, but the long-arm ape turned around and floated away. Astrea was stunned when she saw the long-arm ape flying away. She didn't react for a long time. When she came back to her senses, she was furious. Don't run. What a cunning monkey. Astrea flapped her wings and changed from a dive to a dash. She chased after the long-arm ape. Two Tier 8 fighters, one running in front and the other chasing from behind. This scene is enough to make people's jaws drop to the ground. Suddenly, the escaping long-arm ape turned around and appeared in front of Astrea in a strange arc. Astrea was shocked. She reflexively swung her lightsaber and stabbed at the long-arm ape. The long-arm ape changed its direction again when the lightsaber was about to hit it. It drew an arc in the air and floated to Astria's side. It swung its arm and the power of its attack reached its limit. Ah! Astria didn't have time to withdraw her attack. She raised the shield in her left hand and blocked the long-arm ape's arm. Clang! Astria was caught off guard and she was sent flying. Astria leaped into the air and stopped there. She stared at the long-arm ape with her crimson eyes. Her face was flushed red. It was a sign that Astria was about to unleash her true fury. Damned monkey, it's one thing for Master to call me stupid, but now even a monkey like you is toying with me. Astria's body trembled from anger. It seems like Astria's rage points went through the roof when she was challenged by a monkey to a game of IQ. The long-arm ape didn't know it angered an idiotic volcano. It turned its body into 7 or 8 rays of light and leaped towards Astria. The rays of light circled around Astria like afterimage punches. It looked like there were 7 or 8 rays of light, but there was only 1 ray of light. This was the long-arm ape's random dodging in a small area. In Astria's eyes, the long-arm ape was toying with her like it was playing a prank on her. Astria's long blonde hair swelled up, her petite face was filled with anger. She let out a shout and thrust her lightsaber forward. She spun 360 degrees in the air and pushed her melee combat ability to the limit. She turned into a gust of wind and blew away the afterimages around her. Astria swung her lightsaber at least a dozen times in a row, attacking relentlessly. A gentle breeze blew past. When Astria reappeared, all the afterimages around her were gone. Only 1 ray of light was left. It fell to the ground with a dull thud. Astria's eyes flashed. The lightsaber in her hand glowed blue. The blade vibrated and expanded rapidly like a beating heart. The lightsaber rippled and expanded several times in the blink of an eye. It turned into a gigantic lightsaber. Astria raised it high and pierced the clouds. "Go to hell, idiot, rumble." The long-arm ape let out a loud wail. A several hundred-meter-long fissure appeared on the ground behind it. It looked like a deep abyss. Countless rocks and debris flew everywhere. A deafening explosion sounded. The long-armed ape's hands hung down, and its body strangely stopped in midair. Then, a crack of the same plane as the crack on the ground spread out from its body, accompanied by scarlet blood and a body that was split into 2 halves, Astria versus long-arm ape. Victory! Chapter 560. While Mikoto and Astria were battling it out, Ikaros's battle was just beginning. Unlike Mikoto and Astria, Ikaros's abilities are focused on group battles and destructive power. Once she gets involved in a fight, it's hard for her to control her strength. Even Apollo has to use his absolute defense circle to defend himself. If she's not careful enough, she might accidentally injure her companions. Therefore, the moment the battle started, Ikaros was like a bolt of lightning that pierced through space and appeared in front of the long-arm ape. She didn't start the battle right away. Instead, she used the wings of light on her back to slap her opponent away from the battlefield. The moment Ikaros moved, the long-arm ape moved as well. Its speed isn't slow either, but it's still slower than the winged Ikaros. Unable to react in time, the long-arm ape only had time to get into a defensive stance before it was sent flying by the wings of light. In the process of flying backward, the long-armed ape broke many trees, and in the end, it even smashed into the ground, creating a long horizontal ditch. After that, it flipped over and stabilized its body. Feeling the searing pain on its back, the long-arm ape's face scrunched up. It opened its mouth wide and let out a series of soft cries. If it were any other long-arm ape, they would have most likely flown into a rage. However, this long-arm ape was level 79. It was only a step away from reaching tier 9. Naturally, its intellect was the most mature among the long-arm apes. At its level, it already knows what to do in order to make sense, and what to do is meaningless. That's why it didn't get angry. It stood up and looked up at the sky. There, an angel with a pair of blue wings of light is floating in the sky. Artemis! Icaros's eyes flashed, the wings of light behind her back flapped, and countless pink light beams shot out. Cherry-colored missiles with meteor-like long tails were launched towards the long-arm ape. The long-arm ape thumped its chest and raised one of its arms. A series of bone-cracking sounds came from its arm. When the sound came, the ape's arms started to twist as if there's something expanding inside. Then, its arms suddenly grew several times bigger. Before the cherry-colored missile arrived, the long-arm ape put its swollen hands together in front of its body to protect itself. The missile also took advantage of the momentum to bombard the long-arm ape's huge hands. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the explosion was loud and clear. All the missiles hit the hands of the long-arm ape, rolling up a cloud of thick smoke. In an instant, the long-arm ape's body was covered in the smoke. Icaros looked down. The sci-fi-like frame in her dark red pupils rotated slightly as if she could see through the situation inside. Artemis, permanent homing missile, struck again and blasted into the thick smoke. The entire sky was filled with a sea of pink light. It's incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, explosions came from the smoke and the dust on the ground got even thicker. Right now, Icaros seemed to have transformed into the most violent of cannons. Her eyes stared straight at the ground. Artemis, permanent homing missiles, on her luminous wings continued to fire without pause. The sky shone brightly as pinkish meteors poured down from the sky, creating sonic booms that sounded like landslides and tsunamis as they smashed into the thick smoke one after another. The number of Artemis seemed to be endless, causing the entire sky to be filled with the sound of explosions. Under the attack of the Artemis, the ground was already unable to bear the heavy burden. The rock slab broke inch by inch, and the ground slowly cracked open. In just a short while, the surroundings with the thick smoke as the center were already filled with cracks and potholes. Woo! At some point, the long-arm ape's unique cry finally rang out from within the thick smoke. The sound was filled with impatience and ferocity. Clearly, under Icaros' relentless attacks, the long-arm ape couldn't hold on any longer. Suddenly, there was a slight protrusion on top of the smoke. Then, a black shadow darted out from the protrusion. Its speed was even faster than the Artemis firing speed. It nimbly evaded the projectiles and arrived in front of Icaros in an instant. Woo! The long-arm ape let out a long cry. It raised its giant arms and clasped them together. Then, it turned around and smashed down on Icaros. A crisp sound rang out. In front of Icaros, a crystal-like defensive barrier was erected and blocked the ape's attack. The long-arm ape was stunned. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Icaros's eyes flashed. The wings of light turned into a palm and slapped the ape. For the second time, the ape was sent flying and smashed into the ground. After being sent flying twice, even though the long-arm back ape's intelligence was more mature than other long-arm back apes, it couldn't help but feel a little angry. Lying on the ground, the long-arm back ape didn't get up and directly threw out one of its giant hands. In the next moment, the long-arm ape's hand expanded and lengthened again. Like a cannonball, the giant hand swelled up and extended for more than 10 meters before landing a punch on Icaros' body. Icaros didn't expect the long-arm ape's arm to have such a function. After all, the other apes didn't use it. For the first time, a trace of surprise appeared on her emotionless face. Then, the punch landed on her body. Icaros groaned in pain. Her delicate face flushed red, but it quickly disappeared. Looking at the long-arm ape below, Icaros ignored the pain and expanded her wings. She extended her wings into the void and disappeared into thin air. Connect! If this scene was seen by someone familiar, they would have screamed out loud. A series of electric wiring shadows extended from Icaros' back. Then, the shadow of a fighter jet appeared behind Icaros. It was Icaros's trump card, gold armament. Uranus system. The sudden change made the long-arm ape's expression change. Its eyes reflected the shadow of the fighter jet behind Icaros, and a sense of extreme danger surged in its heart. Danger. Very dangerous. Very dangerous. The long-arm ape retracted its hands without hesitation. In an instant, the pair of swollen and elongated arms returned to their original size. The long-arm ape leaped up and roared as it reached out with both hands. Once again, the pair of arms that had returned to their original size shot out and blasted towards Ikaros. Without the gigantification, the long-arm ape's speed increased by a notch. Even though its power was reduced, its speed was increased. Almost at the same time the Uranus system appeared, its arms reached its target. The Uranus system slowly emerged from the void and revealed its full appearance. On top of it, one of the cannon muzzles transformed into a claw. With a twist, it appeared in front of Ikaros and slammed into the arm of the long-arm ape, knocking it aside. Series rear-end missiles. A cold voice came out from Ikaros' throat, causing the long-arm ape to shiver. In an instant, a rain of cherry-colored missiles shot out from the Uranus system and hit the long-arm ape's body. Explosions sounded, followed by a mournful cry. Just as the cry sounded, a huge beam of light passed through the place where the cry came from and crushed it. Ikaros versus long-arm ape. Victory. Chapter 561. On the other side, Chuju, Shokuhu Misaki, Kinoda Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku are facing off against the level 70 rank 8 long-arm ape. Shokuhu Misaki and Takitsubu Riku are standing at the back, looking at the long-arm ape. Frenda is standing in front of Shokuhu Misaki and Takitsubu Riku with her hands under her skirt. Chuju and Kinuhata Sai are standing in front of the long-arm ape in a straight line. The LV-74 longback ape didn't seem to have much patience. Seeing that the LV-70 longback ape was being targeted and was stuck in a stalemate, the LV-70 longback ape moved its feet and was about to launch an attack. However, before it could move, a heavy sense of pressure and danger descended upon it without any warning, causing it to freeze in place. The level 74 long-arm ape gently turned its head and looked at the source of the pressure and danger. Then, the long-arm ape saw it. Wu Yen is holding Flandrachan's hand, standing there silently. His wine-red eyes are emotionless as he stared at the long-arm ape. He didn't do anything else, but his calm demeanor made the level 74 long-arm ape freeze in place. The long-arm ape can faintly see a gigantic beast standing in the middle of the sea of blood staring at it. The beast's ferocious mouth is facing it. It's as if the gigantic beast will devour it in the next moment. The level 74 long-arm ape's golden fur stood on end. Its intellect may not be as high as a human's, but its instincts are very strong. Its instincts are telling it that if it dares to charge at the girls, it will receive a fatal blow. The level 74 long-arm ape froze in place. Seeing that, Wu Yen didn't move either. He looked at it calmly, guarding against the possibility of it harming Chuju and the others. His mind drifted towards the girls, observing their battle. Wu Yan's side is in a stalemate with the level 74 long-arm ape. Chuju, Shokuhu Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku are also in a stalemate with the level 70 long-arm ape. However, unlike Wu Yen who wants to keep an eye on Flandrachan, the girls here really want to fight. That's why the stalemate didn't last long. Finally, Kinuhata Sai couldn't hold on any longer. She raised her hand and clenched it into a fist. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to her fist. When Kinuhata Sai opened her eyes, a powerful air current and a sharp aura surrounded her fist and turned into an invisible air ring. Kinuhata Sai punched the air and the air ring flew towards the level 70 long-arm ape. The long-arm ape that has been observing the 5 girls also moved. It was like a venomous snake, silent and fast as lightning. The stalemate was broken in an instant by Kinuhata Sai and the long-arm ape. The long-arm back ape struck forward with one of its long arms, dispersing Kinuhata Sai's attack in the most violent way possible. Following that, it launched its counterattack against her. Seeing the long-arm ape pouncing towards her, Takitsubu Riku quickly reacted. Her eyes trembled and she used her cheat-like ability on her companion. Kinuhata Sai seemed to have sensed something and her lips curled up. Facing the long-arm ape's attack, Kinuhida Sai chose to retreat. She took a step forward and a circle of aura appeared around her feet and brought her a few meters away. At the same time, Chuju, who was standing beside Kinuhida Sai, was like a flash of pink lightning. She held her crystal sword and pierced towards the long-arm ape. The long-arm ape let out a cry of surprise, and with a grin, it changed its attack without hesitation. Its hands turned into a blur and collided with Hinajiku's white cherry. Clang! When the tip of the sword clashed with the shadow of the long-arm ape, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Chuju could only feel a terrifying force passing from white cherry to her hand. Her hand went numb and her body was pushed back. Her face was filled with shock. She didn't expect the long-arm ape's physical strength to be so strong. It used its body to clash with a sharp weapon and was unharmed. It even forced her to retreat. No wonder it couldn't use magic despite being a magical beast. Its ability to use emotional magic has developed into its body. However, even though Hinajiku was surprised by long-arm ape's physical strength, and her plan to fight it head-on was ruined, she didn't panic. She straightened her body, and with a swish, the sword in her hand flashed again, and this time, it was the long-arm ape's turn to retreat in midair, unable to change its position. Of course, the long-arm ape wasn't easy to deal with. After all, it was still a rank 8 magical beast. Even if its true strength wasn't comparable to a rank 8 human, it was still stronger than a rank 7 human. It retreated and clapped its hands. Its hands that were longer than its body swung towards Chuju. Chuju's eyes flashed. She watched as the long-arm ape's arms came towards her. She couldn't stabilize her body. Plus, she was forced to use her sword when she was pushed back. In a flash, the long-arm ape's arms came towards her. At this critical moment, a strange sound of "pie" was heard. Everyone heard it clearly. At the same time, the long-arm ape that was swinging its arms to attack Chuju was stunned. Its mind went blank. The long-arm ape's hands that were originally going to attack Chuju also missed its target. It hit the ground in front of Chuju and sank deep into the ground. Of course, it was Shokuhun Misaki's doing. By the time the ape reacted, it was already too late. The fist wind that had been accumulating power for a long time suddenly exploded when it got close to the ape's body. Ah! Kinuhida Sai roared and punched out with her nitrogen armor. The punch landed on the stomach of the long-arm back ape, who couldn't retract his arms and couldn't advance or retreat. The long-arm back ape howled miserably as blood spurted out from its mouth. However, it had successfully pulled its arms out of the ground. But at this time, Hinajiku also steadied her body. Her eyes flashed, and her white cherry flashed like lightning, changing from a stab to a slap. The crystal longsword's tough blade fiercely slapped the ape's body. The ape that was already injured was sent flying, smashing into the trunk of a big tree and sliding to the ground. Along with it, a strange-looking doll slid down from the tree and fell into the long-arm ape's arms. The long-arm ape caught the doll instinctively, and at the same time, the doll's stomach started to swell. The long-arm ape felt a sense of extreme danger. The ape yelled and raised its hand, intending to throw the doll away. However, as soon as it raised its hand, it heard a "thigh" sound again. The ape's hand trembled, and it changed its action from throwing to hugging. Boom! A huge explosion resounded. The flames engulfed the long-handed back ape that was holding the dolls. At the same time, many dolls also rushed into the flames, causing a series of continuous explosions. Amidst the explosions, everyone could vaguely hear the long-handed back ape's final howl. When the fire dissipated, there was only a dead long-armed dorsal ape left on the ground. Its body was charred black, and smoke was coming out of its body. The cooperation of 5 people. It was flawless. With the cooperation of 5 people, the rank 8 long-arm ape died faster than Wu Yen did with the Blackwater octopus. But we won. Kinuhida Sai and Frenda cheered. Chuju, Shokuhun Misaki, and Takitsubu Riku looked at each other and laughed. You sisters are amazing. Flandre-chan also cheered and ran towards Chuju and the rest. To be praised by Flandre-chan as amazing, one can only imagine how amazing the battle was. Seeing how happy Chuju, Shokuhun Misaki, Kinohita Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, Wu Yen smiled. Not bad. Chapter 562. By now, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria had already won their battles. With the addition of Chuju, Shokuhun Misaki, Kinohita Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, other than Sylph, the rest of the Tier 8 combatants have finished their battles. The results were gratifying. The girls are the best of the best in their respective worlds. After becoming Wu Yan summons and gaining unlimited potential, their growth is terrifying. Even if they have different fighting styles, the results didn't change because of that. In the 4 battles, other than Astria and Ikaros who received light injuries, the other girls didn't receive any damage at all. This is a battle between Tier 8 combatants. If the results of this battle were to spread, the reputation of these 8 girls would definitely soar. Wu Yen had a faint smile on his face after learning the results of the battles. He couldn't hide the joy in his heart. Of course, Wu Yen is happy, but his opponent, the long-arm ape, who is the only one left other than Sylph's opponent, is infuriated. Wu, the long-arm ape raised its head and let out a long howl after witnessing the death of its companion. Its howl was filled with sorrow and violence. It pulled the girls back to reality. The long-arm ape no longer cared about anything. Its instincts, its sense of danger, everything else was tossed aside. The only thing left in its heart was endless anger and killing intent. It stared at Wu Yen with its bloodshot eyes. The long-arm ape isn't very intelligent, but it knows that this person is the one who made it unable to fight alongside its companions. It can only watch as its companions die in front of its eyes. Blinded by anger, the long-arm ape didn't hate the culprits, Hinnajiku and company. Instead, it turned its anger onto Wu Yen. One has to say, this is an injustice that one doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, this was exactly what Wu Yen wanted. Oh, looks like it's about to explode. Wu Yen raised an eyebrow and smirked. Good, it's about time for me to end this as well. The long-arm ape didn't understand the meaning behind Wu Yan's words. However, it could hear the disdain and contempt in his words. It let out an angry howl that reverberated throughout the battlefield. Chuju and the others frowned. So noisy. Wu Yan's eyes flashed coldly. He pointed at the long-arm ape and a bluish-white electric current shot out. The long-arm ape's howl stopped abruptly like a strangled duck. With a leap, the long-arm ape dodged the electric current and flew into the air. At the same time, it used its special attack method. Its long hands swung through the air, creating 2 whistling sounds. The long-arm ape let out a cry and tightened its hands. A metallic luster appeared on its hands, making them look like 2 steel rods. When the long-arm ape was 5 meters away from Wu Yen, it struck out with its pair of steel hands. The long-arm ape's hands were less than 2 meters long. However, at this moment, the long-arm ape used some unknown method. The 2-meter-long hands actually reached in front of Wu Yen, who was 5 meters away. It was as if it had broken through the restraints of space. Wu Yan's pupils constricted. Taking a step back, Wu Yen took a step back and dodged the steel hands that were supposed to hit him in the face. The long-arm ape's hands fell in front of Wu Yan's face, just a hair's breadth away from hitting Wu Yan's nose. Looking at the hands falling in front of him, Wu Yen suddenly reached out and grabbed them. The strength in his body surged to his hands. With a shout, he turned around and put the long-arm ape's hands on his shoulders. A standard shoulder throw was used by Wu Yen. The long-arm ape's body was pulled. It couldn't help but let out a cry. Then the sky and earth spun. The scene in front of its eyes became a blur. When the long-arm ape came back to its senses, it felt a sharp pain on its body. With a muffled sound, it felt something on its back. That was the result of Wu Yen throwing the long-arm ape over his shoulder and smashing it to the ground. However, it wasn't over yet. After the shoulder throw, the long-arm ape's hands were still in Wu Yan's hands. Therefore, Wu Yen immediately pulled the long-arm ape up again. He turned around, threw it over his shoulder, and smashed it down. His movements were smooth. Another shoulder throw. Pung 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 pung. Holding the long-arm ape's hands tightly, Wu Yan continued to use the most violent method to throw the long-arm ape to the ground. One shoulder throw after another was used. The long-arm ape was smashed until it was dizzy and had difficulty breathing. It didn't recover for a long time until it resisted the dizziness and screamed. Only then was Wu Yan satisfied. He pulled its body, spun it in the air, and threw it out. The long-arm ape landed heavily on the ground. Cracks appeared on the ground around its body, showing the strength of the blow. Looking at the long-arm ape struggling to get up, Chuju and Shokuha Misaki looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This method of fighting is too violent. Is that long-arm ape really a rank 8 monster? Is there a mistake? How could it be injured like this after a few shoulder throws? Sometimes, the simplest method is the most effective. This is the best example. However, the long-arm ape still managed to stand up. This surprised Wu Yan. Shoulder throw may be simple and violent, but it was done with the help of his true ancestor body. Even a rank 8 monster would have injuries all over its body. Yet, the long-arm ape still managed to stand up. Its injuries don't seem to be that serious. As expected of a monster with a strong body. It doesn't even know magic. It's a monster that specializes in physical training. Wu Yan sighed and smiled. That's fine. Let me try out the effect of this ability. Rubbing his chest, Wu Yan slowly closed his eyes. He sank his consciousness into his body and started moving towards his chest. Underneath his clothes, on his chest, there are 3 red Magatama engravings. They don't give off the slightest hint of strangeness. They look like ordinary tattoos, plain and unremarkable. However, when Wu Yan's consciousness touched one of the engravings, it suddenly lit up. First red jade. Activate. Under his clothes, there were 3 neatly arranged jade hooks. The leftmost jade hooks rotated slightly. Streaks of blood-red light shone from it. The jade hooks that looked like a tattoo a moment ago came to life at this moment. Red jade mode. Activate. Suddenly, the jade engravings that came to life flashed and slowly sank into Wu Yan's body. At the same time, an indescribable power came out of the jade engravings and merged with Wu Yan's body. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, red runes appeared on Wu Yan's black clothes. The red runes spread on his black clothes, and in just a few moments, Wu Yan's clothes turned into a black and red trench coat. Feeling that he has entered the red jade mode, Wu Yan gently opened his eyes. A red light flashed in his wine-red pupils. Then, Wu Yan's left eye fluctuated and turned golden. There's a clock inside. This left eye is exactly the same as Tokisaki Kurumi's golden eye clock. Needless to say, the red jade mode of the first red jade was undoubtedly Tokisaki Kurumi. At this time, Wu Yan has become a level 75 existence with the power of the Time Fairy. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.